Good morning, guys. Good morning, Omar, Saltwater. How are you guys? Man, you guys were here quick. Good morning, Cray. I'm actually, I think that I'm going to start doing my lives in the morning around 9 a.m. It gives me enough time to obviously wake up and, do the things that I need to do, but also to give me at least a couple of hours to be able to get ready for you guys this morning live. You guys do know that I do try to make a live in the afternoon as well. Yes, last night I started a late live, and we didn't end up until like 11 something at night. Yes, it's a struggle. With that being said, I just remember that I need to get my hot water ready for my second cup of coffee so that I can start making sense on what I say to you this morning. Now, thank you guys for your love, your support as always. I am happy to be here with you. Um, if we don't right now we're just kind of starting to get some viewers coming in here. I do want to make a couple of statements. Hopefully, I don't forget what those statements are. You guys know that when I do live, there's nothing scripted. I mean, eventually, I will have something set up, notes, etc. I don't have none of that. Just so you guys know. So, for you, my patriots, my love to you. Thank you so much for your support. You guys actually encourage me every day to come in here and do this. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to confess something to you. It's not easy. It really is not easy. It's very hard to think of the next thing, to think of the next day. You know, I am blessed to have some skills given to me and gifts by God, but those skills and gifts can only take you so far before you hit a wall. Everybody knows about the wall, right? If you're an athlete, if you're a creator, if you're a producer, anything that you do in life, once you hit a peak of what is actually good for you, you don't know where to go from there, and then everything can come down, or you break through that wall, continue to push forward, and see what else is out there for your life. We all need to find our purpose in life. And I think I'm giving you guys a couple of times what my purpose is in life. I hope you know what yours is, and make the best of it. Saltwater, good morning. Say, hey, Lewis FM, good morning. It feels like it, right? It feels like I'm 24/7. I'm just a robot. This is a pre-recording of the week. That's horrible. I don't know why I did that. I don't know. It's too early in the morning, I guess. I get corny sometimes, guys. I know. I get very corny, but you know what? It's an adult. I think. No, you can see it in my face, but we are adults. We have to take everything serious, but sometimes, man, we just gotta let the kid out. You know what I'm saying? We gotta not let ourselves be consumed with seriousness all the time. Sometimes we gotta joke and be a little immature about something, but our goal is to always be the adult telling the truth in the room. All right, Saltwater says, brother, you help us keep up with what's going on in the world. Reality, I research, but you work your butt off research, and Dan, I appreciate you. Oh, thank you, man. Salt, you have been great since you joined me, since you subscribe. I love you, big bro. I love you. It's amazing to have people like you around me. So thank you guys for joining. Omar, he knows he's my little brother, and we pray together. We've talked, and Omar's doing great. I'm so proud of him, and I thank God for every single one of you guys that come into my life. Let's see. Let's see what else we got. Rumble helps when you're not watching here, Louis. I try to give Rumble a try, but there's too many damn commercials. I mean, I get it. They got to make the money. You got to do this and that. I get that. But man, it's crazy. It doesn't seem to be as friendly to me when I go live. There's this whole other process that you got to do. I can't just grab the link and bloom, bloom, bloom like YouTube. This is why YouTube is so popular with creators. It's so much easier to use, unless you're a gamer and you're all into all this software stuff and. I am not good with that. Okay. I'm good with technology, but I don't. Man, there's so many things that have in my brain already. It's hard to say I'm going to go ahead and put more time into this because then every other project gets held back, etc. So we're going to stick with YouTube for now. TikTok once in a while, I give it a shot, and I go live on both TikTok and YouTube. Unfortunately, it's the same thing. Multiple streaming. For me, I don't know. I don't have a team behind it, so I don't have to do the research for the content that I need to get. I don't have the time to be able to play with all the software, learn all the software. I don't have time to be learning about the new links and this, coding. And I do the best that I can with what I got. So let's see. My man. Good morning, sir. It's good to have you in here, big bro. Good to have you in here, Agus. Good morning, sir. Says YouTube used to be the primary source to find conspiracy theories. I tell you what, I don't have many theories, but once in a while, I'll throw one out there. I'll throw one out there. Good morning. I told you so. Coconut. Let's start with the racist comment right off the get go. Not good morning. Not hey, how are you, sir? I hit the like button. No, let's just go ahead and start with the insults. Let's see. Hopefully they send all of you back into time. Oh no, baby, no, baby, no, baby. No, no, no. If you take your love away from me, I'll go crazy. I'll go insane. Anyway, that's what you brought into my mind when you said that. Send all of you back into time. Black Street, baby. They were awesome. I loved a few songs from them back in the early 90s. That was amazing. Brian Reed, my other big brother. Good morning, kind sir. What's up with Venezuela? Everybody want to know what's going on with Venezuela. Well, Venezuela was not actually on the agenda, but as you know, here in the Dennis Herrera show, which somebody insulted me and said, that's not a real thing. It's an imagination of you. It's like Antifa. It's not a real thing. It's just nothing. It's so wonderful. It's so wonderful to be alive. All right. Waiting for a couple more Patriots. I didn't want to. Well, you know what? Maybe I should. Let me send Big Sis a text message. I need my sister Trinity if she can get on. Morning live, sis. All right, let me grab, let's see, Robert. Robert's not here, so he's not going to judge me on my instant coffee. Transquifa is in the house as Agus. Crazy says you sing better than me, but that's not saying much. I got that singer's voice from the bathroom. That's called the shower singing. Oh man, what the hell? I sent that text message to Trinity, letting her know that we're live, and I don't know why the text does that. Supposedly, if you hit the microphone, it starts catching everything you say, right? Everything I say from Transquifa to everything, it started just typing on my phone and going to send it to Trinity. That's not what we want. Anyways, I got the shower singing voice. In the shower, you get the echo, and then you get all the noise, the white noise from the water. So it sounds like you sing pretty good. That's the kind of singer that I am. All right. So calm down, Cray. Now You have not heard me singing at the bar. I am actually a good singer. Now here's the thing. I don't know if you're like me, but the way that I sing, I always flunk music. I cannot read notes. I never understood them. No, it just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, but there is certain type of singers that I don't sing like them, but it seems easier for me to sing certain songs. Now I do notice that if I take a couple of shots of tequila, for some reason, it does help my voice. Thus, I haven't sang in a very long time because I don't drink anymore. Not that I, not that I can't. I just don't. I just don't. I don't need drinking for being happy in life. But as I mentioned before, if I go and hang out with anybody, any of you, and you guys want to have a drink, we can definitely have a drink. I have actually a big tolerance to alcohol, to be honest. I didn't take after the Asian side of the natives. Maybe the natives in Central America, they're not Asian at all, and maybe that's why we can handle our liquor a lot better. Coffee is life. All right, guys. I had two statements to make, and I forgot them. Maybe I should make some notes. I should make some notes. All right, let's see who else we got in here. Man says the trolls secretly love you. They do, don't they? They get a kick out of making fun of me. Oh, wait till they get a hold of this zit that I'm getting right here. They're gonna get all these herpy jokes coming out. It's all good, whatever. I have a problem. I keep doing this over my face, and it's not good because the grease and whatever. Your hands can be dirty, even though they look clean, and I wash them and all, they can still, That's my problem. I touch my face too much. All right, let's see. Edgar says, same flag, same symbolism, same message. God bless the USA. Let's go, guys. Let's see. Saltwater bringing in my emojis. I love it. If you guys want new emojis, let me know, and I'll try to find time to make some new emojis for you guys. I believe I can still put a few more on there. The more subscribers that I get, I guess the more slots they allow me to have for emojis. So if you think of some emojis that you want, I can probably consider those and make some for you. All right. Let's see. I hope that's good news. Mike, Tennessee stays red. Does that mean that they actually got the results? Is all finished, or that you just stipulating? Spatinator. Man, I'm telling you something, bro. I have been diagnosed pre-diabetic before. I have lost a lot of weight, believe it or not. I've gone down from 300 pounds to 264 now. Okay. So yes, I know. Soy gordo todavía. I'm still a little fatty. I'm still a little in there, but not much. I'm just just a little bit. But I'm working on it, bro. It's oh my gosh, dude. So my wife is also having this. She wants to eat healthy. Blah blah blah. We got to do it together. So. Man, even though I still get my tacos and my burritos in there, we're eating salads, bro. Ugh, it's horrible. It's horrible. We got to find a way to make salads great again. Oh, that was perfect. Oh man, that was easy. Easy lining right there. Easy lining. Let me see what else we got in here. Did I say welcome and a good morning to my good new friend, World Radio 332. Good morning, kind sir. You can do it, Dennis. One way to know, 100. You can do it all day long. Yeah, man, we got to do it. We got to keep trying every day. Every day, man. It's I call it a struggle, but it's not. It's just we're just picky. I've always been a picky eater since I was a kid. Funny story here. I used to hate Oh my gosh, I used to hate beans. We used to be so poor. What's see, my when my father died, here's a story for you guys that don't know. Now, all you patrons that know my stories, you're gonna be here. Oh my God, here we go again with the same story. Well, you might not have heard this story before. Good morning, Mark. Uh, it takes time, my friend. You got this. Thank you, E7. I appreciate it. When my father was alive, I don't know if you guys are old school. Most of my audience is older, 50 or older. Okay, so you're my age or older. I'm going to be 50 next June. Okay, so I'm 49 and a half years old right now. I know I look like I already hit 55, but that's just life, man. When my father was alive, you guys may have heard of the company called Caterpillar, right? Now they're different, but Caterpillar back in the day, 50s, 40s, I guess, they were a big deal. And they used to do a lot of construction, road work, etc. This is how they built a lot of the streets and, things for Honduras to start being developed, even though it's a third world country. And so my father found a position. I believe it was a sort of in a partner in the company. And, well, we were rich in our community. We were the first one of the first families to come into to the community. We had a neighbor. They came in at the same time. My parents, they both, this couple and this couple, they build their houses together at the same time. Not together. At the same time. And so we had everything. I mean, my father died when I was 4 years old. And ever since he died, well, my mom was left with a second grade education. And, back in the day, they were very ignorant about letting women have access to bank accounts with their husbands. It was a really macho time. So even though my father loved my mother, he always made sure we have food. Like I kid you not. So this is what my mother tells me because I don't remember as being that little. But we used to have sacks, of rice, sacks of beans, sacks of corn, and fruits all the time. Plus we had our own mango trees. We have guanabanas. We had avocados. We had lemons. We have oranges. We had tamarind. We had all this stuff in our property. Plus kitty corner from ours was our grandmother's property, and so that's why we had all these extra trees and plants to provide. But we never went without. Okay, and well, when my father died, we lost all that. Now the house was already paid for. It was built and paid for, but because my mother did not have an education, because my father didn't have, my mother didn't have money, she had to go get a mortgage loan, a loan, not a mortgage, but she had to get a loan on the house. And when the money started to run out, she had to come to the States. That's a whole other story. But the point is this: we became very poor once my father died. And one of the reasons for that is my mother was at home, and my father's best friend, which was the one driving the truck that they had an accident on where my father had died, came to my mom and says, there's nothing I can do to bring your husband back, but I can tell you that your husband has millions in the bank. Just like that, I kid you not, millions. Now, back in the day, in the 70s, millions of lempiras was almost like millions of dollars. No joke. We were like a 75 to 78 cents a dollar. Okay, and so we had a lot of money to be set up for life, kind of, sort of. And so when my mother went there, she didn't know. She was so ignorant about things. She said that she was coming in to withdraw some money, right? Because she needed money. And when she came in there, my dad's best friend always came into this bank with my mother. And, this is how he know he had millions of lempiras in the bank. At least a couple of mil is what the whole thing was. And so the ladies, the teller said, okay, sure, I can help you with that. And then once my mother opened her mouth, being ignorant and innocent, she says, my husband just died and I came to make a big withdrawal. And she says, oh, and what's his name? Blah, blah, blah. And she says, oh, okay. I see. Let me get the manager. Well, a few hours later, the manager comes downstairs and tells my mom, I'm so sorry, your husband doesn't have an account with us. Yeah, a mother. The manager of the bank stole my inheritance and my father's money. Um, Back then, no computers. There were still paper, handwritten things, and very unfortunate. Throughout history, there has been a lot of people that have lost a lot of money because of the bank's corruption. Okay. Now, with that being said, we were very poor, and I grew up practically eating beans. Once my mom left us, which I was about 7 years old, almost 8 years old, my mother left us to come here to work. And I tell you what, I would have rather have my mother than to have the money. I would have been like, once I grow up, I'll take care of my mom. That's the kind of kid that I was. And, we used to starve all the time, man. And the poor food, it's beans. Okay, so we used to eat bean soups all the time, every day. Oh my God, it was so annoying. I didn't want to eat beans anymore. Long story short, boom. Fast forward to today. I am a beaner. I love beans. There's something about it, guys. I don't know what it is, but I love my beans, and just can't get enough of it. If I stop eating beans so much, is because, well, that is one reason why I got so fat in the first place. All full of beans. Anyways, with that being said, my first statement is this. I think I remember my statements. Man, I had some good statements. I should have wrote it down. I want you to, people come into our channel and they think we're hateful. They think we're racist and, all these things that they can say about us, right? Trinity, good morning. I see you. I just saw your name. I'm so happy to see you. You brighten up my day. You brighten up my day. Thank you, Kevin. No worries, man. That's in the past. They're scars. They don't hurt no more. I just look at them. I remember, but they don't hurt. And that is the reason why I talk the way I talk. People don't know my life. They don't know my suffering. They think that I'm just making things up. Oh, you've never been here. They don't understand the way that I was brought up. My mother taught me a lot of things. Not only my mother, but my teachers. I'm going to tell you something. Okay, I'll try not. Morning, Alex. I will try not to go too far into this story, but I'm just going to give you a quick little summary of this story. When I went to first grade, we had a teacher. Her name was Margarita. I know, I'm not making it up. Her name was because that's a long time ago. She's probably not alive no more. Margarita, okay? She was a heavy-set lady, and she didn't take shit from nobody, all right? All right, so when somebody misbehaved, you will get the mess beat out of you. She was so disciplined, like the back of the hairs on your back will stand up when you walk in. Oh my God, you better be good. And man, there was this guy, his name was Domingo. Now, I don't know if Domingo was autistic or what the problem was, but this kid would just poop in his pants right there on his desk. And so he had his own little spot in the corner. And he used to get beat down every day. And we were just like, man, Domingo, why don't you listen, bro? Why don't you, pay attention? The kid would just like fall asleep during class and he will get beat and then he will poop in his pants and then he'll get beat some more. And guys, it was rough. But then she got fired and Aminta Aguilar. Now her, I remember the last name. I love this teacher. She whooped me one time. Yes, I was being bad. So back then they used to spank children, okay? And I earned it, and I learned my lesson. Believe me, I was an A student through every single year of my schooling in Honduras. And so I learned I learned one lesson in life. If I do my work, which is to my benefit, it's not to the teacher's benefit. If I do my work, if I behave, if I act civilized, if I act respectful, if I am courteous, she never hit me. She never spanked me. And it meant so much when she said, "Good job, Dennis. Well done." You know, you get, you get that's right. You get some pride put into you. And second grade, she was my teacher. All right. Same thing, discipline, blah, blah, blah. And then the other teacher that I don't forget, it's Professora, or it's professor, teacher, Sonia. I don't remember her last name. What's her last name? Sonia. Man, I can't remember her last name. But Sonia was the first name. Oh, Margot. That's her last name, Margot. Margot is her last name. She was also like the other two previous teachers, except she was a fifth and sixth grade teacher. And she hit harder. If you had long hair, she will do this. She will grab the hair and just keep rolling it on her hand, and she will spin you around and grab you and whack, whack. Whoo! Let me tell you, you don't want to be whooped. Now, they don't do that anymore in Honduras. This is just back in the early 80s, That's when this was happening. And to be honest, I think our country went down the shithole once they stopped allowing teachers to spank their kids. Because the parents were not doing their jobs at home. And the excuse is poverty, but I mean, that's not an excuse at all. There is no reason. There is no excuse. You don't have an excuse. Love your children. Stop making children if you're not willing to love them. You got to spend time with them. Help them with the homework. Unless you're illiterate yourself, well, it's all on the kid's shoulder. But at least encourage your children. Give them love so that when they get a spanking, when they get disciplined, they get to learn what's good and what's bad. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that's what's missing sometimes in our society. Now, with that being said, I think that we cannot have this country be a great country if we don't learn to discipline our children. I think that we all get lost in that manner. If we stop disciplining children because, oh my God, it breaks my heart to see them cry. Oh, it hurts me more than them because I don't want to spank them. Listen, they need to learn. They will forget about it. They won't be in pain forever. Don't be abusive. Yeah, CPS will come and take your children away. But you are more than welcome to spank your children and discipline them. If your children are smart enough and a little timeout will do it, we'll do that. Somebody called CPS on me one time. And the sheriff came over to my house, and they look at the children, and the children, my kids love me. Now, they're afraid of me when they do something bad, but they love me, and they look for me for protection. And the sheriff says, well, have you spanked your children? I say, yes. I spanked them where they don't listen. I don't want them to be a problem to society in the future. And he says, well, good job, sir. You're doing a great job as a dad. And then he called the kids over. And he's like, hey, does your dad spank you? Yes. My kids are well trained. Why does he spank you? Because we did something bad. And when you do something good, does he spank you? No. We love our daddy. And they come and give me a hug. I didn't train them for this interview, by the way. And, Dennis, we know the difference when somebody's abusing their kids. A lot of times the kids are shy and timid and afraid of their parents, and they just don't seem certain. But your children look happy. They are happy, and they seem, But anyway, so the whole idea is if you love your children and you discipline them, they don't have to get spanked every single day. You can use your words. Use your words. Try to teach them with love. If that doesn't work, then get the belt out and give them one swat in their butt. That will get their attention. And don't be violent. Don't be hateful. But let them know that you love them. And that is very disappointing when they misbehave. You know what? I learned that if I give my children a purpose, in their life, that they will fight to fulfill that purpose. And that purpose that I have indulged in him was, I don't know, that's the word. The purpose that I have told them is don't disappoint your father. Now I know there's a lot of Hollywood stories out there that just they corrupt the discipline in the house. Okay, I know this is starting to be a very boring life for you, maybe, but this is true and this is what I believe. So, hey, you know what? This channel is about politics, religion, and story time. So, if you like it, thank you so much for being here. If you don't like it, get the hell off my chat. This is not for you. You know, I tell my children when I discipline them, you know, I am so disappointed. I like it better when you do this. You know how happy I'm a person that sees both sides of the of the both what two views two sides. I look to the both sides of the story, and everything, and so I tell them, you know, I don't like spanking you. I like hugging you and kissing you. When you do good, this is what happens. When you do bad, not so good, is it? You know, and I have talks with them, and I make them answer me. Why did I spank you? Why did you get in trouble? Why did I get upset at you? And they tell me. And I always tell them, I remind them, well, please help me out. I don't like to hear you cry, but I will give you something to cry about if you're doing something bad. And, you know, my kids very responsive. They love me. They hug me. They love their mother, which, by the way, even though they were 6, 7 months old, when they thought it was cute to slap their mom in the face, I will grab their hand and be like, no. And they'll try it again. No. And they try to do it again. It's like, do it again. That's right. You got to teach them. They're not stupid. Our children are sponges. They will absorb all the information you give them. And you will either make them smart and wise or dumb and stupid. That's just how it goes. All right? That being said, who else joined the chat here? Let's see what we got. Okay, I stopped at, oh, geez, Jeff Bootlicker. I'm not even saying anything about politics yet, man. Let me get into my politics before you start saying that, man. All right, let's go ahead and ignore all these non-lovers. Let's see. E-Dog, quit spamming. Just double tap the screen. Subscribe on your way out. Saltwater, you're the man. You are the man. Thank you, Philip. I see you. Let's see. How do you starve, Jeff? Hide his EBT card in his work shoes. My man, that's a good one, bro. Hide the EBT card in his working boots because he's never gonna go to work. You guys are amazing. Let's see. Gary says, hey, Dennis, Trump talking about denigration policy and the removal of anyone not born here, even green card holders. That's always been a policy, just so you know. That's always been a policy. So here's the thing, guys. One thing, am I going to start there? Remind me. We're going to start with green card holders. Let me get a couple of more comments in here. I want to acknowledge some people. If you ask a question and you left, you're a jackass. If you ask a question and waited for a response, thank you for doing that. Don't waste our time. Let's see. All right, let's go next. Zuzu Moon, deport this wannabe citizen. Yeah, sure, sir. Sure. Let's see. Agus says green cards are not permanent, and people that have ignored their green card renewals for years are not entitled to stay here. That's not accurate. I will tell you why. Don't worry. We'll talk about green cards. They can't deport Dennis. He's a legal citizen of American patriot. In fact, eat that. It's possible to discipline kids without using force. Yes, it is. When that doesn't work, you gotta spank that butt, because sometimes that is the only way that we understand. Let's not forget that we were animals. Oh, I'm going to hear about this from the religious people. Whatever. Let's see. Black Wolf says, great advice. I am native. I'm in my country, says Zuzu Moon. I don't know. I think he's illegal. I don't believe that. Let's see. Damn, damn cheers tastes good, says Zuzu. You had me thinking you're a Chinese bot. No, that's probably still a possibility, my friend. Don't discard it. Continue to have that mentality there. All right, let's see what else we got. Oh, Mindspeed. Good morning, brother. I know you're probably working and you are listening to the podcast. So big shout out to Liberty for All. I know he goes by AK Mindscape because YouTube has made everybody's username come out in public. No more hiding. No more hiding and more controlling, more tracking. That's how that works. Michael says child protection will be tapping at the door. Nah, Michael, they already came to the door and they congratulated me for disciplining my children. My children are fantastic. And let's see what else we got. All right, Trinity saying hello. Okay, back. Good morning. Man, pretty much. Okay, here we go, guys. So, why don't we get into the first video of this morning? Now, we're going to go ahead and start with Tim Walz. You guys already know this. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I did make a promise here. I think it was a promise. We're going to talk about green card holders. All right. So, here we go. Let's see. Yes, they learn what they see or hear, like you say, first saying no. And if they're trying it again, a little spanking and it's okay. Good way to teaching a kid or a teenager. And the thing is that, actually, this is what I get from my kids. That's right. Best dad ever. Isn't it nice when your kids tell you that? That's fantastic. I feel all warm inside and just cozy in there, I love that feeling. Go ahead. We'll go ahead and take a question here from Callan Rowan. What's the question? Let's go ahead and start with this question. And let's see. The Midwest. Oh, you asked a question? Never answer my question. Does MAGA have an independent, rational thought, or do you parrot whatever Trump says? That's a good question. I will ask the same of you, and if you can answer that, I'll give you my answer. I don't think I talk like President Trump. Maybe sometimes. Let's see. Okay. Tanya, good morning. Good morning, Tanya. Good to see you. Man, all these haters came in here, dropped a nasty comment, and left. All right, so here we go with the green card. All right, so with the green card holders, there is a law. There's some not a law, but there are requirements that you must or guidelines, policy. Requisites. There are requisites that you're supposed to maintain, okay? In order for you to have, number one, let's start from the very, very beginning, okay? And one of them is when you're applying for a visa, nothing needs to be a lie. Everything has to be honest and truthful. If you have something in your record that you know that you're not going to get approval, don't even forget about it. Do what you can in your country, okay? And if you cannot afford to have children, don't make children. All right, with that being out of the way. Second, it is the same thing if you're applying for a green card. Let's say you got permission to come here, you went back to your country, came back, went back to your country. As you are in your country, you can put an application to become a green card holder. Did you know that? You don't need a lawyer. You don't need paralegals. You just need to go to the website and know English. You can apply for a green card while being in your country. In the meantime, you can continue to travel back and forth as a visitor. Now, if you lie on any sort of application, that permission will be denied, will be rescinded, and you will be deported if you are in this country. If you do certain things that you're not supposed to, it will disqualify you from ever becoming a citizen. While you may still retain that green card access, you can still lose that access and be deported. Now, if you're a green card holder and you have allowed your green card, normally they'll give you a green card permanent residency for 10 years. After 10 years, you have to renew that permit. There's nothing that you have to do. They will recheck your credit. They will recheck your background. And if you are good, if you have no DUIs, if you have no misdemeanors or anything like that, your green card will be renewed. Now, how do I know about this? Well, my green card expired, and I called the immigration office, and I said, oh my gosh, I didn't know my green card was expired. They said, there's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't make you illegal. See, that just means that you cannot leave the country, because if you do leave the country, you are not coming back. That's what they told me. Immigration, not a lawyer, not a paralegal, not my neighbor. Immigration, the actual agents. And so I said, okay, well, thank you. And I went renew my green card. Again, I was a resident for 2.5 decades. Okay, I was not in a rush to become an American citizen because I was always thinking about going back to Honduras. Now, with that being said, if anybody complains that the green card holders are being deported, well, let's not play the emotional victim card and start thinking with common sense. What is the right thing to do? And then you go from there. So that's the two questions that you had on green cards. Yes? Okay. Now I want to start with my statement, which now I remembered. When you look at illegal immigration and you start looking at all these people being deported, oh my God, the children in schools, listen, you might think that you are in the right place by saying all these children are innocent and they need care. And listen, you are destroying other children's futures. When you say, oh, but these illegal immigrants, they're just hardworking, they're just here to work, you are destroying American jobs. Oh, but the illegal immigrants, they also need health care. You are taking away health care from American people. Just like I said, your rights don't trump my rights. Well, the needs of illegal immigrants does not trump the needs of the legal people in this country. As a migrant, if you go with the visa and you're here legally and you apply for benefits, most likely you will never be able to get a green card because you have proven to the system that you cannot sustain yourself in this country. And this country doesn't want burdens to be added to it. We have enough problems of our own. Number two, you will not qualify for any benefits because it's not meant for migrants. It's only meant for residents, and even then, they have to wait some time after becoming residents to be approved for benefits. Citizens, anytime. There's no waiting. You get it right away. Done. But illegal immigrants, however, see, they have found a loophole, a way to come in here. And what's sad is that Americans on the left side, instead of joining hands with us, instead of standing strong and protecting American values, they go out there with their irrational emotions, and they cannot think clearly that it doesn't matter if they're children from illegal immigrants. It doesn't matter if they're children. It doesn't matter if they're pregnant. See, that's another thing. Remind me, Trinity, pregnant. I was going to say something about illegal pregnant people, okay? Remind me that. You have to go to the root cause of the problem. There was a video that I saw with children being taken out of the back of the school bus dramatically. They could have gone out to the front because somebody called ICE and they said that they were going to deport all illegal children. Well, everybody was out there grabbing all these little Mexican kids and, Hispanic kids and whatever, all these little migrant kids running around. And they blamed President Donald Trump. No, all these laws have been in place. The difference is that President Trump is going to make sure that all those laws that have been ignored are actually followed and fulfilled. Follow to the D, to the letter. So if you're a green card holder and you have a criminal record on, goodbye green card and you're getting deported. If you have a permit to work here and you got a DUI, revoked, you got to go. That's what's happening. If you're a good resident, green card holder, and you have no evil record, nothing to worry about. You're not going anywhere. That's how that works. Now, before you can go in, oh my God, how can you be heartless with the children of illegals? They're children. You know what they're doing? They're overpopulating our schools. Our children are not getting the education that they're supposed to get because their classrooms are overfilled. They're overran. Teachers are scrambling for scraps to try to teach every child. They cannot pay attention to every single child individually in the class. Children from Mexico is Mexico's responsibility. Children from Honduras is Honduras' responsibility. Immigrants are bad. No. Illegal immigrants is bad. And repeal the 14th Amendment. I try to give some of these people a chance to say something. But no, thanks for the super chat, by the way. As soon as somebody becomes the stream chat boss, we will go ahead and do our famous President Trump's dance for a few seconds to show everybody that you are the stream boss, and we'll celebrate you for your support. Now, I think that people always get so emotional, and don't worry, guys. I do have another video of Karen's. Oh, Melody's here. Oh, Melody. We've been watching you. We've been watching you for the last couple of days. We found Melody. Oh, my gosh. You know what? I got to go find that video, Trinity. And I'm just going to play the part where Melody's talking. And then we'll go to the new one afterwards. So stick around, Melody. I got a great video where you got captured being the Karen number one in the show. All right. With that being said, I think we covered green cards, expired green cards. Okay. Bing, bam. Felonies. Okay. You guys know that even if you have a green card, you have to behave. Okay. So when Tyrone, I think we're going to change her name. I forgot what it was. I thought we were going to change it to Karen, but I don't know. We're thinking about that. All right. I just forgot what I was going to say. Okay, so besides the Karens, any other questions before we jump into today's video? If you didn't put a super chat on there with your question, chances are I probably missed it. So if you will be so kind to ask the question again and stop demanding things from me. This is my show. This is my channel. See, you don't get to have this interaction with many people that go live, do you? You just get to put your comments in there. They barely, if they even acknowledge you, will say something. But most channels that are very popular, they don't care about your opinion. I see people throwing super chats in there and all this stuff, and they don't even get acknowledged. You EBT holders in here get my attention. And you are not forced to put super chats, but you also don't get to demand me to answer your question. Does that make sense? All right. I'm glad that we all agree. Deport, deport, deport. You know what, Trinity? Let's do something today. If somebody threatens me, um, just take a picture of it. Don't delete it, and I will report them to the FBI. Okay? Don't delete the comment. Leave it there, and then I will go ahead and take care of that later. No worries about that. Thank you, sis. Let's see. What else we got? Questions, Prago? No. Afghanistan, here, Afghanistan. No. Thank you, Tanya. Okay, no more questions. Don De Loco, welcome to the chatty. Toma, cabrón. You're still gay. All right, why don't we start with Tim Walz. Tim Walz. Let's see. Suzu, just because you're begging for money, I don't know. Every laborer is worthy of pay, sir. And this is work. If you think you can do it, get your own channel and go on. See if you can outdo and outperform me. I challenge you. Make your channel and then give me your link, and I will watch your live and see how well you do, while I do my own live as well. Oh man, what do we got? What do we got from the President of the United States says, I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay. What? Hey, Concerned Peter. Good morning, brother. It's good to see you. Peter always has my back. I appreciate you, Peter, when you're here. Well. How many of you have been following me here for more than 2 months? If you have been following more than 2 months, you guys know how I feel about 1913. Some of you libtards probably won't even understand what the hell that means, but if you know what happened in 1913, you will know what I'm talking about. You won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great. It's so enormous that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Oh, fantastic, man. I love my president. I love my president. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. Yes, we are still at $39 trillion in debt. Listen, get over that shit. Get over it, okay? It's a freaking credit card. Now, you get a credit card for $30,000, that's probably too much for you. But for the whole country, $39 million is nothing. We can get that back. We can get that back. Don't worry about that. What we need to do is keep supporting our president. We need to make sure that we continue to make investments, agreements, and let's be honest. It doesn't matter how much President Donald Trump helps the economy. The leftist socialists, they don't understand. We need to make money to move forward. Socialists think that money, you just reach out to the branch on the tree and start plucking the Benjamins. That's not how it works. Well. I think this is a great day to talk about this. I wish that you were inside my head so you can see everything that I see. Because sometimes trying to explain it to people that don't want to hear the truth is very exhausting, but God gave us strength. All right, let's go ahead and start with our first video. Now, I'm not going to play the whole video, but this is from Sky News, Australia, which, by the way, Australia is oh man, they got their own problems. Let's just say that. All right, let's go ahead and take a listen to this. Now, I haven't listened to this whole report here, but this part, I think, would be a good place to start. Here we go.
Joining us now is John Hinderaker, president of the Centre of the American Experiment. John, thank you so much for your time. Let's start with Tim Walz and this massive fraud scandal. I mean, this has to be some of the worst stuff that we've ever seen out of a state government. Minnesota taxpayers allegedly footing the bill for terrorism. I want to get your thoughts on all of this, and should Tim Walz resign?
Well, first of all, Gabriella, this scandal has been with us for a long time. My organization, Center of the American Experiment, has been writing about it for almost 4 years now.
Wow.
There have been, in the Feeding Our Future scandal alone, which is one of a web of scandals involving the Somali community here in Minnesota, but in that scandal alone, there have been 78 people indicted. There have been 2 criminal trials resulting in convictions. There have been more than 50 guilty pleas. This has been going on for years, but for some reason it has just recently really hit the national press. The New York Times had a big story on it that was very critical of Tim Walz. And one of the notable features of this whole story, Gabriella, is that Tim Walz and his administration, he's the governor of Minnesota, he runs the state government. They've had nothing to do with these frauds. They haven't prosecuted anyone. They haven't gotten any convictions. They've done nothing. They've just been bystanders. And all of these prosecutions have been brought by the federal government, by the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Minnesota. And so it really is one of the all-time worst performances by a governor that we have ever seen.
Oh, absolutely. And there are now serious questions over what is going on in Minneapolis. I mean, what other crimes have occurred under his watch?
Well, there are numerous scandals. I mean, there's scandals in child care programs, scandals in an autism program, scandal in a program where they were giving people advice about how to get housing. This is actually a Medicaid program, and it was concluded that there was not a single dollar spent in that program out of $100 million that wasn't fraudulent. 100% of that program consisted of criminal fraud. So it's been one scandal after another. The assistant U.S. attorney who's prosecuted these cases says that they add up to billions of dollars stolen from the taxpayers on Tim Walz's watch.
Unbelievable. And now more than 400 employees of Minnesota's Department of Human Services say that Tim Walz, he's 100% responsible for the widespread frauds, accusing him of failing to act despite plenty of warnings, and even saying that he was discrediting fraud reports. I mean, unbelievable. Now, it's also been revealed that Kamala Harris was warned. She, of course, already admitted that she regrets picking Tim Walz as her running mate. And it really is, the fact that she picked him is a reflection of the state of the Democratic Party. But she admitted in her book that Tim Walz was not her first choice, while of course accusing Americans of being homophobic, saying that's why she didn't pick Pete Buttigieg. But it has been revealed that a group of Minnesota state government employees wrote to Kamala Harris and the DNC multiple times, warning them about Tim Walz and what they described as his incompetence, I should say, fraud scandals and retaliation. So the Minnesota Department of Human Service employees account posted, "We tried our best to keep the public informed as our tweets are public. Maybe Kamala Harris turned a blind eye to fraud like her running mate." What do you make of this? Do you think Kamala, absolutely regrets picking Tim Walz?
Well, first of all, Gabriella, she put out a short list of potential vice presidential nominees. Pete Buttigieg was not on it. As far as we know, he was never seriously considered as a vice presidential nominee. The guy that she really wanted was Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, and she almost picked him. In fact, the rally where she was going to announce the VP choice was in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, because it was supposed to be Josh Shapiro. But the 11th hour, the anti-Semites in the Democratic Party rose up on Twitter and objected, and they gave her so much grief that she panicked and she defaulted to Tim Walz. That's how he got the vice presidential nomination. I think there was very little vetting of him beforehand.
Yeah, and he was very uninspiring as a candidate. Tampon Timmy, he earned himself that nickname.
I think Kamala Harris should have picked Tulsi Gabbard. Can you believe that? 2 women going at it. Maybe she would have had a better chance, but I don't think Tulsi would have gone with an airhead that has no brains.
Let's talk about Donald Trump. He's announced a pause on migration from third world countries following last week's devastating.
Hey, for some of you guys that say that I'm just doing circular whatever news or whatever, let me just tell you why I do this. First of all, I like to just do my own thing. I give you my facts, I tell you my truth, and I say mine because you don't have to accept it. You can do your own research. I give you my own opinion. I give you my own say. You can have your own say. You can have your own opinion. You can do your research, do your own channel. But I started getting complaints from people. Oh, where'd you get that from? Where's that? Where's that? Where's this? Well, let's guess what? Well, now I try to do this so that I can tell you that there's other people, even reporters, that agree with what I'm telling you. So I have shown you clips from CNN, from Fox, and I have shown you guys a speech from the White House, what the president says, how this one news reporting brings that information that you and I just watched, how this other news reporter actually brings the information, and then you can pick which one of those was the most accurate. And if they're not accurate, you have your own mind to make your own decision about what you just saw and how you would interpret it. What did the president say? What happened? What do you see in action in the world? How did they report it? Did they say it as they said it, or did they make it up as they wanted to make it up so that they looked like they didn't say what they said? I bet you already confused with that explanation already. So stop hating and start celebrating. Derek, welcome to the chat, my friend, where all patriots gather to celebrate that we are American patriots for America first. And if you don't understand what America first, don't worry. Eventually, we will enlighten you.
Attack where an Afghan national who entered the US under the Biden administration as part of Biden's Operation Allies Welcome program during its disastrous withdrawal of Afghanistan. That person is accused of shooting 2 National Guard troops. Sadly, one has died. Now, it has raised...
I want to point out before we continue, okay, because some of you leftists that are still in here somehow, will always think that President Donald Trump is racist. Oh, he doesn't want the brown people from these countries. Oh, let's be clear. When COVID was threatening our nation, we said nobody comes in from China. Xenophobic. Oh, my God, he's so racist. How dare he? Shut up. We get attacked from Muslim terrorists. We are not taking anybody from this Muslim. Oh, my God, he's so racist and he hates the brown people. Shut the hell up. So now that we have a massive of illegal immigration in our country and we've seen these Muslim corrupted people like Somalis, for example, that are just smooching off the government. They call themselves the fabric of the United States of America. How dare they? They're the garbage of the United States of America if they say that. They don't even speak English. The whole community. How can the whole community not speak English? They have to translate so that they can vote for them. And how are they voting? They're refugees. They are refugees. They're in asylum status. How they become citizens? Asylum status is temporary. Your ass needs to go back to your country. Talking about how strong and smart and wise Somalis are, and yet their country is a shithole. They don't really have government. They're pirates, remember? These people have no brains to live in a civilized society, to build, to have greatness. They are just numb-brained people. Very few assimilate. But the most majority of them, they want you Americans to assimilate to their culture. Bullcrap. You can have your food, you can have your ethnicity, but you assimilate to the laws of the United States of America. Keep your religion to yourself. You don't have to make it out loud in public in the church. No, you keep your mouth shut to yourself. Respect Americans like everybody else is supposed to. Man, what? Oh, man. Sometimes I apologize about that, guys. I go off sometimes. But hey, this is why you love this show, isn't it? And I love you.
Raised fresh concerns about the vetting process under Biden, where tens of thousands of people from Afghanistan.
Oh, don't forget, guys, I am on this channel to beg for money. This is what the leftist says. I am here begging for money.
And entered the US, and there are concerns that the vetting process was flawed. Can I get your thoughts around that?
Well, first of all, Gabriella, yeah, okay, these people came from Afghanistan.
Skirt! Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. First of all, this country was not built under Muslims, because Muslims, all they do is how to destroy. This country's foundation is under Christianity. We believe in our Creator. And because of our God, we believe all persons in this country are the same. And when I say all persons, not all rights go to all persons, only to citizens. Everybody else will be considered a visitor until they become an American citizen, and then they become we the people. Let's be honest, and let's be clear about that. So, with that being said, if you come to my channel, you will know that I am more on the Christianity side than anything else. And if you have a problem with that, you can always leave the channel. This is private. Yeah, it's public, but you know. If you want to bitch about it, you can always leave the channel. I don't care. What I want is people that support me, not people that hate me. Capiche? Yada. All right, with that being said, Muslims did not build this country. Buddhists didn't build this country. Hindus did not build this country. Christianity did. That's the foundation of this channel, and we're going to stick to it. And here we go, begging for money. Thank you for the subscribes. And time is on my side. Yes, he is. My veteran, good morning, kind sir. Thank you for the super chat. No begging needed. This was earned. Oh, man. I'm glad I read that after I said all the celebration. Thank you, brother. I appreciate having you here. Man, that's a double celebration, guys. Double celebration. We get my veteran in the house. And and with that super chat, he is the stream boss. And you know what that means. We got to torture some libtards. Enjoy, big boss, el jefe, el patron. Time on my side. Time on my side, el jefe, el patron, the big boss. Now, I find it very, very, very interesting, right? That that I have these libtards that come in here, probably from China, from Africa, from some foreign country out there. I find it very interesting that they come in here and tell me that I'm begging for money, and that this is not a job. I wonder what they do for a living. Are they business owners? I can't wait. If you're a business owner and you're on the left side, I can't wait for them to tax the shit out of you. I can't wait for your business to go bankrupt because of your stupid ideals. To everybody else that wants to be successful, I wish you all the success in the world. Only because you are open-minded and you believe that you can accomplish anything that you push yourself to do. Baiting. Okay, we're not begging. We are baiting people to learn the truth. And let's be honest, guys. I'm not the best host. The skills probably not the best. Talent, very mediocre. I get it. Accent, probably not the coolest. I always say I want to have Antonio Banderas accent, but when I try to fake it, I sound Russian, and I don't like it. But it would be cool. It would be cool to have Antonio Banderas accent. You know what I'm saying? Shh. Quiet, Piggy. Quiet. Welcome to the chat time on my side. Good to have you, my veteran soldier. Real man is what I'm talking about. All right, let's go ahead and continue listening to this smart John Henderaker, President, Center of the American Experiment. Trump pauses third world migration. I think that's his name. I don't know if I read that right. All right, here we go.
Afghanistan, and some of them were known to us, including this guy, this murderer, is somebody who actually did work with our troops. I would say more to the point, Joe Biden invited 10 million or more illegal aliens across the southern border. They were not vetted at all. We have no idea who those 10 million people were, and we think a number of them.
You know what else I have no idea? Why do people want to bring their children here knowing that they will be deported, knowing that they're going to be separated? Why would illegal people do that? No, poverty is not a reason. If you're meant to be poor, stay poor. If you really believe that the government makes you rich, you are already failure to this society. If you depend on the government, you are already a failure. Here's the problem. I want you to get this very clear. In America, in the United States of America, not in North America, not in Central America, not in South America, you have to understand this. The American citizens, they grow to work to enrich our country. Our capitalist society feeds the socialist. Unfortunately, the socialists always take advantage of the system. And they believe that money never runs out, and the money is just there. But here's the reality of our system. Our system is created for us to work our ass off for most of our life. And then we are supposed to pay taxes for infrastructures, blah, 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 this and that, because we don't put tariffs in place. That's why we pay taxes. 1913, remember that, 1913. And we create certain socialist programs that will help our veterans, well, no matter the age, anybody that served, got injured, etc. We make money, we pay taxes to support programs for our veterans. Veterans are very important to us, and their sacrifice shall not go unnoticed. And then we have the people that really just can't work. They're physically unable to work. These people we need to take care of, but there are people, our responsibility. There is the widow mother with 5 children where she depended 100% on the husband. And well, now she has to go find a job. And well, here's the welfare system. 6 months, temporary assistance. You got food. You got health care for free. Health care we can continue, right? For a mother, a widow mother with however many kids. See, these programs for people that are Americans that are really in need of these, that's not a shame. That is awesome. We're taking care of our own. And that's okay. That's what we work for. But it's for Americans. Now, here is the problem. You have illegal immigrants. And all you poor bastards out there that are emotionally compromised, as we will see one of the videos again from the mob of Karens, you guys think that we are horrible by enforcing the law, federal law. You see, you have to go all the way to the beginning of the problem. Where does the problem start? It starts from the mind of the illegal immigrant wanting to sacrifice, put their children in danger coming to this country illegally. Think about that. Instead of trying to make something out of nothing in their country, I'm going to tell you, I would have rather had my mother for those 5 years that I didn't have her than any money that she could have made. I understand. But the one example that she gave me is she did not come to this country until she was able to come here legally. And I respect that. And I will always remember that. So where does the problem lie at the beginning? You don't blame the people that are being invaded. No, you blame the invaders. There is a reason why they didn't qualify to come to this country. And if you don't believe me, well, there it is. They're on SNAP. They're on free housing. The biggest no-no for any migrant is to come here and depend on the government. Now, is there a lot of people that are hardworking? Absolutely, 100%. There is a lot of people. But there's consequences to illegal immigration. Let me just start off by the most simple thing that you will probably understand. Fraud. Many Americans suffer from fraud. You see, if I come here with a visa and I try to apply for benefits, they'll say, hey, what are you doing? No, you don't qualify. Get the hell out of here. And we're like, oh, shit, I'm sorry. I thought visitors would get it. Okay, sorry about that. No, you don't qualify. But if you are illegal, you can make the claim of asylum. Poverty is not a reason for asylum, my friend. And just like people that are pro-abortion, what if you're raped? Really? The one time, like this is like the 90% of the issue. They never go through that. They want to go through abortions, never get raped. They go through abortions because they think that is, I don't know, contraceptive. I think it's called contraceptive. No. What's it called, Trinity? I always mix these words. She was a very good mother, Derek. Thank you for saying that. Thank you, Antonio. What I forget what the word is. Conceptivos. What is that in English? Well, yeah. And they also divide us, don't they? Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If you want to be rich, get rich. But stop hating the rich from getting richer. Okay? That's my rule. That's my rule. If you think that it's not fair that John is getting rich and you're not, well, find out. What is John doing that you're not doing? Right? So anyway, so it's the same way. You want to complain about, illegal immigrants being deported, but you are helping them being here illegally. You're helping them breaking the law. We get all these Karens all the time. Not conception, the action of avoiding pregnancy. I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't think of that word. I don't know. I have it in the back of my brain. I can't remember it. Again, I have to explain myself. I think in Spanish 100% of the time, okay? Every word that I say, it's translated to English. So just imagine how fast I have to think to be able to speak English. It's really crazy, okay? Wealth, inequity, nope, I don't believe in that. Nope, I don't believe on that. The trolls love this channel and the show, and I love some of them. Because some of them are actually trying to get a point or trying to make an actual conversation, and I appreciate that. Don't worry, we'll get back to the video, but I want to touch up on this because I want to make sure that people understand. Abstinence is like, of course, the most number one contraceptive or something like that. Let me see what contraceptive means. It's in my brain, so I'll need to find out. Let's see if that's what it is. Yeah, contraceptive, right? That's birth control. Birth control. There you go. Man, I'm losing it, man. I'm losing it. Methods, devices, or medicines used to prevent pregnancy. Yes, contraceptives. I was right. I wasn't sure, guys. I apologize about that. Tycho Vi, wrong. This hat is not made in China. It was made in Bangladesh. Ooh, let me see where this one was made. I think this was in America or China did a very good job at taking the tag off because I don't see it. Let's see. Sorry about it, but the Berniel's hat was also made in Bangladesh. Yeah, Bangladesh. Made in America. That's right. Made in America. Here, this was made in China. Oh man. What makes you guys think that I don't support getting products from China? The tripod where my camera is on is from China. What makes you think I don't support that? What I want is fair trade. I don't want China to be taking advantage of us. See, that's a big difference. Now, here's the thing I want to tell you, since you guys are taking me off track of the illegal immigration, which, by the way, it doesn't matter if I pronounce it right or wrong, Rick. If you are not Hindu, if you are not from that country, you don't pronounce that word right either. I was made in Central America, but thanks for checking in, 85. Appreciate it. All right. All right, we'll go ahead and put the whole illegal immigration point, because I can see some people in here, they're losing their minds already. They're just going crazy about it. I don't know. These guys just don't understand what we're talking about. I can't wait to show you guys the Karen's video. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and let this professor, this smart professional person in here continue talking about. Yeah, man, no problemo, senor.
Were terrorists, a number were drug dealers, and so on. So this whole business of unrestricted open borders, mass immigration has been a total disaster. And Donald Trump is absolutely correct to want to put the brakes on this third world immigration indefinitely, and I hope until the end of his term.
Yep.
Plenty of security concerns. You know, President Trump was speaking about this at the time. He was speaking about it in 2021. And anyway, what happened last week was a horrific tragedy. Donald Trump's also announced that he's cancelling executive orders signed using Joe Biden's auto pen. He posted on Truth Social any document signed by Sleepy Joe Biden with the auto pen, which was approximately 92% of them, is hereby terminated and of no further force or effect. I'm hereby cancelling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden because...
Now, just to make a point, even though they're saying it here on the news, I made that article available to you guys the day that it came out. As soon as I posted it, I shared it on my channel. Well, they're just now getting to it, but maybe I'm just getting to their channel.
The people who operated the auto pen did so illegally. Now, there's a bit of a dispute around whether Trump can actually do this. Legal analysts have disputed the validity of Trump's argument, arguing that the auto pen signatures are valid. But Republicans argue that the Biden auto pen presidency is one of the biggest political scandals in history.
Man, don't worry about Romeo. I can't take snap. No EBT allowed in this channel.
John, can I get your assessment?
Well, the auto pen scandal, there's no question about the fact that Joe Biden, I think for the entire 4 years of his presidential term, really had very little idea what was going on. It was just being propped up by the people around him. You saw it on one video after another. He was not all there.
No.
I think that was a huge scandal. The auto pens are just one part of it. But I would make a much more fundamental point, Gabriella, and that is that Donald Trump can revoke Joe Biden's executive orders at will, not just the ones with the auto pen. He already has revoked a number of Biden's executive orders. He can revoke all of them.
Are those facts enough for you there, Mr. Romeo?
One president can't bind the next president with an executive order. The thing that he can't undo is the pardons that Joe Biden gave. Joe Biden pardoned his family, pardoned Anthony Fauci, pardoned a number of people. The pardons, Trump can't do anything about. But the other executive orders, whether they were signed with an auto pen or not, Trump has the power to simply revoke them.
And the amount of pardons, I mean, absolutely extraordinary under Joe Biden. Democratic Senator Mark Kelly has doubled down on his call for military members to defy unlawful orders from US President Donald Trump. But he's been pressed to name a single illegal order that President Trump has given, and he hasn't been able to name one.
Hey, do any of you tards in here know what illegal orders have been given by President Donald Trump?
About the substance of this video and your message in it. What specific orders do you believe President Trump made that you consider unlawful?
Well, so this is looking forward, but let me give you a pass, an outline of things that he has said. In 2016, he said that the U.S. military will follow his illegal orders. He said something on a debate stage and was reminded that would be illegal, and he said the military will not refuse his orders, regardless of whether they're legal or not.
That's not
he
what he
also
said.
talked about shooting protesters in the legs. How un-American,
Rioters, not
how
protesters.
unconstitutional is that? Fortunately, there was a Secretary of Defense that has stopped this. He's also talked about sending troops into U.S. cities to.
By the way, I listened to the whole hearing and I made a video called The Grilling of Secretary of War. I didn't say Secretary of War, but of Pete Hegseth. And I listened to the whole hearing that he was attacking Pete Hegseth and saying all this bullcrap. And that one lady that she was from the previous CIA, the one that told Pete Hegseth that he had no balls. I know my video is not popular, but I did cover this whole hearing and I made a video with just some parts of it. And I listened to this clown and I cannot believe that he was a actual good military person. I cannot understand for the life of me how these idiots were able to come out of the military with honors. They should be dishonorably discharged. By the way that they treat our servants in this country, they should be dishonorably discharged, in my opinion. Now, I am nobody, but that's what I believe. And let me tell you something. Everything that these Democrats do, and I guess that's just the way that these idiots in the Senate and in the Congress are. They have no decorum. They are horrible people. When they were talking about getting shot in the legs, he's talking about rioters. And we're not talking about live ammunition as well. Hey, you know what? I don't need balls anymore. After 7 children, I think that's enough. Okay? That's enough. We got to put a hold back on that. So don't worry about my balls. Be happy with yours, okay? Cherish them. Use them wisely. Care for them. Use the right underwear. Make sure that it's nice and compacted in there, yet a soft feel, okay? Get naked underwear. I heard they are very nice. All right, there you go, guys. Not being sponsored by Naked Underwear, but I heard they're good. I don't know. Go Trump. Let's go. 100%. Anyways, this guy is a rat. That's right. I said it. He's a rat. You suck, bro. Hey, leftist, you want to insult somebody? Insult this rat over here. Go for it. Knock yourself out.
Use those cities and people for training.
John, if he can't name an illegal order,
no, he can't.
Why did he take part in this video encouraging military members to defy illegal orders?
Gabrielle, this is a real scandal. So 6 elected Democrats, including Senator Mark Kelly, put out this video in which their ad clearly implied that President Trump is issuing one illegal order after another and is a threat to our Constitution, and that military personnel should disobey orders that they're getting down the chain of command. And the truth is that Trump has not issued a single illegal order. Mark Kelly couldn't name one.
Okay, did you understand that part? So, Romeo, I want you to go and read the oath. All of it, not just the beginning. Read the oath and then come back and get back at me, okay? All right? Get back at me once you go find out what the oath actually says in its entirety. And then come back to me and see if you can still make the same statement. Remember, Yes, the military already knows they cannot follow illegal orders. Now, here's the problem, and I'm going to give you a little. Now, I'm not military, okay? I'm not military, but let me give you some insight. If I believe in the freedom of speech, and that's all great and dandy. But let's be honest. We have gotten a lot of lunatics out there protesting ICE. And let's be clear. ICE has been doing this since they were initiated back in 2003, I believe, 2003. Under Obama, George Bush, under everybody, they've been doing that since 2003. The difference is now social media makes them out to be this evil Gestapo. You're the Gestapo, you Nazi. Shut the hell up. You guys sound so retarded using that language out there. How ridiculous do you sound? You can go ahead and tell me I sound ridiculous on this channel, but it's true. It's facts that I'm giving you. You guys are so anti-American. You're supporting criminals, breaking the law. They're not criminals. They're just here to work illegally. Oh, well, here, it is a crime to come across the border illegally without permission. It is also a crime to work in this country without permission to work. It is causes for deportation, fines, and maybe jail time, and you will be banned from ever coming into this country. The third thing is fraud. They make fake papers, use fake social securities. That, my friends, is a felony. So stop defending them. Say, oh, they just here, hard workers. They shouldn't be working in the first place. It doesn't matter what you think. The law is the law. And you cannot support the people that are breaking the law. I'm sorry. That's not how it works. As I said many times, listen, my neighbor has a bunch of Hispanics, Mexicans, Hondurans, Guatemala. They work for him. I don't go around, hey, guys, you guys got papers? Are you guys legal in this country? I don't give a shit. I don't go around hating, judging people. But if ICE came, number one, don't call ICE over here. They'll come and take them away. That's not me. They'll come here. I got my passport. Boom, boom. I'm good. But I don't know about them. But the fact is that if ICE came and take them away, hey, they knew it. They knew it. You're here illegally. You know it's going to happen sooner or later. You take that chance. But they know the consequences. So why are you defending them when they know the consequences? Why are you defending them? See, I can't go that route. As a migrant that actually became a citizen, respecting the law, is exactly what I want people to do. When people say love your neighbor and treat them as you would treat yourself, yeah, of course. Well, I tell myself, don't be here illegally. So I'm here legally. Well, don't go be a thief. Well, so I'm not a thief. So the same way that I love and respect myself, I give you, if you're an illegal immigrant, I give you the same advice that I give myself. If I tell you don't be a drunk, hey man, it's bad for you, you're hurting the family, that's exactly what I would say about me. See, it's not a hypocrite. And you can throw scriptures from the Bible and try to tell me that what I'm saying is wrong. But let's be honest. The truth overtops your criminal, illegal behavior. The law is above everybody. No one is above the law. Oh, man, I love that. I try to stay serious the whole time, but yes, I am here legally. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I got this fake passport I want to show you. There you go. If you got one of these, you have nothing to worry about. Oh, man, that's awesome, ain't it? I'll tell you what, man. It's a privilege. It is fantastic. Thank you, God, for the privilege. Thank you for the opportunity to be in this country and honor and respect its people. God bless the United States of America. Oh, look at that. Beautiful photo of our founding fathers. Mount Rushmore. It feels good to be an American, and I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. So I gladly stand up next to you. Oh, man, it is fantastic. Respect the United States of America. If you're illegal, get the hell out. Do yourself a favor and your family. Go back to your country. It's not racist. It's not prejudice. It's not because you're brown. Trust me, there's a lot of white Mexicans. You gotta go. Come back the right way, my friends. All right, let's continue with this rat.
Who participated in that Democratic Party ad. They couldn't name one. There aren't any. And so Mark Kelly, I think, could be in some trouble here. He's a retired military officer. There's an investigation going on right now in the Defense Department as to whether Kelly should be recalled to active duty and then court-martialed, which could happen. And personally, I'd like to see it.
Yes!
Finally, US and Ukrainian officials have sat down in Florida to discuss outlines of a peace.
Do it! Do it now! Get to the chopper now! Yeah!
Deal with Russia. Steve Witkoff is expected to meet with Russian counterparts later this week. John, what's your assessment? Are we getting some progress here?
It's very hard to tell. We don't know what's being said behind closed doors. I would say this. I think the real obstacle here is that the Russians have been very obstinate. I mean, as far as we can tell, they really haven't backed off on any of their demands. One of the things they want is they want to get Ukrainian territory that they have not been able to occupy militarily. And that's really pretty outrageous. You know, when there's a war fought and there's a ceasefire, typically what happens is that the lines are going to be drawn basically where the armies are, like what happened at the end of World War II. And the Russians have been actually holding out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me put a little pause right here. That's a perfect pause right there, USID, as it should have been done. Let me tell you something here. Let me tell you something. Okay. This is a perfect example. Yes, Peter, do you have real money or you just use your EBT? Because we don't accept that here on this channel. Try a different one. Here's what I want you to know, okay? And I want you to think this way. These people are in war. Okay, they're being affected by war, asylum. Now, the asylum is temporary. They will give them asylum to come here, even though there's other countries that they're supposed to go to. But we can give them asylum, let's say, because of the war. Okay. After the war is over, they got to go back. Like everybody else. They got to go back. If they stay here, they overstay, and they lose that asylum, they will get deported. It's that simple. Asylum is temporary. This is why asylum is not given to people by reason of poverty. We will never get rid of poverty in the world, especially when we have libtards like the ones that we have in our country that don't allow us to do our job. Their social system only works because we have capitalists running the economy in this country. Tell me. People say that if everybody gets EBT, well, the whole economy's helped because grocery stores are selling their items, food, etc., blah, 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 blah. And where do you think that money comes from? Do you think encouraging people to be on SNAP is the way to make economy grow? Well, we just saw what happens with Tim Walz in Minnesota. He makes whatever excuse he wants, but he's been ignoring. He's been ignoring the whistleblowers, and he's been retaliating against the whistleblowers. That's what libtards do. When you run out of money and you destroy the country, you don't give a crap as long as you get yours. See, you're selfish bastards. You come and mooch off the country. You use the taxpayers' money to get what you want, never take responsibility. You raise nincompoops that are going to be worse than you, and we have to put up with it. And our children will have to put up with their bull crap. So what gives? All right, sir. Go ahead, continue.
To get more Ukrainian territory than they have been able to take militarily. That seems to be a non-starter from the Ukrainian point of view. So I think what we really don't know is whether the Russians are willing to make a deal, or are they simply going to stick with the really unreasonable demands that they have been making all along.
John Hinderaka, president of the Center of the American Experiment, thank you so much for joining us on Power Hour. Really appreciate your time.
All right, and that's all I wanted to show you from Sky News, Australia. I do have this hot topic from Fox. This is Chicago pushes cash giveaway as city crumbles. I like it how it just fits right in there, right? It just fits right in. They're socialists. They like to grab money, but they don't understand the concept of you gotta make more money so that you can keep grabbing that money. I'm telling you, man. I try, guys. I try to make sense to people. I try to be fair. You guys see that. I try to be fair. Some people don't want to listen. That's just the way it is. But, let me fix that right there. Yeah. Paisa says, Luis Perez, speak English. I like it when he says Paisa, right? Because that's a Spanish slang. He wants to speak some Spanish and then tells me to speak English properly. Very hypocritical there, my friend. Why are you using Spanish words to tell me that I have to speak better English? I'm sure I have a less of an accent than you do, Luis Perez. Perez de Pereza. Let's see. Then you go and play Fox right after. Woo! Let's go! You know why? Because Fox actually is a good channel. And they do align with what I said and what I believe. So, yeah, why not? Why not? Let's see. Do you have a link? Do you have a suggestion? To all the leftist people that join my channel, go ahead and give me a link that you want me to go ahead and read. Gary, that's only because it doesn't align with what you believe. But the truth is the truth, my friend. And I will call them out if they don't tell the truth. Go ahead, let's see. Puff that says, despite being a literal monarchy, I felt safer and more free in Thailand than the USA. Interesting. That's without mentioning Cambodia was literally shelling the country while I was there. Wow. Important. What do we got here from the notification? So working with making sure that everyone that lives inside of the public house. Okay, we're going to go ahead and put that on repost on my account so I can share that with you. Let's see. You talk about socialism and the government spending money out of nothing. It's just flat money. Fiat money. Okay. I don't think you understand my statement. I said socialists think that the money is just there. But socialists are only there and only survive because capitalists are making the money in this country. And don't worry, but hey, let's listen to the fake news Fox business because, they're fake news. And I'm going to go ahead and get me my third cup of coffee because life is nothing without coffee. All right, let's go ahead. You guys listen to this. And after this video, we'll go ahead and take some questions. And hopefully you guys are ready. Luis Peralta, stop giving me advice. I don't believe on the blind man leading the blind man. Okay? You right now, my friend, probably don't even speak English and are using Google Translate to put comments in here. Oh, man, that was good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
One of the country's largest counties now securing a universal basic income program where low-income households are guaranteed monthly payments. Fox Business's Kelly Saberi is live from Chicago, where this program is unfolding after a lot of public discourse over this decision. Kelly.
Good morning, Cheryl. This is what we know so far. $7.5 million will go towards this program, but who qualifies, how much the payments will be, and what recipients can spend this money on are still up in the air. The group Economic Security Illinois says almost all of the participants use these payments of Cook County's 2022 pilot program for their basic necessities. Cook County once had the nation's largest such program, using money from the American Rescue Plan Act. For 2 years, monthly payments of $500 were given to 3,250 households, no strings attached. 56% of those in the program were employed with an average income of $21,000. Now, 94% of recipients said the money went to emergency expenses, while an Illinois think tank says that they don't believe this expense, or excuse me, that this money for these people is not worth the expense to Illinois taxpayers. Listen to this.
There are over 700,000 individuals in Cook County who are below the federal poverty line. If you extended it to every individual at current program rates, that would cost over $4 billion.
We're told the county's Bureau of Economic Development will have some of the answers to our questions by mid to late 2026. Cheryl, back to you.
Kelly Saberi, thank you so much. A lot to unpack there from this. And, you know, to be clear, what they're talking about here is with this guaranteed basic income is there's no requirement. Which is different from universal income, which goes to everybody. But we've seen this in Los Angeles, Chicago, where we just came from, Denver, San Francisco, Houston. You know, many critics say this is nothing more than an extension of welfare benefits, and that you disenfranchise people from going out and seeking meaningful employment. It is not, it's a handout, not a hand up.
Exactly. And this is exactly the progressive strategy is they'll put something out there that makes you dependent on the government, and then they'll go back and say, well, why would you possibly oppose giving poor people money, right? Mm-hmm. They frame it this perfect way. They do the same thing covering up socialism on all sorts of issues. I mean, you look at the Green New Deal, which I refer to as watermelon policy, where it's green on the outside and it's red on the inside, because it's really just socialism. But they go back and they say, how could you possibly go against protecting the environment? Meanwhile, it's easier to build things in America that are cleaner and better than the Chinese that, you know, conveniently these folks don't talk about. But that's how they continue to cover up their socialist goals, is by framing it in the most positive way possible.
That it's humane,
right.
And there's something wrong with you
right.
if you don't agree.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then hiding the fact that it makes people dependent, which is as inhumane as it gets.
But that is unfortunately whether it's SNAP or it's welfare assistance or it's housing assistance, I mean, that's what ends up happening in many of these instances. And sometimes you end up with these nonprofits that come in and you've got fraudulent activity, and next thing you know, you've got a corruption investigation.
Exactly.
Looking at you, New York City. Sorry, but and that's again another criticism when cities are already strapped.
Well,
and I'm sorry, but I don't think the fiscal house at Chicago is exactly solid right now.
Well, exactly. There is a $1.2 billion deficit in the city of Chicago. And so Cook County, which is the county that's proposing this universal income solution, well, guess what? Guess where Chicago is? Cook County. So where's the money going to come from? My guess, they're going to try to put more taxes on the wealthy or on businesses, which is why so many businesses have left and why so many of the wealthy have left. And they've gone north. They've gone to up the lake to places like Kenilworth and Winnetka and Lake Forest, et cetera. And those towns now are incredibly red and very conservative because all of the money has left the old Gold Coast of Chicago, which is gorgeous. I mean, you know, you can go up Park Avenue just right that way and see beautiful, elegant old co-ops. Well, guess what? Go to Chicago along the Gold Coast and it's exactly the same thing. The problem is they're now trading at a fraction of the New York City prices because they're being sold. Everyone wants to get out because get out while you still can. The taxes are so high. What
do you make about the concerns about inflation, Adam? Because many economists say when you look at different programs like this, whether it's universal basic income or it's targeted, that it actually ends up raising prices in these communities.
Well, I mean, yes and no. anytime you give people money, that is stimulus. And whether it's welfare or whether it's PPP checks that came out during COVID, if you're giving people money, they are going to spend it. But if we're talking about a program that, at least at this stage, sounds very small, and it's going to a small number of people who are strapped and probably not able to spend a whole lot of money, I'm not sure that it's really going to have an inflationary effect.
And maybe that criticism is because, but again, this goes back to, you know, the fact that these are these progressive policies that we are seeing in many blue cities.
Yeah, and those kind of things are going to antagonize the people that they're eventually going to need help from when they run out of money. And so eventually when they run out of this, you're going to get the, you know, drop dead New York, drop dead Chicago headline.
Well. What I say? What about saying about socialist Democrats? They just think, throw money at the problem, throw money at the problem, throw money at the, oh shoot, we ran out of money. Well, how do socialists think they're going to make money to support their socialist You know, I laugh because I get a lot of people to come in here from the left and be like, oh my God, what's the difference? Socialism is not communism, and why do you keep saying that? This is what happens. When you have a socialist government, and I'm giving you examples from Cuba and Venezuela right now. As long as there is money available, everything can work out for 5-10 years, depending on the wealth of the country. But when the money runs out and your socialist Democrats are in charge, guess what they have to do in order to maintain the economy, which is going to crumble anyways, but they try. They become communist and tell you, no, you cannot have this money. We have a crisis. Stop being a glutton. Eat less. That's exactly how it changes into. And then we become a communist country where the people are no longer free. So wake your ass up before it's too late. See, that's why us patriots, we're not going to stop speaking the truth. We are not going to be there. But you know what? I'm going to give you guys some blue information. Now, there is another video that I had. Unfortunately, I deleted it. I know. I deleted it. But you know what? This is unedited. This is raw. This is President Barack Obama's speech. And, well, here we go. Communism, my friend, this is the only difference between socialism and communism. Once a country has to go into communism, they have to have control of your food, control of your housing, control of your actual life. Okay, that's communism in a nutshell. That's good enough. All right, Mr. President Barack Obama. Everybody, please welcome. Shut the hell up and listen. Here we go.
My fellow Americans,
Salud.
Tonight I'd like to talk with you about immigration. For more than 200 years, our tradition of welcoming immigrants from around the world has given us a tremendous advantage over other nations. It's kept us youthful, dynamic, and entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
It has shaped our character as a people with limitless possibilities. Mm-hmm. People not trapped by our past, but able to remake ourselves as we choose.
Yep.
But today, our immigration system is broken, and everybody knows it.
Everybody knows.
Families who enter our country the right way and play by the rules watch others flout the rules.
Yep.
Business owners who offer their workers good wages and benefits see the competition exploit undocumented immigrants by paying them far less.
Ooh.
All of us take offense to anyone who reaps the rewards of living in America without taking on the responsibilities of living in America.
Yep.
And undocumented immigrants who desperately want to embrace those responsibilities see little option but to remain in the shadows or risk their families being torn apart.
That is true.
It's been this way for decades. Mm-hmm. And for decades, we haven't done much about it.
Yeah.
When I took office, I committed to fixing this broken immigration system. And I began by doing what I could to secure our borders. Today, we have more agents and technology deployed to secure our southern border than at any time in our history. And over the past 6 years, illegal border crossings have been cut by more than half. Although this summer there was a brief spike in unaccompanied children being apprehended at our border, the number of such children is now actually lower than it's been in nearly 2 years.
Should be zero, but yeah.
Overall, the number of people trying to cross our border illegally is at its lowest level since the 1970s.
Good job.
Those are the facts. Meanwhile, I worked with Congress on a comprehensive fix. And last year, 68 Democrats, Republicans, and independents came together to pass a bipartisan bill in the Senate. It wasn't perfect. It was a compromise. But it reflected common sense. It would have doubled the number of Border Patrol agents while giving undocumented immigrants a pathway to citizenship if they paid a fine, started paying their taxes, and went to the back of the line.
Hey, don't be a coward, bro. If you have nothing to hide, why hide? If you're innocent, if you're a citizen, if you're legal in this country, why would you hide? See, that's the rhetoric that you idiots are throwing out there, making the communities really unsafe and putting innocent lives in danger. Innocent children lives in danger because of your stupidity of staying in the way of ICE. People that probably would have never gotten deported are found out they're illegal because they're out there protesting because of your dumbass ideas and your whole fear-mongering thing of hide because ICE is outside. You're a moron. That is the stupidest thing that you on the left side can ever come and tell me on my channel. You guys are retarded.
And independent experts said that it would help grow our economy.
Just facts.
And shrink our deficits.
Yeah.
Had the House of Representatives allowed that kind of bill a simple yes or no vote, it would have passed with support from both parties. And today it would be the law.
Yeah.
But for a year and a half now, Republican leaders in the House have refused to allow that simple vote.
Yeah.
Now, I continue to believe that the best way to solve this problem is by working together to pass that kind of common sense law. But until that happens, there are actions I have the legal authority to take as president.
Yep.
The same kinds of actions taken by Democratic and Republican presidents before me.
Yep.
That will help make our immigration system more fair and more just. Tonight, I'm announcing those actions. First, we'll build on our progress at the border with additional resources for our law enforcement personnel so that they can stem the flow of illegal crossings and speed the return of those who do cross over. Second, I'll make it easier and faster for high-skilled immigrants, graduates, and entrepreneurs to stay and contribute to our economy, as so many business leaders have proposed. Third, we'll take steps to deal responsibly with the millions of undocumented immigrants who already live in our country. I want to say more about this third issue because it generates the most passion and controversy. Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous. That's why over the past 6 years, deportations of criminals are up 80%. And that's why we're going to keep focusing enforcement resources on actual threats to our security. Felons, not families. Criminals, not children. Gang members, not a mom who's working hard to provide for her kids. We'll prioritize, just like law enforcement does every day.
Yeah, it's good.
But even as we focus on deporting criminals, the fact is millions of immigrants in every state, of every race and nationality, still live here illegally. And let's be honest, tracking down, rounding up, and deporting millions of people isn't realistic. Anyone who suggests otherwise isn't being straight with you. It's also not who we are as Americans. After all, most of these immigrants have been here a long time. They work hard, often in tough, low-paying jobs. They support their families. They worship at our churches. Many of their kids are American-born or spent most of their lives here. And their hopes, dreams, and patriotism are just like ours.
Now, everything he says in there is actually pretty good. But I'm going to correct President Obama on this one little minor issue. He does not mention the law of working illegally, unauthorized to work. Whether you think that it's a criminal or not, it's irrelevant. The law is the law, and nobody is above the law. No one is above the law. Period. That's his flaw. Now, he says that's doing raids and all this stuff. That's not the way to go. Well, that's exactly what he did. He had raids going to businesses. Hey, you guys may not remember because social media and legacy media was not as popular back then. But I worked for a company called Alpine Windows, where they deported 37 of the employees in there that were illegal from Honduras, Guatemala, and Mexico. That's right. Obama was president. That's right. So while I think that a lot of the things that he says is good, I think most of the things he says he contradicts himself on. Because one thing is to speak like a politician, and another one is to actually do what an American patriot's supposed to do to protect his own citizens. And this is where Democrats fail. Now, during his presidency, Donald Trump did not pass a DACA reform bill. Instead, his administration officially ended the DACA program in 2017 and repeatedly tried to use DACA recipients as leverage to negotiate hardline immigration priorities, such as funding for a border wall and cuts to legal immigration. Rescission of DACA 2017 in September 2017, the Trump administration announced it was rescinding the Deferred Action of Childhood Arrivals program, which provided protection from deportation and work permits to hundreds of thousands of young immigrants known as the Dreamers, who were brought to the U.S. as children. The administration placed the responsibility on Congress to pass a legislative solution within a 6-month window. Negotiation attempts. Trump repeatedly called for a legislative bill of love for DACA recipients, but tied it to a comprehensive immigration overhaul that included demands for $25 billion, which is nothing, for a border wall and a shift to merit-based immigration system. Sounds fantastic. Sounds phenomenal to me. These proposals failed to pass in a divided Congress, often lacking sufficient support from both Democrats and Republicans. The Supreme Court rulings, the Trump administration's efforts to end DACA were challenged in court. In a major rebuke, the U.S. Supreme Court blocked the termination in June 2020, ruling the administration did not follow the proper administration procedure in trying to end the program. The ruling left the door open for another attempt, but the program remained in effect under court orders for the remainder of this term. So who do we have to blame for immigration reform not being passed? Congress. They passed the law. You see, the problem in our country is that Congress is a freaking waste of time in government. They are useless. They are garbage. We don't need Congress. They get the hell off our government. It's not really needed. These guys are just freaking fleas on a very sick dog. And I think it's useless. Waste of taxpayers' money. That's just my opinion. Don't have to take anything from it. And you know what? There's courts. You know, you still have the executive and judicial branches in there that I think are necessary. Even senators, I think, are a waste of time. And they're supposed to be representatives of your state, but they're really not there for representative Americans. They have been representative illegal immigrants, and that's the problem with this government. You know, and we'll go back to the illegal immigration issue because it's a big problem, okay? And I think that when everybody says, oh, Trump, you know, you guys are retarded. He doesn't make laws. The laws are made by the legislative. President does not make laws. He can make executive orders, enact certain emergency acts, and that's how he gets the authority to do what he does. And they are all legal and constitutional. So when people start throwing out there, oh, that's unconstitutional. Well, you know what also is against the law? You being an obstacle or impeding federal agents from enforcing the law of this country. And your ass should be in jail, to be honest. With that being said, let's go ahead and let him finish his little speech. And we need to call it as it is. Democrats and Republicans in Congress need to step up their game. I believe President Obama, when he said that he was going to do immigration reform, I believed him. Everybody in California seemed to back him up. Everybody was excited, or all DACA document holders, everybody was excited, and we were going to get immigration reform. And then he is the one that put children in cages. But of course, President Trump got blamed for that. Remember that? That fake-ass picture from AOC? It's like one of those little chihuahuas, the dog barking, from the fence. And as soon as you open the gate, and then they close the gate again and start barking. That's AOC, except with the donkey teeth out. But other than that, that's her. All right, go ahead, Obama. Say what you got to say.
As my predecessor, President Bush, once put it, they are a part of American life.
Remember when George Bush didn't want to shake his hand? That racist president. How dare he insult our black president? Unbelievable.
Now, here's the thing. We expect people who live in this country to play by the rules.
That's right.
We expect that those who cut the line will not be unfairly rewarded.
That's right.
So we're going to offer the following deal. If you've been in America for more than 5 years, if you have children who are American citizens or legal residents,
anchor babies,
if you register, pass a criminal background check, and you're willing to pay your fair share of taxes, you'll be able to apply to stay in this country temporarily without fear of deportation.
Okay.
You can come out of the shadows and get right with the law.
Yeah, everybody come out.
That's what this deal is. Now let's be clear.
But watch out for ice. It's slippery when icy and you can fall. The Obama derangement syndrome. Trump is in the files. Captain, you're one funny guy.
Clear about what it isn't. This deal does not apply to anyone who has come to this country recently. It does not apply to anyone who might come to America illegally in the future. It does not grant citizenship or the right to stay here permanently or offer the same benefits that citizens receive. Only Congress can do that.
Oh, yeah.
All we're saying is we're not going to deport you.
Oh, no deportation.
I know some of the critics of this action call it amnesty. Well, it's not. Amnesty is the immigration system we have today. Millions of people who live here without paying their taxes or playing by the rules, while politicians use the issue to scare people and whip up votes at election time.
Oh.
That's the real amnesty.
Damn, Gavin.
Leaving this broken system the way it is.
Yeah.
Mass amnesty would be unfair.
Yep.
Mass deportation would be both impossible and contrary to our character.
But we're doing it, so it's not impossible.
What I'm describing is accountability, a common sense middle ground approach. If you meet the criteria, you can come out of the shadows and get right with the law.
Yeah.
If you're a criminal, you'll be deported.
Bye-bye.
If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up. The actions I'm taking are not only lawful, they're the kinds of actions taken by every single Republican president and every single Democratic president for the past half century. And to those members of Congress who question my authority to make our immigration system work better, or question the wisdom of me acting where Congress has failed, I have one answer. Pass a bill.
Yep.
I want to work with both parties to pass a more permanent legislative solution.
Yeah, that's good.
And the day I sign that bill into law, the actions I take will no longer be necessary.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Meanwhile, don't let a disagreement over a single issue be a deal breaker on every issue. That's not how our democracy works.
Yep. Doesn't work.
And Congress certainly shouldn't shut down our government again just because we disagree on this.
They shouldn't. They did.
Americans are tired of gridlock. What our country needs from us right now is a common purpose, a higher purpose.
Yeah.
Most Americans support the types of reforms I've talked about tonight.
Yeah.
But I understand the disagreements held by many of you at home. Millions of us, myself included, go back generations in this country with ancestors who put in the painstaking work to become citizens. So we don't like the notion that anyone might get a free pass to American citizenship.
That's right.
I know some worry immigration will change the very fabric of who we are, or take our jobs, or stick it to middle-class families at a time when they already feel like they've gotten the raw deal for over a decade. I hear those concerns. But that's not what these steps would do. Our history and the facts show that immigrants are a net plus for our economy and our society.
Legal.
And I believe it's important that all of us have this debate without impugning each other's character. Because for all the back and forth of Washington, we have to remember that this debate is about something bigger. It's about who we are as a country.
Yeah.
And who we want to be for future generations.
That's right.
Are we a nation that tolerates the hypocrisy of a system where workers who pick our fruit and make our beds never have a chance to get right with the law? Or are we a nation that gives them a chance to make amends, take responsibility, and give their kids a better future? Are we a nation that accepts the cruelty of ripping children from their parents' arms?
First of all, to make our beds, clean our houses, mow the lawn, and do any other job besides picking fruit, it's a privilege. If you don't have a permit to work, you're not authorized to work in this country. Well, guess what? You shouldn't be here. And you won't force us to separate families if you stop breaking the law. See, people that come here pregnant, they come here to make anchor babies because they know that there are incentives for them to cash in. What he said, if you've been here for 5 years or more, think about this invitation to the world. If you've been here for 5 years or more and you have children that now were born here and are Americans, hypnosis. Seriously? You don't think working is a privilege? You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. It is a privilege. If you come to this country and stay here illegally for 5 years and pop a couple of babies, hey, we're going to give you some temporary papers so that you don't get deported. Yeah, that's a very tough law, guys. Ah, man, that will tell me not to come here illegally. And see, that's why a lot of the morons on the left believe that they are entitled to getting whatever they want. Anchor babies are illegal babies because their parents are illegal in this country. But that's just what I believe.
Or are we a nation that values families and works together to keep them together? Are we a nation that educates the world's best and brightest in our universities only to send them home to create businesses in countries that compete against us? Or are we a nation that encourages them to stay and create jobs here, create businesses here, create industries right here in America? That's what this debate is all about. We need more than politics as usual when it comes to immigration. We need reasoned, thoughtful, compassionate debate that focuses on our hopes, not our fears.
Man, they should have put the teleprompter a little bit lower so it doesn't look like he's reading up there.
I know the politics of this issue are tough. But let me tell you why I have come to feel so strongly about it. Over the past years, I've seen the determination of immigrant fathers who worked 2 or 3 jobs without taking a dime from the government and at risk any moment of losing it all just to build a better life for their kids. I've seen the heartbreak and anxiety of children whose mothers might be taken away from them just because they didn't have the right papers. I've seen the courage of students who except for the circumstances of their birth, are as American as Malia or Sasha. Students who bravely come out as undocumented in hopes they could make a difference in the country they love.
Is that an incentive to stop illegal immigration? Let me know in the comments here. Do you think that's an incentive to stop illegal immigration? Go on now. Don't be shy. Somalis are reproducing like fleas. Minnesota's fallen down. New York is coming next year. Seattle is coming next year. Tell me, what had he said in his speech that says no to illegal immigration? Not one damn thing. He started off pretty good. And then he said the 5-year wait with anchor babies. Make children while you're here, guys. That way, we have an excuse to not deport you. Pinky, what should I be ashamed? What should I be ashamed of? Go ahead and tell me. What is so shameful about my standing against illegal immigration? Let's see. Happy says, ain't came up mommy's basement since I started a job. Oh, well, you know, sometimes they got to get out. And when they do, we'll catch them. Dude, just run for office already. And it's all in due time, my friend. We got to be patient. I'm a child of a legal immigrant, 67-year-old now, and I served my country for 20 years. Oh, user, don't wipe all of that accomplishment by being a traitor to the people that you sacrifice your life for. That's not how you maintain your honor. You can lose your honor by disrespecting and trying to destroy the American way of life and supporting illegal immigrants. Don't lose your honor. Don't lose your honor. Think with common sense. You're a soldier. Emotions are not what makes you rational. Emotion is not what makes you a good soldier. Common sense. Respect the law of the United States of America. Do not give in to this emotional corruption that destroys our country. Be stronger than that, veteran. 60-something years old. And you, my friend, are letting all of that honor that you have acquired by being a good serviceman, you're throwing it down the drain by disrespecting the American people, by supporting the disobeying of the American federal law, which you swore an oath to the Constitution to defend this country from foreign and domestic. Anything that comes to harm this country and the American people, you swore an oath. Just because you serve for 20 years and you reach an old age doesn't mean you get to break that oath. Keep your honor. Protect the American people. That is your oath. That is your duty. I got patriots in my channel that are stronger than you. Actually faithful to their people, to the American people. That's who they fight for. That's who they protect. Let their military and their countries protect them. Respect the law. It's very simple. If you are vetted and you're able to come to this country, welcome. God bless you and your family. But if you don't play by the rules, you got to go. I'm sick and tired of Americans being turned out to be a devil because they're protecting their land. How ridiculous is that? How ridiculous. I'm a migrant into this country, thankful for the privilege, thankful for the honor of being here. And yet, how can I be more patriotic than a 67-year-old, 20 years veteran service. 20 years in service. How can I be more patriotic than you? That's a damn shame, soldier. That's a damn shame. I respect and honor the veterans that truly sacrifice their lives for this country. I see them on the streets. Don't tell me that I fought to defend you retards out here turning against our federal government, disrespecting authority. This is not what I fought for. This is not what I fought to make you free, they say. And yet, a lot of veterans out there, especially Democrats, just happen to be Democrats. You guys throw away your honor and you are breaking the oath to the Constitution by supporting illegal immigrants, supporting an actual invasion into our country. You have Somalis reproducing 4-1 against Americans, getting $4,500 per baby. Pop, 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 pop. American taxpayer dollars. And you sit here and tell me that you served for 20 years and you don't have no common sense to still be an American patriot? Tell me who should be ashamed. A migrant that still respects the law of this country and believes Americans are first, or a veteran who wasted 20 years of service just to come out and become a traitor anyway. Who should be ashamed? I'm sure nobody's ever told you that, but that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You fight till the end. You fight till the last breath, and your oath is until your last breath. Otherwise, everything you sacrifice is for nothing. Who should be ashamed? No. I was raised right by my mother.
These people, our neighbors, our classmates, our friends, they did not come here in search of a free ride or an easy life. They came to work and study and serve in our military. And above all, contribute.
They came to serve in the military so they can get papers and so that they can make the money. Let's not be stupid about that. They didn't come over here to be patriots of the United States of America. They're still waving their Mexican flag. They're still waving their country's birth. You know what? Even these anchor babies that are born in this country, they're waving their parents' flag, not the American flag. Tell me that those are American citizens. Ridiculous.
To America's success. Now, tomorrow I'll travel to Las Vegas and meet with some of these students, including a young woman named Astrid Silva. Astrid was brought to America when she was 4 years old. Her only possessions were a cross, her doll, and the frilly dress she had on. When she started school, she didn't speak any English. She caught up to other kids by reading newspapers and watching PBS. And she became a good student. Her father worked in landscaping. Her mom cleaned other people's homes. They wouldn't let Astrid apply to a technology magnet school, not because they didn't love her, but because they were afraid the paperwork would out her as an undocumented immigrant.
Wait a minute. So they were not afraid to do landscaping business. So they were not afraid of cleaning houses, working illegally. They were not afraid that she was going to school, but to go and become an engineer, that actually brought fear to them that they were illegal. Yeah, typical Democrat. They like illegal immigrants on here because they forget, because they miss their slaves. That's right. That's the Democratic Party for you. And all you libtards that come in here, you know I'm telling the truth.
So she applied behind their back and got in. Still, she mostly lived in the shadows until her grandmother who visited every year from Mexico, passed away. And she couldn't travel to the funeral without risk of being found out and deported.
Well, isn't that interesting that it is more important for you to come over here and make money than to actually spend time with your grandmother? Isn't that great? Isn't that great how searching for your dream divides your family? Isn't it great? The hypocrisy on the example. You left your grandparents, you left your parents, you left your children, you divided your family, and then you come here and be a little bitch and complain to the American people because they want to protect their land. Mexicans in Mexico tell Central Americans the same thing. This is our land. You fix your problems in your land. And now we tell the Mexicans, you fix the problem in Mexico. Do it in your land, not in our country. It's the same shit, and it goes around and around and around. I just happen to stand up for America, the United States of America. And by the way, for all you racist mofos that come into my chat, being American doesn't make you white, you morons. Son unos pendejos, de verdad, los que entran aquí con sus palabras racistas. What the hell, man? You guys are disgusting. Disgusting. Are you making fun of my zit, bro? You never had zits? Show me a picture of yourself. Go ahead, post a picture of yourself on the chat. You keyboard warriors. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead, put your picture on there. Go ahead, Manuel. Put your picture, put your nopal face on there. Let me see you illegal immigrants on my chat. Let me see your photos. Go ahead. You can hate on me. See, it's easy for you to try to insult me. You see my face. You hear my voice. You're in my channel. I'm public. Go ahead, keyboard warriors. Show your picture on your profile. Give me your real name. How about that? How about you give me your real name and your photo, see what you look like. You know, you guys are such hypocrites. It is funny how you try to make fun of people's looks as if you look perfect. You guys are so prejudiced against your own people. You see, I'm not prejudiced against my own people. I love my own people. Big, fat, ugly, beautiful, handsome, smart, short, tall. It doesn't matter. I love my people. But you guys come in here and just bring insults. You have no facts. You have nothing of value to give. Go ahead, baby. Show me how courageous you are and put your photo on that profile, buddy. At least Tyrone puts her real picture on the profile. John McCain is a traitor, bro. John McCain is a traitor. And I agree with President Trump on that assumption. Let's not get it twisted. He was a traitor to this country. 100% he was a traitor. I agree with that. Hey, Askis, I say that because that's what they say. That's pendejo way, all right? You guys know what I'm talking about. All right, I think I gave you guys enough attention. Why don't we go ahead and jump into our, let me see if this is the one. Okay. Here we go. Our favorite videos from Crime Chef. If you have not subscribed to his channel, I recommend you look him up, The Crime Chef. Let me go ahead and put a link so that you guys can go. Oh shit, I can do it on here. Anyways, it's called The Crime Chef. He has grown 100 subscribers since I started sharing these videos. Probably just a coincidence, but he does make some good edits. I think some of it is probably a little bit repeated, but nonetheless, I think it's funny. This is for you leftist people, for all of you illegal immigrant supporters. Quiet, Piggy! Quiet! Hey, you can't use our line against us. That's only for Democrats and libtards. So when you use that line that belongs to us, the Republicans, conservatives, and patriots, you're actually insulting the left and the Democrats. So thank you for the insult for the retards on the other side. All right, guys, it is time for us to enjoy ourselves and see how many Karens and how many so-called American citizens and residents are over here breaking the law by obstructing the federal government agents called ICE. Head it up, crime chef.
I'm being arrested for peacefully protesting.
You guys, I'm hiding. Federal agents are chasing me.
ICE! It's ICE! Please help me!
Pues ahí está mi trabajo, carnal.
Sí, carnal. I'm being arrested for peacefully protesting the horrible treatment of human beings by ICE agents.
It's called obstruction of justice.
It's unclear whether this specimen is a Karen or a male Karen, but one thing is for sure, it suffers from severe mental illness and delusion.
People are being treated horribly. They're
Like the libtards on my channel.
Because I'm fighting for immigrants and families that deserve to be safe. No one deserves to not come home from a day of work, from a day of school, from a day of just living their lives. This is not the America.
But it is my country.
We deserve freedom, safety, and communities that are protected.
This pack of Karens wasted no time checking off as many plays from the Karen playbook as physically possible. Remarkable.
Doing what, though? I'm not interfering with anything.
Yeah, get your ass running, Beaner.
I'm not interfering with anything. I'm not doing anything. He's chasing me under the trolley track.
Innocent people don't run from law enforcement, but
Jesus
the delusion of this male Karen is an unstoppable force.
In Florida. Try that in Florida as well.
Move my car, Blue! You guys, I'm on the trolley tracks. They're chasing me.
The illegal immigrants don't understand that when you have this, it is a passport of the United States of America. Unless you're a citizen, you cannot get one. That's how I know you're illegal on my chat. Oh, eat your heart out. The hate, yep, I smell it all the way here. The hate, it's too strong. I don't know if I can live through this one.
The male Karen believes that by filming himself, it will absolve him of his crimes, but in reality, he is filming more evidence to be used against him in court.
Demons hate holy water. And for you libtards, truth is like holy water on a demon, isn't it? Isn't it nice to hate somebody that tells the truth? Just for you.
I'm being chased by ICE! ICE! ICE!
ICE!
ICE!
ICE! Bring it on. ICE, come on down. Got some coffee to make, even though it's just instant coffee. As Robert calls it, yacht coffee. But it's still coffee. You can't get a passport. You cannot get an American passport, Manuel Correa. You are illegal.
La migra, por favor.
This little light of mine.
I love that nobody is helping him here, though it would make great content, because if someone did help him, this video would also be used to prosecute that person.
This guy's very smart. This is what I love, the crime chef. Very smart. Hey, I'm going to need some patrons to make some super chats. We don't want the libtards to be the stream chat boss.
ICE is chasing me.
Be yourself. Thank you. I'm very gay. Thank you. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine.
You guys, I'm hiding. Federal agents are chasing me. I left my car at the trolley. I don't know if they're going to tow it for you guys. Please go to the 47 trolley station. Please, everybody, please, please, please.
Border Patrol spotted a group of illegals being smuggled across the border. And of course they need to pull the hardworking people card to justify themselves.
Todos somos así de fácil, pa. Tu trabajo, mi trabajo, tu trabajo, tu trabajo. No hay pedo, pa. Yo ya. Ay, mijo, ¿qué tienes
Morning,
que ser
Pat.
nuevo en esto? ¿Qué?
That's a coyote talking right there.
Tengo que caer, tú sabes. Tú sabes. Tú sabes que tengo que caer o no. Pero
There you go,
mientras,
Kennedy.
mira, no, yo también me acuerdo, pa, lo
respect,
que,
brother.
en lo que andamos, carnal. No hay pedo, ¿qué
Yep.
tiene que puede
No
hacer?
cut in the line.
Encerrarme. Nomás. ¿Qué? ¿No pierdo nada? Nomás pierdo tiempo, nomás.
Thank you, Belinda.
No hay pedo, hacer rutina.
These people
para
are
salirles más
sick.
con más chompa, mijos. Nomás para eso. ¿Al chile o para qué? A ver, según tú, ¿para qué?
Not sure why Border Patrol is arguing with them in Spanish. Just arrest them.
Nomás.
Si no te molestara eso, ven, entrégate. Si no te molesta hacer tiempo.
Me gusta hacer dinero. Hacerlo sufrir a la verga también.
So what he just said, he said, why don't you go ahead and turn yourself in? And he says, no, I like to make money. I like to make money, so get the hell out of here. The reason why they can't cross is because that's the other side of the border, I think.
Ayer en el fiestro no me andas corrigiendo, nomás se me quedó una ruca.
No ABT allowed. Hey, somebody's got a job. Captain, you are leftist, but you actually have a job.
Not sure why
Congratulations.
this male Karen is so surprised. They love to tell us that no one is above the law, and in this case, no Juan or Julio is above the law either.
That's right. No Juan or Julio is above the law.
I stopped Uncle Julio's and his trucks. Working trucks.
Julio's
What
landscape
the-
is gone. Thank you,
Bro.
Focus.
Canal Road? All
Yeah.
the time.
Millions left to go.
In ice with tow trucks. What the is going on?
Immigration enforcement that is years overdue is going on.
Oh, snap. Hey, leftists, look at that. Somebody else on the other side is not on EBT. Just a reminder, America is a country of illegal immigrants. Their founders were illegal immigrants. It's built by and for illegal immigrants from day one. To be American, you need to adopt American ideals. That's all. You will never be American. And that could be true. Number one, the Chatty Gamer, thank you for the super chat. That could be true, but here's the thing, my friend. The reason why we say that we are Americans, you have to understand this. Is just think about it like this. You have your family, right? Let's say your family is well off, okay? I cannot come and be part of your family, and I will never pretend to be part of your family. But if you would adopt me into your family, then I can take on your last name, and we can be family. The United States Foundation is not just migrants or illegal migrants. Nobody was illegal back then to come into this country, even though a lot of illegal immigrants have come and gone from this country. The atrocities, the bad history, the horrible life that we had to account for from ancestors before us, and even those who were native, they have gone through a lot of battles. A lot of blood was spilled for this land. And just like any other country out there that has borders, borders were created to maintain law and order, to make sure that every border or property around the country would just be taken care of by the people already in there. Let's not forget that most of the Mexicans that were on the territories here on the United States of America after the Hidalgo Treaty, Guadalupe Hidalgo Treaty, most of the Mexicans that were in the new American continent, thanks to the agreement, became American citizens. Some of them decided not to. They went back to Mexico. And there was some deportations for people that did not want to assimilate or accept the way of the American ruling government, etc. And they were deported. So we have nowadays, in the time that we live today, we have borders that need to be respected. And so if a Navajo nation tells me I'm their brother, I'm honored. And I will consider myself a family member of the Navajo nation because they accept me. In this country, everybody that abides by the law, that has a paper granting them citizenship, etc., they are American citizens. And therefore, we have to respect the new laws, the borders. And even though this is a country of migrants, and it is for migrants still. President Obama is not wrong. Of course, we can take advantage of migrants' help. But here's the difference, my friend. We are, in paper, by agreements, Americans, citizens. Whether you are born here or whether you're naturalized, you are either born into the family or you are adopted into the family. And as such, I feel adopted into the American family, and I think the American people. And I am privileged and honored to be an American citizen. To get this is a privilege. Not everybody has one. Manuel Correa is an illegal immigrant, so he cannot get an American passport. This right here serves as my birth certificate. If I lose my birth certificate, if I lose my passport, I am in the system. And hopefully nobody deletes me. And if they delete me, well, I was born in Honduras, and I will more than gladly go back to Honduras if that is the case. But this is the United States of America. And that's exactly why we are in this country. Thank you for the super chat. I believe what you say, but legally, this is why we have new papers. Really, Mexicans, they're colonized. Everybody's colonized, right? Not all Mexicans are Aztecs. Not all Mexicans are Palos Verdes. Not all Mexicans are Mayans. Not all Mexicans are from Oaxaca, etc. They're all mixed. They're all colonized. So today we have borders. We respect the Mexican border. They need to respect the United States border. As a Honduran, I respected the Mexican border, the Guatemalan border, the Salvadorian border, and the United States border. And I did not come into this country until I actually got permission to come into this country. And that's for I am grateful and I am privileged and honored to be in this country. And any one of those who does that, to come in here the right way, will be always welcome. With that being said, thank you so much, Saltwater, for your love and support, my patriot. Always been very supportive with me from day one, and I appreciate that, and much love to you, my friend. We support you to run for political office in Washington State, and will God willing, my friend, we are going to win. And that's, if it's God's will, we will win. The Chatty Gamer, thank you for the super chat. That's actually pretty respectable. I appreciate you. And because Saltwater is my brother patriot, well, we get to celebrate the moment that he is now the stream boss. Saltwater, el jefe, the big boss, el patrón. Thank you for the super chat, Siervo. The greatest honor of my life was getting my citizenship of the country that gave me the opportunity to live free and fight for my dreams. That's awesome, dude. God bless you, brother. God bless you. You did it the right way. And let me tell you something. There's a lot of people that are illegal that have caught a break, and it's amazing. It's awesome. But we also have to be mindful, guys. Whether you like it or you agree or disagree with me, listen. When you go into somebody else's house, respect their rules so that you are welcome into their home. Don't be upset at them when they kick you out because you try to force yourself in their house. Don't be afraid when they're prejudiced against you because you have shown disrespect to them. You have to give respect to get respect. You understand? I know a lot of Latinos agree with me. Guys, give it up with that zit, okay? Give it up. Listen, you're wasting your breath. I wish that you would give me some sort of information that I can try to make a decision or make an opinion about. But give me something. Give me something. You guys, insults, come on, man. I'm a half a century old. You really think that shit bothers me? It doesn't. What bothers me is that you don't have respect or love for yourself. And that's why you cannot bring anything with love or respect about what we say in this channel. We have freedom of speech. We have the freedom to express ourselves the way that we express ourselves. And well, you can say what you want of me, but if I call you a liar on something, I will tell you why you're a liar, and I will show you why you're a liar. But you guys don't do that in here. And then when you see this, like the chatty gamer, he comes into my channel once in a while. He knows how the game is played. Saltwater is also, but he's my patron though. It's okay to put in your. I think that the chatty gamer, that's the best example that I can give you. Not the amount, you guys can do less or more, it doesn't matter, but the way that he put that comment on there, I can agree with that. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna pin his comment if I can. If I can. No. Nope, I can't pin your comment. It looks like I can only kick you out. Sorry about that, but I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Manuel, we don't believe you, bro. Your whole name is Manuel Correa, and you can't get a passport like this, so you're not an American citizen. Stop lying. You're an illegal beaner. I know it. You know it. We all know it. And well, salute, my friends, from your favorite felon. God bless you. Coffee is life. All right, let's continue with our supporting ICE agents.
What's going on? What up, bro? I'm a criminal. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Hey, what we doing? Come on.
Use this video as evidence to get a judicial warrant and show up to these clowns' house with local police to arrest them. Let ICE get back to the illegals.
No one's worried about what we doing? Park it and get off. Come on. Show us. I'm right here. All right, pull over. Pull over.
You pull over.
Pull over. Yeah, bud. That's a
I'm going to break your bubble here. If he was really a felon, he would have gone to jail. But they dropped all of that. They dropped everything. He was clear of everything, with the one exception that they kept that name on him. That's it. And that is on purpose. It is a political weaponizing of our government and our judicial system. This is why we don't care about that. And plus, 34 counts of felony came from one real estate issue. Are you kidding me? We're not stupid. We all heard the hearing. We agreed, and we all, the jury, the American people, the United States of American citizens believe, the majority at least, that he is innocent, and we believe that. So the title is just for fun, but we don't believe that he's a felon. So there's that. And by the way, don't worry about it. As soon as J.D. Vance becomes president, he will be pardoned from everything that he has done. That's going to be an amazing day, my patriots.
Yeah, I'm glad you called on. Hey, imagine they lead us straight to an ambush.
Hey, ¿por qué los tratan? Aquí está migración. ICE here.
ICE here.
Migración está aquí.
I can't stand the Karens that don't even bother to speak English.
En Home Depot de la Easter Avenue.
In Home Depot.
Oh, man.
Home Depot. That's an accent.
Migración está aquí.
I should pop this zit right here. Just put a $20 super chat. I'll pop this zit right here for
a la gente que trabaja, oh, man.
Even in Spanish, they use the exact same playbook like robots.
Oh, 898. Thank you. You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about right there? 898. says President Donald Trump is also innocent. We got a libtard on our side. I mean, well, he's not a libtard anymore if he believes President Trump is innocent. Guys, 898. Great job, brother. Brian. I got a great accent. Thank you. I appreciate you guys noticing. Hey, ICE is here. ICE in Home Depot. Home Depot.
Migración. Migración está aquí.
Oh.
These coward ass mother ICE individuals, they don't know where the to do. They don't know where the to go without MPD collaboration. And so, like you already know, what I told you, MPD is in cahoots with immigration, FBI, the feds, whoever, name it. They're in collaboration. We know that. These statistics that we have on here, from January to July, only 85 arrests. From August to September, 1,200 people have been illegally kidnapped and held captive at some facilities, and some of us don't know where they are.
We're less concerned about where they are and more concerned about where they're going. We just want them to leave this country.
When you see MPD, be careful, because immigration might be riding in the back. Over here trying to kidnap Hispanics.
The current species are literally pre-programmed like robots, but much less intelligent than ChatGPT. Their playbook is tiny, but their brains are even smaller.
Not today. Not today. Go here. Get my picture, baby. You're going to need something when you go home at night. You need something to beat off to.
This Karen is at minimum 250 pounds, and that's probably being generous.
Yeah.
If anything, she'll probably make a man just never want to.
Did he take his medication this morning first? What's that? Oh, that's Kevin.
Well, that's crazy, Kennedy.
Oh, you ugly ass. I've been waiting to run it to your ass. Oh, my God. Baby, they been talking about you like a dog. Yes. Oh, let's see. You like to kidnap people? They say you wear the same clothes every goddamn day. They said, hold on, wait. They said you love to talk over people. I know. They told me to come see if you took your ADHD medication today because you're so goddamn crazy. Why are you so crazy?
Look who's talking.
Why are you so crazy?
Look who's talking.
What you doing? I'm doing my job. Do you have a wife? Did you get last night? I know. You don't get pussy. Okay? You don't. It's no way. Do it again. Kevin don't get no pussy. That's why he outside.
I would have said, do you have a husband? I bet you're a single mother with that attitude. No men want to stay with your crazy ass. This crazy lady. Say it.
That's why he outside.
ICE! It's ICE! Please help me record. Get behind them if you have a car.
We just spotted a wild Karen on the prowl. This specimen is notorious for pulling the victim card and demanding warrants in situations that do not involve them.
If you have a car, please pull behind them. It's ICE. Can you pull behind them? It's ICE. They're trying to kidnap people. Please pull behind them. Please pull behind them and park. Please.
This Karen is telling people to impede the federal agents, so the only mystery to me is why is she not being arrested?
Please
why is she not arrested?
Can you
Good
put
question.
your car behind them, please? It's ICE.
Listen how stupid they sound.
Put your car there. They're going to move. Hurry, please. Hurry. Park your car sideways, please. Dumb bitches. You're not going anywhere. Can you guys block the road, please, so they can't get out?
This wild Karen is a danger to herself and to all others in public. She needs to be locked up.
She does.
That's not really bad. You're not police. That's order.
You're not police. You're a f***ing liar. You're going to be
What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?
Look at this guy.
He
thinks he's a cop.
Where?
Imagine going up to an FBI agent in the middle of their investigation and demanding to know details about it. These Karens have zero clue how law enforcement works.
What are you doing?
And that's why I love the crime
Do you
chef.
have a warrant?
Very smart.
Move out the way. Yeah, let me see.
Do you have a judicial warrant? Is it a judicial?
You don't have the warrant in hand. You know you're supposed to have the warrant in hand.
No, do not.
Yes, we do. No, you don't. What are you trying to do?
We need another car. You haven't given us your name. You have not given us your name. You have not given us your badge numbers. No. And you have not given us a...
People think that ICE federal agents are police officers. They're not police officers. Not your local police officer, at least. Federal agents have more jurisdiction than a police officer. That's why police do not mess with the FBI, Federal Business of Investigation. Federal agents have more authority and jurisdiction because they are following federal law. Federal law is all 50 states of the United States of America. Where Walmart? You know what? I'm going to tell you something. I did catch some illegal Mexicans trying to steal some tools from my illegal Mexican friends. True story. But I own a gun. And, well, they didn't. And you know what? It's crazy because, isn't that crazy? Even though my friends were illegal and they were in construction, they used to do sheetrock, and I used to do sheetrock with them. These illegal Mexicans were stealing their tools. That they are expensive, guys. It takes some saving and things or whatever. And see, I can't stand for that. So if ICE was to come in and deport any of illegals, there's nothing that I would do. I would not stop them. I would not get in the way. I'll be like, hey, brother, it's your time. You got to go. You know it. I wouldn't call ICE, though, on people. That's just not what I do. But there you go. There is some difference on people, right? My friends were they were alcoholics. There were a lot of DUIs should be given to these people, but the point is they were not thieves. They were not drug addicts. They just like to drink, but they work hard. I get it. You know, they send a lot of money to the people, to their family in Mexico. But the other Mexicans that were stealing tools, I mean, who knows? Maybe they wanted it to do their own business, or they wanted to just sell it for a quick buck, whatever. The point is that with illegal immigration, you're going to have good and bad people. And unfortunately, sometimes good people have to go, and they're really pretty much collateral damage at that point. So, you know, that's where I'm at with illegal immigration. I wish that I can make everybody legal and keep them here. But the bottom line is we need to look out for national security. Now, I'm going to drop out some facts that you're not going to like, especially you illegal immigrants in here making fun of my zits. Tell me. I'm going to ask you guys some questions, and I want to see what your answer is, okay? Robert Gonzalez. All right, here we go. We got some more illegal beaners in my chat. Here we go, guys. First question. Do you believe that anybody, without being checked if they're criminals or not, can come into your country illegally and take your job? Go ahead. Yes, Jean Prophet. Yes, I was vetted 100%. Health examination, criminal background. Obviously, I was a young teenager, didn't have any. My mother had to prove that she had enough money to sustain ourselves in here without being a burden to the government, that we didn't need food stamps, and we can actually support ourselves and be independent in this country. So, yes. And let's see. YouTube's Ministry of Heresy. Go ahead. Just answer the question. No need to make any other comments. Johnny says, Dennis, what visa classification did you enter the U.S. with? What official port of entry? You know, as a kid, I don't remember the actual status of the visa. All I know is that it was a visa for 10 years. Stay here for 6 months. and the application for green card was already approved. So we had to wait a period of time to get an interview. Now, the interview had to happen in Honduras, in my country of birth. And in that interview, they asked us, how we came here, why we stayed, etc., blah, blah, blah. And they gave me a stamp on the passport that says that I was now a resident, legal to work when I became of age. And then we came back to the States, and about a month later, we got our green card in the mail. And that's how that works. So we were not here illegally. We did not come here with a working visa. My visa didn't say anything about me working, but I was allowed to go to school. So I'm not sure what the type of visa is that I came in with, but I do know that it was stamped for 10 years with a minimum stay of 6 months. And because my mother was already a resident, she had already put the application in. So once we were in this country, got updated, bada bing, bada boom. There you go. Let's see, as MAGA myself, we reject this Mexican deport. Big dude, you are not MAGA, bro. Stop lying. Stop coming into my channel, you imposters. You are not MAGA at all. At all. No, Johnny. No asylum needed, my friend. No freeloader. Nope. None of that. Nope. My mother was a resident, and she came back to Honduras. By the way, they denied us twice. We had to come back a third time with a full examination. Now, they denied us the visa to come here to this country, even though my mother was already a resident. They denied the visa. We had to go back a third time. One of them, we didn't have proof of the money in the bank. And the second time, we didn't bring our health examination. So the third time, we had all of that together. They interviewed us. Where are you going there for? Well, my mother lives in the States. We plan on staying over there. My mom wants to make us residents. And guess what? We got the visa. We never lied. We told our full intentions. Morning, Tyler. We did everything that we're supposed to do. It's that simple, guys. Why is it so hard to think that everybody that comes here to become a citizen, why is it so hard to believe that we do the right way? See, you guys don't understand what the vetting process is because you were never vetted. If you were spoiled or if you were privileged to be born here in this nation, you don't know how immigration works. You don't know the requirements. You don't understand why it's so critical that people are vetted to come into this country. I tried to show a video, which we got kicked out for showing, by the way. But there was illegal immigrants from Venezuela 2 years ago crossing the border illegally. By the way, 4 little police officers from Mexico got overwhelmed and they got their ass run over by all these thousands of Venezuelans coming across. And one of the women that were talking in there, they were like, "Oh my God, my son is sick. He's got smallpox and we need to get a doctor." Whoa, whoa, whoa. No. You don't get to come to this country and bring disease. Somebody told me there was an outbreak of some disease in Texas. I can't remember what he said it was, but there was an outbreak. We didn't have outbreaks, but you want to allow illegal immigration with unvetted people. Look what happened with the Afghanistan man. He was not vetted, not the right way. He was not vetted. He was trained, military trained, and he was allowed to be here without the right vetting. He went over there and shot 2 of our National Guards in New York. That's a thing. You need to vet people. See, I understand maybe some of you guys in here may be anchor babies, maybe are just moronic American citizens. I understand if you're here illegally in this country and you support illegal immigration. But at the end of the day, you should be vetted. Why do we need to be vetted? Number one, we need to make sure that people that come here are healthy. We need to make sure that people that come here are not pregnant. We need to make sure that people that come here are qualified to be able to live and sustain themselves independently from the government in this country. But that's not how it happens, does it? See, Bone says what? Bet you think you're better than anyone else, but a simple old warehouse. What, bro? Kiss my ass. That's what you can do. All right. I outwork anybody. I outwork anybody. I don't care what anybody says. See, this is the problem with you people. The problem with you people is that you can't never bless somebody for their accomplishments. You can never root for somebody that actually followed the law and actually got the privilege to become documented and permanent residency and then become an American citizen. See, that's why you fail in life. You're so envious. You're so jealous of somebody else's success that God is not blessing you with the same success. If you were born in this country, you're lucky that you don't get the status of your illegal parents. You're lucky that Democrats don't understand what the Constitution is actually referring to. And I know that there is a lot of Americans that agree with that statement. And I will leave at that. I do have, let me see, where are you? We do have a live coming up where Trump makes an announcement. I think that's at 1 p.m. So that should be coming closer. Seabone says, I don't believe in God and made 115,000. What does that mean? The devil can make you rich. That's why your soul is lost right now. You have no love in your heart. Yeah, you can make a lot of money. That's not a problem. And are you happy? Are you joyful? Do you really give props to those that are successful? To those who follow the law? You can have a lot of money, but you're still going to hell. That's just how it works, guys. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. Let me see. These guys are morons. Give sec. Okay, where did it go? I know there was a live here. Oh, that's right. I put it here so that we can talk about it. Give me a second here, guys. Let me play some music so that you guys don't get bored. right, thanks for waiting, guys. And here we go. If you missed it this morning, well, now you get to hear it and uninterrupted, by the way.
Get over here and turn it down. You got this. Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you all had a happy Thanksgiving and got to spend some time with friends and family. Before I begin, though, I need to acknowledge the tragedy that struck Washington just before Thanksgiving. Our National Guard was attacked on American streets, and so was our nation's generosity, compassion, and sense of security. It was wrong. It will always be wrong. So please join me in praying for the families, first responders, and every guardsman still in our capital today. Now, to the work before us in the House. Millions of Americans just returned from Thanksgiving on a holiday where they watched get expensive, more expensive every year under Joe Biden. His policies sent prices on gas, groceries, and everyday essentials through the roof. While things aren't fully back to normal, families are finally feeling relief this year because of the Republican affordability agenda. Thanksgiving costs were down 5% this year. Turkey dropped 16%, and gas prices hit a 4-year low, making it easier for families to gather. But we're not done. This week, House Republicans are taking direct aim at Washington's red tape that is crushing small businesses and draining household budgets. So think of this. Small businesses now pay nearly $14,700 per employee just to comply with federal rules. Meanwhile, families lose more than $16,000 a year to hidden regulatory taxes. And that's just unacceptable. So House Republicans are acting. Our affordability agenda will move forward with the Dump Red Tape Act and the Small Business Regulatory Reduction Act. These are real reforms to roll back Washington's overreach and put power back where it belongs. The power needs to be with the workers, with the families, and with the job creators, not with the government. Democrats created this affordability crisis. They buried families under regulations, spent trillions on pet projects, and siphoned off Americans' hard-earned money to appease their radical base. We're not letting that stand. House Republicans are actually cleaning up Bidenomics. We're ending Biden inflation and restoring an America that working families can afford to thrive again. Thank you. Mr. Nunn.
Hey, thank you very much, Chairwoman. This week we're going to be running some very important legislation, particularly dealing with the Communist Party of China. I'm so thankful for our leadership team standing up to this. And let me tell you a little bit about what's happening in the heart of the heartland, right here in Iowa. Look, I started off my career as a counterintelligence officer for 20 years. I worked directly inside China, and we saw what Communist China brought to the United States, not just in the buying of farmland, but literally sending agents to my district and pulling corn seed out of the ground so they could replicate it back home.
Yep.
But now they're not just growing or coming after what we grow in our fields, they're coming after what we grow in our classrooms. Most recently, a group from Des Moines Public Schools was taken on an all-expense-paid trip to be inside China. But the Chinese weren't there under the facade of friendship. They were there to collect information, to exploit, and to manipulate. They forced these kids to hand over their digital information, required them to use WeChat, an internal public server for China, started an early process of cultivation, and in the counterespionage world, we consider this source recruitment. Consistently, I've had parents across Iowa say, how is this allowed to happen? And the simple truth is, there's no law preventing it. The Chinese government is creating a series of shell organizations to recruit kids to come to China and then exploit them the moment they set down in soil inside Beijing. This has to stop. I'm so proud of this team for helping us stand up to what the Politburo in Beijing is trying to do to kids in Des Moines, Iowa, and across our country. We have the opportunity not only to push back, but to send a strong signal that we have a friendship opportunity with China that is real, but we will not stand by while Chinese communist agents attempt to recruit kids for future exploitation. Whether it's in ag or whether it's in the classroom, we have the opportunity to say no. and this team has stood up to do it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership. Thank you.
$1 billion. That's how much money has been stolen from the hardworking taxpayers in my home state of Minnesota. And if that's not egregious enough, some of these taxpayer dollars have allegedly been diverted to al-Shabaab terrorists.
Wow.
Under the failed leadership of Tim Walz, Minnesota has become a hotbed for fraud.
Good job, Democrats.
We knew it was bad, but now, thanks to the work of our new U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, the true size and scope of the crimes is being brought to light, finally. $250 million in the feeding our children scandal. The largest pandemic fraud case, by the way, in the country. 14 million robbed by a woman who fraudulently diagnosed Somali children with autism, then billed the taxpayer for the services that were never provided. Over 5 million stolen by individuals falsely claiming to provide housing assistance to those in need. These are just some of the fraud schemes that have been federally charged, and I want to emphasize that because our failed governor tried to claim that he's been prosecuting. He hasn't even investigated.
Yep.
There are even more, by the way, that are under investigation, including 80 autism clinics that are currently under investigation. Career fraud prosecutor and former acting U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, Joe Thompson, said the amount of fraud, quote, takes my breath away. Even the New York Times admitted that the fraud in Minnesota is, quote, staggering in its scale and its brazenness. Between the meals, housing, and autism therapy fraud cases, 86 people have been charged. Of those 86, 78 are of Somali descent. Let me be clear, it is not racist to call out criminal behavior.
That's right.
And we're going to not cower to baseless labels while Minnesotans, including law-abiding Somali Americans, get robbed blind. While Tim Walz refuses to take accountability for the fraud he created and enabled, President Trump is committed to justice for the crimes against the taxpayers of Minnesota, and I am too. I want to thank Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent for launching an investigation into this important issue. Minnesotans deserve answers and accountability, and we're not going to rest until they get both. And thank God for President Trump raising this because no one was covering it. We've been sounding the alarm on this fraud for over 3 years. No one in this room and no one back at home was reporting how bad this is. Finally, because of our president raising the issue, people are talking about it. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention before I left what our conference chair talked about when we started. My wife Jackie and I are praying for the family of Sarah Bergstrom as they grieve this infuriating and unfathomable loss. We're also praying for Andrew Wolf as he continues to fight for his life. These two guardsmen are heroes who answered the call to keep this city safe. Justice must be executed swiftly for this heinous and targeted act. And with that, I yield to the leader.
Thank you, Whip. Our country was shocked the day before Thanksgiving to see just a senseless, violent act of this tragedy attack on our National Guardsmen here in D.C., the West Virginia National Guardsmen that were both attacked for just doing their jobs and keeping D.C. safe. I, too, want to extend my prayers and sympathy to Sarah Bergstrom's family for the horrible loss of her life and just senseless loss of life for such a young girl with great promise. And then, of course, Andrew Wolf, who is still at the hospital fighting for his life from the gunshot wounds that he suffered. And we keep him in our prayers, his family as well, and pray that he is able to recover and come back. And I know the people of West Virginia share that. The people of America share those prayers. This week we have a number of bills we're bringing to the floor to continue to address some of the problems that were created by the Biden administration that drove up inflation, that drove up higher costs. We saw so many ridiculous rules and regulations that added cost to the products we buy, our small businesses that were under attack. And so this week we're bringing a number of bills to reduce those regulatory attacks on small businesses. Giving small businesses relief also gives families relief in terms of lower costs. We're going to bring more bills that came out of the Education Committee to take on what is happening in our universities and our schools, where the Chinese Communist Party tries to move Confucius Institutes into our schools, teaching our children, trying to put communist ideas into our children in our schools. And so we're going to continue to have more transparency and prohibit that kind of money coming in from China to our schools. We're bringing the SCORE Act to give some structure. Over the years, you've seen lawsuits erode the ability for the NCAA to even police college athletics, to the point where now it's the wild, wild west. There are no rules in place, no structure. You have people that can play until they're 26 years old in college athletics. You don't have any protections for a lot of the student athletes. And so we first restore the ability for policing through the NCAA. Congress won't be doing the regulations. It will be the NCAA having the ability to police college athletics again. We also protect women's sports. We protect Olympic sports by ensuring that you have an equal number of women's sports to men's sports.
Pay
That you have
attention.
a minimum number of sports, so that a lot of the Olympic sports that are so important to our country, as we see the Olympics coming up here again. In many cases, our Olympians come from the college ranks, and so we protect that too. And again, just putting structure in place for what is right now wild, wild west atmosphere. And we're going to continue to work on healthcare proposals to ensure that families have choices and lower premiums. That's what Republicans care about. Democrats have never cared about that since they passed the Affordable Care Act and all the broken promises and lies that went with it. If you like what you have, you can keep it. Probably the most broken promise in all of politics, where millions of families lost the good health care plans that they liked because of the Affordable Care Act. And of course, there's nothing affordable about the Affordable Care Act. All we've seen is increased cost, 80% premium increases. Democrats just concerned about bailing out insurance companies who get record profits, while families see higher premiums because of that failed law. What we want to do is give families options, lower premiums for families. And again, we've brought some bills to the floor already. We're going to keep bringing bills to the floor to do those two things, to lower premiums for families and give them options so that they can get what's best for their families. They don't have to be enforced into a plan that the government tells them they have to be in, that's too expensive for them and doesn't work for their family. They can buy whatever they want that makes sense for them and for their family. So we're going to continue to work on that too as we move an aggressive agenda, and that agenda is led by our Speaker, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, this leadership team, Colonel Nunn, for being here with us this morning. There is a lot going on, and we want to give you some updates on things. I hope everybody had a blessed Thanksgiving. It is true that our hearts were heavy, of course, with Sarah and Andrew, these two selfless National Guardsmen who were senselessly attacked while they volunteered for service to defend the rest of their fellow Americans, and they literally took bullets for it. And so our prayers are with Andrew as he recovers, and our hearts and prayers are with the family of Sarah. It reminds us that freedom isn't free, and some people make the ultimate sacrifice so the rest of us can have that. You know, I was reminding our conference this morning, 1789, our first president, George Washington, was the first to issue a national day of thanksgiving and prayer, a proclamation. And he declared that because the Congress requested it of him. And of course, Washington was the first and best person to do that, to start the tradition. And he wrote famously in his proclamation, he said, it is the duty of all of us, it is our duty to acknowledge the blessings of God, to be grateful for what he's done for our country and all of us individually, and to humbly implore his protection and favor. It's never been more important to do that, and it's a great reminder. Thanksgiving is a uniquely American holiday, as we know, and it's a great time to sit around the table and be reminded of those blessings, and chief among them is the freedom that we enjoy, and we do not take that for granted. So it's proper, appropriate for us to acknowledge those sacrifices. Now, there's a lot going on across the country. There's a special election in Tennessee today, you may have heard. Tennessee's 7th District. I spent all day there yesterday. I think it was 10 hours and 12 events, I think. I was with Matt Van Epps, our Republican extraordinary candidate for the seat there that is open and will be filled today in the election. He's running against someone who truly is, by any objective measure, a real radical. She famously said that she hates Nashville, which is the largest city in the district, which is kind of an interesting campaign strategy, and hates country music. You know, it's Tennessee. So Matt Van Epps is an extraordinary candidate by contrast. He is a lieutenant colonel in the Tennessee Army National Guard. He's a combat veteran. He flew combat missions, deployed 8 times over to the Middle East, and dodged missiles and bullets for his country. He worked in Tennessee state government and is a highly capable, competent, calm, common sense conservative. He's exactly what that district needs. We're excited for him, devoted husband and father, America First patriot. So I'm just, hey, if you're in Tennessee 7th District, Nashville, and 14 counties, go vote today. It matters. Special elections are strange animals, and anything can happen. And when you're in a deep red district, sometimes people assume that the Republican, the conservative, will win, and you cannot assume that because anything can happen. So we encourage everybody to go out there and make that happen. The people are fired up. I was there and really enjoyed the energy there. We're going to see that across the country next week as we go into this this very important midterm election next year. I mean, in all the weeks ahead. And as we go into that election, remembering, again, how important all of this is. And as we put some posters up here to remind you and remind all of ourselves what an extraordinary run we've had in the 119th Congress. Now, in spite of the fact that we had razor-thin majority, I mean, it many times, as you know, 1 or 2 vote margin, we still have had one of the most consequential Congresses in the great history of this extraordinary nation. And you know, if you look at what has been accomplished for the first 10 months of this term, this year, the 119th Congress, this new administration, you could stack that up against any Congress in history. I think it's probably in the top 5 in terms of marquee landmark achievements. And, you know, part of our, both a blessing and a curse is we did so much of it in the one big beautiful bill, the working families tax cut. There's so much to talk about. It's as if it just got brushed aside. But the component pieces of that is some of the most nation-shaping, productive, pro-growth policies that have ever occurred to help all Americans. And we look forward to all the provisions of that bill being implemented beginning really in earnest in the first part of the year. And so the first quarter, second quarter will be a very different scenario. But we're excited to go through that. We can't fix everything overnight. And the Biden-Harris administration, as we said so many times, in 4 years really destroyed almost every metric of public policy. Don't go flip a switch to do that. It takes some time. And we've been working earnestly and around the clock to do that, to work on solutions, to solve all those problems, and to make government more efficient and effective and responsive. Republicans have been delivering and working to bring down costs for American families, to fix the Democrats' broken health care system, and to rid our streets of violent criminals and dangerous illegal aliens. All this has been our goal since January, and we've been delivering. And as the year comes to an end, we started to reflect upon what we've done in that first 10 months and ultimately the first 12 months, and it's really something. The working families tax cut, let me just tell you some of the components of that, because people seem to have forgotten. It was a permanent extension of the 2017 tax cuts, which is collectively, it's the biggest tax cut in U.S. history. Had we not passed the big bill, we would have had a $5 trillion tax increase on all hardworking American families as that expired in December. It was a marquee achievement. We also in that included permanent estate tax relief extensions. We had landmark Medicaid program reforms, which the CBO has said is going to save $185 billion and reduce premiums on everybody for their health care. We expanded the SNAP work requirements to get ineligible recipients off, young able-bodied men with no dependents or health problems. They shouldn't be riding the wagon, and they won't anymore. In the bill, we increased border enforcement and funding, generational investment in those things, and it's worked, because guess what? The border is sealed. We don't have all these illegals coming across the border anymore. We included no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, increased standard deduction for seniors, free tax savings accounts for every child born in America, which will be announced at the White House in an event this afternoon. Business tax provisions to incentivize investments and innovation. That's all in the bill and much more. We codified 67 of President Trump's America First executive orders so far, and there are many more to come. We repealed Biden-era regulations with 23 Congressional Review Act resolutions. Now, this is important, too. We've been making history along the way over the last 10 months. In the entire time that CRAs, Congressional Review Acts, have been part of the law, only 20 had been signed into law since the inception of that instrument. This year alone, we have already passed 23 of those out of the House, and 16 of those have been signed into law. That's a big thing. We've restored regular order to the appropriations process, and y'all know how what a big thing that was. A goal of mine since I became Speaker a little over 2 years ago was to restore regular order, because instead of governing by an omnibus before Christmas, which is no way to do stewardship, we wanted to get back to 12 separate appropriations bills. And as you saw, when we reopened government, one of the things the President signed was 3 regular order appropriations bills signed into law. What a marquee achievement. We had agriculture, legislative branch, military construction, VA bill signed into law, and both chambers and the appropriators are working right now to put the next bills, get them prepared, and get them enacted and signed into law. We've also, in the last 10 months, defunded wasteful spending through rescissions, billions of dollars there. We passed and signed into law the Genius Act, the bipartisan landmark crypto legislation. We passed and signed into law the Laken-Riley Act, the Halt Fentanyl Act, and the Take It Down Act. And the House has passed the SAVE Act, the Illegitimate Court Counter Action Act, Protecting American Energy Production Act, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, Fix Our Forest Act, the Ticket Act, Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, American Entrepreneurs First Act, Stop Illegal Entry Act, Made in America Defense Act. I could go on and on and on. Remember, these are just the top lines. The House has passed 331 pieces of legislation this year that will directly improve the quality of life for millions of American families. And that's a lot to be thankful for. By the way, just this week, as was mentioned earlier, President Trump is signing into law the IRS Math and Taxpayer Help Act. It received little fanfare in the media, but it's a bill that will provide taxpayers fairer treatment when corresponding with the IRS regarding tax returns, and that's a big thing as we go into tax season in the first quarter. It's the type of work that House Republicans are doing here every day in these halls. We're working on real solutions to real problems for our constituents. As I mentioned, the Working Families Tax Cut, if we were just to go through every provision of that bill that's going to make life easier and safer and more affordable for American families, we would be here until Christmas. So I'm not going to do that for you. But we're not going to rest on our laurels, okay? The American people delivered a clear mandate last fall for us to fix everything. And we're going to sprint through the finish line next November. We'll be adding a new member. I expect Matt Van Epps is going to win that election today. And we will bring our freshman class of Republicans up to the number of 36, adding another vote to that margin every single day, and we'll keep working. We're more confident than ever that the Working Families Tax Cut provisions are implemented. As that happens in the first quarter, second quarter, American families begin to receive financial relief. Republicans are not just going to hold on to the majority. We're going to grow it. And over the next weeks and months, House Republicans will advance legislation to continue to bring down the cost of health care for working families, to ensure our fighting force remains the most lethal and the best prepared in the world, and to fully fund the government for the upcoming fiscal year in a responsible way while maintaining good stewardship of taxpayer resources. This week, as the leader mentioned, we'll pass legislation to reduce the regulatory burden on small businesses further, to keep the Chinese Communist Party out of America's classrooms. That's a big and important endeavor. And to establish a landmark nationwide NIL framework for collegiate athletics and empower student athletes to maximize their college experience. Despite the unrelenting stream of palace intrigue stories that fill the pages of your publications, House Republicans remain united and focused on delivering results for our constituents. That's how we've gotten this done. That's how we'll continue to do it. And that will be happening in earnest in the weeks and months to come. So we'll take a few questions if you have. Okay, you're so eager. I got to get it.
You have a relationship at this point. First off, Thanksgiving.
I love Mike Johnson.
But quick question: what are your thoughts?
Great men, great Christian men.
And not related to the Minnesota welfare scandal, but specifically, what are your thoughts about President Trump calling Governor Walz retarded?
Well, look, that's not the word that I would choose. I think his reaction
that's what I would choose.
Probably a spontaneous one to the enormous amount of fraud that was announced there. We're thinking it may be, could be $2 billion. Congressman Emmer, of course, represents that state, and it is an outrage. And we're told that this was funding terrorist organizations in Somalia. And so it's a lot to look into. I mean, all of us, when we heard the news, we reacted in different ways. And you know, that's not the word I would choose.
Hey,
but
look,
I think
my
everybody
SNAP benefits
understands
kicked
how
in.
absurd and crazy that is, and how Congress has an immediate obligation to look into it, and the administration is as well, and we're going to get down to the bottom of that. Governor Walz appears to have a lot to answer for, so it was a really stupid thing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You talked a lot about your accomplishments, and one you didn't mention is the SAVE Act, which the House has passed twice. It's still awaiting action in the Senate for some reason. But many are still asking when an in-person, same-day, hand-counted paper ballot measure will be passed, and will that be done in time for the 2026 election?
Yeah, I've been asking that myself. I think that would be a really important measure to eliminate you know, fraud in elections. And there is some element of fraud in every election. We all know that. And we have a duty as lawmakers to prevent as much of that as is humanly possible. The SAVE Act has been a big priority of ours. I think I did mention it in the list, but it was so long. I certainly intended to. It's an important measure, and we would certainly love to get that signed into law. We need a little help in the Senate, of course, to do that. We don't have control over all elections. The states in our system, as you know, have a lot of responsibility over that, and that is federalism. We support that. The states have that in their jurisdiction of authority. We don't want to federalize all elections because that could open up a whole other can of worms. But with regard to federal elections, at least, you know, elections for Congress and Senate, we do have some say. And so the SAVE Act would be an effort to ensure that we eliminate as much fraud as possible. I've obviously been a big champion. I was a co-author of it before I became Speaker. We've been working on this, and we'll continue to try to get it done. So it's a big priority. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Elise Stefanik wrote on social media this morning that you are protecting the deep state by not including a provision in the Intelligence Authorization Act. What's your reaction to this claim, and why is House Republican leadership not united on this?
Well, all of that is false. I don't exactly know why Elise won't just call me. I texted her yesterday. She's upset that one of her provisions is not being made, I think, into the NDAA. I explained to her on a text message as soon as I heard this yesterday. I was campaigning in Tennessee, and I wrote her and I said, what are you talking about? This hasn't even made it to my level. The way regular order works is, and I think she should know this, we'll be talking about it, I'm sure, today. The way this works is that it has to go through committees of jurisdiction if it will be attached to the NDAA. And this provision that she's working on, I think, is under the jurisdiction of judiciary. And so there's a four corners engagement and agreement that's required. You all know how this works. The two chairs and the two ranking members of the committees of jurisdiction, which would be judiciary and the House and Senate, all have to agree, or at least 3 out of 4 have to agree. It's typically unanimous to make sure that it makes it onto the bill. Well, in this case, I found out last night, this wasn't even on my radar, that apparently didn't happen. I haven't even talked to those chairmen. I haven't had time because I got in late last night. But apparently those four, the two chairs and the two rankers in both chambers did not agree, and so that provision was dropped out of the NDAA. It doesn't mean it can't become law or even that is a final decision. But I sent my friend Elise a text last night, and I said, can you find out what the issue was, and I'll help you resolve it. I support her provision. I mean, I would vote for it. I think it's smart. And I'm not sure exactly why it wasn't included. So I don't know why she's frustrated with me. I literally had nothing to do with it. But I'm happy to roll up my sleeves and help her. I want everybody to be successful, and we're going to try to make the bill the best it can be.
On the Caribbean boat strikes, the administration has acknowledged that there was a second strike in that attack in September, but they have not said if there were any defenseless survivors. Should they release the video to Congress, the unedited video to Congress and to the American public, into if the defenseless survivors were killed? Would that constitute a violation of the laws of war?
I'm not going to prejudge any of that. As you know, both of the Armed Services Committee and the Senate and the House will be having hearings on this to review, and that's their role. I have been listening. Again, I was pretty busy yesterday. Didn't follow a lot of the news, but I caught up a little bit early this morning. That my assessment of this, my understanding is that most of the people that have looked at this, at least in a preliminary review, say that the admiral who ordered the second strike thought it was necessary to complete the mission. He's a highly decorated, highly respected admiral in the Navy, and he made that call. And so, we're going to have to look at that. I'm sure Congress has a right to look at it. I don't know how much of the tape should be released because I'm not sure how much is sensitive with regard to national security and all that. I haven't had a chance to review it, so I'm not going to prejudge it. But I will say that, it's not an unprecedented thing. One of the things I was reminded of this morning is that under Barack Obama, President Obama, he had, I think, over 550 drone strikes on people who were targeted as enemies of the country, and nobody ever questioned it, okay? And secondary strikes are not unusual. It has to happen if a mission is going to be completed. So I haven't reviewed the scope of the mission. I haven't reviewed that particular strike. I don't know what went into the Admiral's decision matrix. But it's something that Congress will look at, and we'll do that in the regular process and order. I think it's very important for everybody to reserve judgment and not leap to conclusions until you have all the facts, and that's what we'll be uncovering. Yes.
The Secretary has to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first note's a little bit self-serving. It's Giving Tuesday, and so just asking everyone to consider perhaps public television among the many worthy charities. Louisiana Public Television, one of the best.
Yes, there's a plea to give to public television for Giving Tuesday. Okay.
And then on health care, two of your members came out of the meeting just now and told me that it was their impression that the House Republicans are likely to get on board some kind of short-term extension for the subsidies while you work out long-term reform. They weren't members who love that idea, but they said it looks like that might be necessary. Where do you think things stand, and could something come before the House by the end of the year?
I don't know who you talked to, but they might have left early. I was up there for quite a bit today. We were talking about a lot of issues, and what I said, we didn't commit to that. What I said is, when you have, this is just practical, okay? When you have a razor-thin majority, which we have, this is not like the old days. In the old days, they had 30, 40-seat majorities, and so 4 leaders could go in a back room, create the agenda, and hoist it upon everybody and say, this is what you're doing. And if 20 or 25 people disagreed, he said, so what? Go jump in the Potomac. We're moving forward. Okay, it doesn't work that way, right? And when in an era of small margins, I literally have to get almost every person in the room on board. Now, healthcare is a very complex issue. And I don't want to point this out. Look, it is not the Republicans who broke American healthcare. Next week, we'll go into this in real detail, and I'll show you the whole timeline. The Democrats broke healthcare, okay? When they created the Unaffordable Care Act, 15 years ago, they promised you that everybody could keep your plan, keep your doctor if you want it, and that your premiums would be reduced on average by $2,500. Exactly the opposite was the truth, and premiums have risen in some cases 60, 80% over that time. They broke the system, and every time the Democrats have gone in to try to subsidize the broken system, they've spent more and more taxpayer dollars, and they've been wasted. The COVID-era subsidy only affects 7% of Americans, okay? All this hullabaloo is over 7%. Now, every American, 100% of Americans need their health care costs to come down. Republicans have ideas to do that. Now, what I've got to do is build consensus deliberately around the best ideas, and we've been working on that. The majority leader has been quarterbacking this effort with the chairman of the committees of jurisdiction, with the Docs Caucus, and with individual members who this is their passion, and they really spend a lot of time thinking and working on it. And we're pulling those ideas together, and there will be a Republican response to this, okay? So I can't project in advance what that will be, because I don't know what the consensus is in that room, but you will see our sleeves rolled up and that work being done in earnest this week as we bring all that together. I told everybody we are going to respond. We understand the need of bringing down health care costs and at the same time raising access to care and quality of care. The Republican Party is the party that can do that. The Democrats have demonstrated for 15 years they broke the system, and they keep doubling down on the broken system, okay? Hey, and guess what? If you love your Obamacare, you'll get to keep it, okay? We're going to improve the system for Americans, and we have good ideas to do it. We have a lot of thoughtful people working on this, and we'll be pulling it together. So, no, the answer is no, I did not project any outcome of this morning. We were talking about the various ideas, and we're working right now. People are very passionate about this, and they should be, because their constituents understand the necessity of it. So we'll keep doing that. Thank you all so much, and be more later today.
The Tigers. Do you know that the Somali Autism Society, they actually work on helping Somalis get properly diagnosed? They're with the Minnesota Autism Society.
By the way, the fraudsters have put real autism claims at risk.
No, I know, but there's a charity that actually focuses to counteract the misinformation. Do you know about them?
The misinformation?
No, the misdiagnosis I meant to say. Like, there's actually really good. You should check them out.
We're working with actual Somalis that are impacted.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I was trying to help them. Yeah.
Very nice. Thank you, Mike. Mike Johnson. What an amazing man. Truly is an amazing man. Christian man at that. Hey, the National News Desk. Here we go. Breaking news. The Obama health care that I could never afford and still unaffordable. And yet somehow big health corporations, big pharma, are actually making millions of dollars, yet American people cannot afford to have the Obamacare. Now, I will give you some interesting opinion. When I was working for my boss, number one, guys, if in the company that I work for, I used to get free health care. It's fantastic. You didn't have to pay a dime. Not at all. But I had to get my children on there, so I had to pay an extra $126 a paycheck. That's almost $300 a month. That's not bad. That's pretty cheap. It's all good. It is what it is. And then I actually went and used the service. So I went to get checked. I'm thinking, late 40s, got to go do a diagnosis, got to do a health check care, blah, 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 that, bada went, bada boom. I went to the clinic, came back with a freaking $1,900 bill from the hospital just to tell me that I'm fine. No medicine, no nothing. I am good. I don't know what the hell. I had to pay almost $2,000 for nothing. For nothing. It doesn't matter how affordable the health care is every month if the clinics, if the hospitals are going to be price gouging. That's what I was going to say to you, my friend, with the milk price. It is crazy. This is the one thing that I will give Kamala credit for, because she said that part of the reason of the high inflation in prices is because of price gouging, and the government needs to go and regulate and check that out. Okay? Welcome back, Trinity. Hope your son is doing good. Or your grandson, sorry. Sorry, sis. Didn't mean to throw that out there in public. I apologize. I did make a prayer over here while we were waiting for the video to finish. Wish you the best. I want him healthy. It was not enough that I was getting health care through the company, which actually was provided by Kaiser Permanente. And I'm going to say this. Kaiser Permanente, here we have a new renovated building. Their care is awesome. They're really friendly. They make you feel comfortable, as they should. This is part of the private healthcare. Not like if you go to an emergency room at a hospital and it's crazy. The service is shit, is garbage, and they charge you thousands of dollars for nothing. I kid you not. Okay? Now, one of them, I thought it was okay. I did a sleep study, blah, blah, blah. I got a CPAP machine and all this other stuff. Made monthly payments, taken care of, bada bing, bada boom. But here's the thing. If you don't get sick, you don't need health care. If you are in a job, thank you, sis. If you are in a job where it's dangerous, right? Physical harm, etc., you might need some health coverage. The one thing that pissed me off about the Obamacare, besides not being able to ever afford it, because the only way that I could afford the Obamacare is if I didn't work, or if I only worked part-time and depend on the government. So I couldn't afford $670 a month just for me to have the Obama health care. How is that affordable? How is that affordable? That was not even including my kids. Imagine that. Probably would have been up to close to $1,000 a month. I can't afford that. Not only that, but when I did my taxes, I got charged because I couldn't afford health care insurance. So, let's see how great the Obama health care was. Let's take a look. Captain is concerned about my zits right here. It's okay, buddy. You never had a zit before in your life? No? Never got herpes from the cold weather? No? Oh, you are one lucky, healthy son of a gun. Congratulations, Captain. Godspeed. Hey, tell me about the Obama health care. Maybe I'm wrong.
Healthcare is back at the center of the fight in D.C. with enhanced Obamacare subsidies set to expire at the end of the year, meaning millions can.
Oh, wait. The Obama health care was made by Republicans. Huh? What? No, not Republicans. Oh, Democrats. I'm sorry. Democrats. Obama health care was created by Democrats. It's a great health care. Everybody should get it. The Democrats did it, so they must be really good. It wasn't Trump. It must be really good.
Face higher premiums. The White House at this point is weighing a new health care plan that may extend some of those subsidies, a move that could split Republicans. But one group says lawmakers should go in a different direction. Joining me now is Grover Norquist, president of Americans for Tax Reform, one of the most influential voices of tax policy really in the country for years now. Thank you so much for joining us, Grover. But before we get to why you're here to talk about health sharing ministries, let's just begin with these Obamacare subsidies. If you were advising the president at this point, what would you tell him to do with these subsidies?
Okay. The reason why we need health care subsidies is because Obamacare failed. Obamacare did not do what President Obama said it would. You were supposed to be able to keep your doctor. That was not true. Everybody was supposed to see their insurance premiums go down by $2,500. Instead, they doubled.
Wait, they lied to us? But it's the Obamacare. Democrats know best. They lied to us? Oh, no wonder I couldn't afford it. Yeah.
And because of the way Obamacare is set up, very few choices, no transparency, it's the post office trying to run a hospital.
It's the theme with Democrats, no transparency. How many press conferences did Joe Biden have? One. I mean, it might be more than one, but I can't remember because they rarely did it. How many transparency meetings that they have in the Biden administration? Oh, that's right, none. Oh, interesting. You Republicans, you disgust me. You disgust me with all this transparency. What is wrong with you? Transparency. You make me sick. Keep all that stuff in private like Democrats do. Come on, guys. Step up the game.
Hospital very poorly, costs go up, and the subsidies are to hide the failure of Obamacare. Why in the world would Congress spend any time at all bailing out a failed system that doesn't improve? What we need to do is give people alternatives to leave Obamacare. Right now, there are laws telling you have to have Obamacare. The Republicans took the penalty for that to zero. There used to be a big thousands and thousands of dollar fine because they knew people wouldn't want it because it wasn't any good for most people. So they said, okay, you don't get the fine. But if you want to get a lot of places, you do get stuck with Obamacare. We need to give people an off-ramp. Health savings accounts are probably 70 million people have health savings accounts.
Right.
Much more flexible than what Obamacare does.
Do you think that off-ramp should be maybe a slow one? Only because lawmakers are getting these calls. You have 22 million people who are on these subsidies, and they're getting these calls from these folks saying, listen.
Hold on. Let me just clarify something. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong on this. But let me see. What was it in here? Yeah, there was a penalty that Obama put in. I have no idea, but I was pissed. Let me see where somebody said something. Hold on. Where it means working. It seems to work now, buddy. Working poor now get health care insurance. You mean the Obamacare? Let me tell you what the problem is that you guys don't see. Okay? I could be wrong about this, so bear with me. Our taxes were going to go up to 47% if the big, beautiful bill didn't pass. I know they shut down the government because of this subsidy, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit about that. I care about my American and residents in this country to be taken care of. Period. No illegal immigrants. That's just the way it is. Now, you can say that I'm heartless. That's okay. But that is how it goes. No. So, we all push for the big, beautiful bill. The big, beautiful bill is available for anybody to go read. Go figure it out where it is. But it's available. It's public. People that don't understand, like a lot of the illegal immigrants in my channel here, they don't know how to read English. So it's very difficult. But I think that there is a Spanish version of it, just in case. Okay? Just in case. Up to 40%, 47%. That's right. Up to 47%. If you didn't read the bill, shut the hell up. If you read the bill, then maybe I am wrong. But that's what I saw. That's what I saw. And that's what I'm going to stick with. Now, this year of 2026, this is what I find very interesting. And I, I love information, especially the one that I'm interested on. I can't wait. Okay, so first of all, any overtime that I made at work this year, and you yourselves, even you ungrateful demo rats, you guys are going to be able to deduct your overtime pay. Now, don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. I'm going to give you one example. It might be different in your state. In Washington State, if you work 40 hours, every hour after that within the same pay week, they give you an extra half pay. That's overtime. Overtime pay, that's what that is. Half overtime pay, that will be tax-free. Okay? Okay. Now, if you work in a company where they give you double time and a half, your regular hour is still charged tax, but then the hour and a half, no tax. Capiche? We got that. All right, okay. So that you should be able to. We're going to see. We got to find out until we do our taxes. But that you will be able to use as a deductible, I believe. I don't know. Maybe the W-2 will already have that into the formula added on there. I don't know. If you are a retired citizen and you are on Social Security, you may have noticed that you are still paying taxes on that Social Security this year. Now, the bill, big, beautiful bill, is retroactive, meaning that it starts as 2025. So it will either be an option to get deducted from your taxes, or it might just be in the formula for your W-2 or whatever it is, the payment that the paper that you're going to file in your taxes with. Okay, that is one thing. So tips, and then senior citizen Social Security, not disabled Social Security. I didn't read that part in there. It said senior Social Security, those who are in fixed incomes. Okay. Now the other thing about it is if you buy American cars, okay, if you have a loan to buy a car, if it's made in America, you get to do a deductible on the interest charge up to $10,000. Meaning that any interest payments that you have made on your loan, if the car is American made, you will also be able to deduct that from your tax returns. Meaning that there's a chance that you will get more money back. And those are the things that really just caught my attention on the big, beautiful bill. And then also getting body able to work Americans to get their ass back to work, at least part-time. You got to give something into the community for these benefits to continue to serve other people and yourselves. So that is correct. Somebody made a comment in here that, people that are working part-time are able to get the health care. Of course they will. Of course they will. And the government will pay the ticket. They will pay the bill that needs to be paid for. But that is being used with American taxpayers' dollars. So we want to make sure that Americans do get that benefit, not illegal immigrants. As I have said earlier on my show when we started this, I said if I am a migrant, a legal migrant, and I go and try to apply for benefits, nope, no way, no how. But if you are an illegal immigrant and you claim that you have an asylum request, you will get benefits. That's how it works. Subsidies, that is the way that it works. So over 12 million illegal immigrants, I think 12 or 42, I don't want to exaggerate, but millions of illegal immigrants were getting benefits, healthcare benefits that American taxpayer dollars are going to. Now, if you are illegal and you're paying taxes, you should have no benefit on that because you shouldn't be working in the first place. It's illegal, and it calls for deportations and a fine and a bar from ever coming back to the States. That is the law. If you pay your taxes, well, you're helping to pay for these benefits, but that doesn't mean that your illegal people actually get to use them. That's not how it works, okay? What is the other thing that I was going to address on this? Let's see. No, that's it for now. There is more in that big, beautiful bill, but those are the things that I find are the more compelling to people, and that's all I get to address. Kathy, how are you from Miami? Good to have you on the chat. Dwayne, let's see. Yeah, Ricky, tell them to work because Dennis here don't want to vote for a bigger bracket. Dwayne, let me tell you something. You have been voting for Democrats. You see the garbage that they do for our country, for the black communities, our Hispanic communities, our Asian communities. You see the garbage that the Democrats are in office, and yet you keep voting these rats into office. Why is that? Why? Our economy is going down the shit. Why do you keep voting for the same miserable, corrupted politicians? I just don't understand. The definition of insanity, right? The definition of insanity. I hope that you didn't vote for Democrats. That'd be a good thing. I don't think I will ever vote for Democrats anymore. They are all now socialist, Marxist, communist. That is the new Democratic Party, and they're not afraid to say it. They're embracing their natural call. All right, let me go ahead and play this video here. I got to take a call from the missus.
If these subsidies go away, I won't be able to have health care insurance. So what do you do for those people now who are making those phone calls to their representatives who are concerned about this?
Two things. 22 million, if they're telling them that, they're lying to them. The people for whom the enhanced subsidies, which, by the way, the Democrats passed a law to extend these subsidies to cover up for Obamacare. It was to end in January. That was the Democrat plan. So when the Democrats now complain that the Republicans won't do something that they didn't want to do because it was too expensive and didn't make any sense, that's just politics. And in point of fact, what did the administration say? You have to be a citizen, not an illegal immigrant, to get these benefits. And you have to be looking for work. Not even working, just looking for work. And there are a bunch of people who say, I don't want to look for work. I just want free health care subsidized by somebody. The answer to that is no. Get a job. Young men between 25 and 35, get a job. This is not about people who have kids at home or have handicaps or anything. These are people who could and should be working and choose not to because the way Obamacare was set up, you didn't have to work.
Well, let's talk about the health sharing ministries, which is really, and just make sure I have this right here. They're faith-based membership programs where people kind of pool their money to pay each other's medical bills. Now, you're saying that maybe the IRS should treat health sharing ministries the same as these health insurance for tax purposes. Why do you think that would benefit more Americans?
Well, right now, health sharing ministries, 1.7 million people do this. But it could be a lot more people having that opportunity if you could have tax deductible, what you put in, the way companies do, the way corporations do it, to treat health sharing ministries the way we treat other insurance pools or insurance that people have. So they're not asking for some special benefit. They're not asking for a subsidy. They're simply asked to be treated the way other businesses are that provide health care. They do it through cost sharing among people in a particular religious faith. This could be 10 times as big if the government would step back, and some of it can be done by executive order or by a change through reconciliation. Some would require laws to change.
Now, you said, what, 1.7 million people already?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good way to check and say, how's it going? Yeah. Those are the people who would quit if they didn't like it, and who could explain to people, here's the way it works, here's how it's done. Health savings accounts is another off-ramp as well that has 70 million people doing it. But the Democrats put in laws to make it difficult for people to use health savings accounts. Not everyone who could use it is able to get to it. That needs to be changed so that everybody could, if you like Obamacare, you can keep your Obamacare. Yeah. We're not going to throw additional subsidies at the failures of Obamacare, but if you'd rather have a health savings account or sharing ministries, those should be options for everybody without government restrictions that the Democrats stuck in there to force you into Obamacare.
All right. Thank you so much, President of Americans for Tax Reform, Grover Norquist. Thank you for joining us. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Good to be with you.
Well, there you go. So,
HR1.
Not you, buddy. We don't need to hear about this. So, which part? Oh, wait a minute.
The ballroom.
Oh, man, we were missing it. We were missing it. This is what I was waiting for. Well, I'm glad that it actually popped up. It is a hoodie. You notice that. There you go. Like a true beaner. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. So you guys can keep the Obama healthcare if you want, but it is a failure of a program. I was pissed years ago when they introduced it, and I just think that is ridiculous that we have to put up with that. All right, let's go ahead. Before we listen to President Donald Trump, big special announcement, I want to say thank you to my patriots for supporting me, for giving the like, for subscribing, and for becoming members. Good to see that you're still here with us. I am going to go ahead and leave you here with the buzz dance because, Dennis needs to take a quick break, and I'll be back with the big announcement from President Donald Trump. All right, guys, thank you for your patience, and we're going to go ahead and continue. And let's take a listen to see what the big boss, El Jefe, El Patron, is going to share with us.
Nice to see you again. That was a long news conference we had before, wasn't it? Yeah, but it was a good one. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and we're thrilled to be joined by one of the most successful business leaders and people anywhere in the country, whether it's technology, no matter what business you're talking about, there's really nobody quite like him. He's chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies. Make great everything, great computers, great everything. Michael Dell, very much of a legend, who's here with his really exciting announcement. It's so amazing, and much more importantly, he's here with his wonderful wife, Susan, and they have a special relationship. I think I can say that, really. It's very nice. I don't see too much of it. I see the opposite, but I don't see too much. They have two special people, and I've seen that. I've known that for a long time, and I think it's a tremendous thing. Also, the CEO of Ultimate Capital, Brad Gerstner. Where are you, Brad? Brad Gerstner is a terrific fellow who's very much involved in this incredible thing that we're doing today, along with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce and Science and Transportation, Ted Cruz, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith, Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference, Blake Moore, as well as the Chief Design Officer of the United States Airbnb co-founder, Joe Gebbia. I want to thank you all for being here. It's a great group. And I guess a potential Fed chair is here, too. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that? Potential. He's a respected person, that I can tell you. Thank you, Kevin. Today is Giving Tuesday. I don't know if anybody's heard that one before, but it is indeed Giving Tuesday, one of the biggest days of the year for philanthropy and charitable giving. And this afternoon, Michael and Susan Dell are committing to one of the largest private donations in American history, which will directly benefit the next generation of American children through the new Trump Accounts program that we created in our One Big Beautiful Bill. And Michael and Susan came to see me along with Brad, and they said, this is an idea. And I said, I think, it sounded just so good and so unique. But that's why he's been so successful, and they've been so successful in life and in business, because they're unique. Trump Accounts will be the first, I guess you could say, real trust funds for every American child, allowing family members, employers, corporations, generous donors to contribute money that will be invested and grow over the course of a child's life to be used for their benefit after they turn 18. So in other words, these are children that are going to, an investment's going to be made. That investment's going to continue to grow, we hope, right? We hope. And, but it will. And they'll feel like Michael Dell someday. But at 18, they'll have a lot of money, a lot more money than they would have had, and potentially a lot of money. But these accounts will track the overall stock market and will be 100% private property controlled by the child's guardians. In honor of America's 250th anniversary, the Dells are announcing today that they are giving 25 million American children $250 each to save and to invest in their personal Trump account. Now, that's the equivalent of $6.25 billion. In other words, to put it succinctly, Michael and Susan are giving $6.25 billion in total, and as a total contribution. That's big stuff. I don't care who you are. That's big. Come here. Give me a hand. Let me have a little of that luck rub off. That's fantastic, Susan. These gifts will be available to the first 25 million children aged 10 and under the zip codes where their median income is $150,000 or less. So they're giving them to children that won't be born particularly rich, and they're going to be hopefully very rich someday. This will give millions of dollars, millions of children, middle-class families a stake in American prosperity, a benefit from the rising stock market, and a better shot at the American dream. It really gives them a shot at the American dream. Michael and Susan, I want to thank you for this extraordinary act of kindness and patriotism and charity. This is truly one of the most generous acts in the history of our country. I mean, you don't hear about things like that, and we got to let people know he doesn't want and she doesn't care about that, but I do. I think when somebody does that, you got to let them know about it. As I mentioned, this gift is being made possible by the largest tax cuts in American history, which our Republican majorities passed earlier this year, and the Speaker worked so hard, and John Thune and Jason and all of them, every one of them. Ted Cruz is with us. He worked so hard getting that done. That was the biggest, most consequential bill they say ever passed. And, you know, if they remember, Michael, they thought we had to put that in 12 to 14 bills. I said, I don't know if we can hold it that long with the Democrats. And we said, let's try doing it once. So we did, and people were surprised, but we got it done. So I congratulate you guys. Amazing job. Under that bill, the federal government will also automatically be making a one-time seed contribution of $1,000 into the tax-deferred Trump accounts for every newborn U.S. citizen, fulfilling a promise I made in the 2024 campaign. Trump accounts should grow to be worth many thousands of dollars by the time the child is 18, and even more by the time they are 20 or even 30 years old. We think it's going to be something really unique and really special. We hope many others will follow Michael and Susan's example and make their own contributions. I'll be doing it too, to the next generation, including businesses, churches, philanthropists, family members, and parents themselves. I think we're going to have a lot of people, Susan. I think a lot of people are going to be contribute. A lot of people are watching us right now. They might not be $6 billion plus, but there'll be a lot. There aren't too many people that are in the $6 billion range, but there'll be a lot. A lot of friends of mine have already told me they're going to contribute a lot of money, and a lot of them are going to leave a lot of money in their wills, so that's very important. And as you watch us today, I hope you'll be doing that. Contributions to Trump accounts will also be a great benefit for employers to offer their workers, which they'll be able to do tax-free. It's tax-free. We expect hundreds of major companies to announce plans to contribute to these accounts in the coming months, and we've had tremendous interest in that regard. So the Trump accounts will be available starting on July 4th next year. And Michael and Susan, to you again, it's an amazing act of just incredible everything. I mean, the life you've led to be able to do this, even to be able to, a lot of people have a good heart, but they can't give $6.25 billion. And Michael, probably knowing you, it's not the last of it either. It's not the last. But on behalf of the United States of America, I want to thank you both, and I want to thank all three. But I want to thank you both because you've been friends of mine, and it's a spectacular couple. This is really an amazing people. These are unique. And I'd like to have you come up and say a couple of words and tell us what you have in mind, because what you have in mind is good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be with you here in the White House. And, you know, when you passed the Invest America Act on July 4th of this year, we were really inspired to see that happen. And this is something that, you know, Brad had first mentioned to us in 2021. We thought it was a great idea then, and it's amazing that it happened. And we also saw that this act would become a platform. And, you know, we believe the smartest investment that we can make is an investment in children. And this act has created a platform for families and friends and communities and companies and philanthropists to contribute to these accounts to create a savings and opportunity and hope and prosperity for tens of millions of children in this country. And Susan and I are super excited to announce our $6.25 billion gift to 25 million American children, 10 and under, and our gift will cover most of the children that are 10 and under that are not part of the federal program, the 0 to 2-year-olds, and who also live in zip codes where the median income is $150,000 or less. And I have spoken with a number of other wealthy Americans, philanthropists, and we are confident that others will join us because we all understand the incredible impact that a gift like this can have on the lives of young Americans. So again, it's a great honor for us to be here to be able to announce this. You know, when I was 8 years old, I got a passbook savings account and I had, I think about $8 in it. And you go to the savings and loan and you give them a quarter and they'd stamp your account. And I got to see the power of compound interest early in my life. And that has brought me here to this moment. And hopefully will inspire that kind of opportunity for many more young people in this country. So again, thank you for the privilege of being here.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Thank you very much. Susan, would you like to say something?
I'd just like to say how excited we are to be a part of this. We believe that when children have a future that they can see is worth saving for, then that will help build hope and opportunity and prosperity for generations to come. So we're so excited to be doing this and hope to have many people join in our efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Brad,
well, first, it's an incredible honor to be here, and we wouldn't be here without the passage of the Invest America Act. And everybody up here today played a role in getting that done. The Speaker, Ted Cruz, in drafting the legislation so that when the President placed the call to the Speaker and said, let's make this happen in the big, beautiful bill, Congress was ready to act. They had the legislation drafted. But I couldn't be more grateful for the friendship and the partnership of the Dells that really show the best of America. Today is Giving Tuesday, right? And the fact of the matter is, for decades, we've talked about the wealth gap. We've talked about too many people left out and left behind. This president was elected on a Main Street agenda to get the rest of America into the game. And that's exactly what this does. It gets every American child, 3.7 million children born every year, will now start life off with an investment account, seeded with $1,000. And then you're going to have great philanthropists, great Americans like Michael and Susan who are going to add money to those accounts. We're overwhelmed with the number of companies that want to contribute to these accounts. Already companies from Uber to NVIDIA, T-Mobile to Charter Communications, Dell, et cetera, the list goes on. And every day more companies are calling us, raising their hands and saying, we want to be part of this. It's like a 401k from birth. It's a benefit for the kids of our employees, right? Major philanthropists. But I think what this is going to unlock is the power of families. Moms and dads Venmoing and Apple Paying and $5, $10, right? And getting these kids into the game. When we had the roundtable at the White House earlier this year, Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber, said, you know, after fleeing Iran at the age of 9 with nothing, he came to America because it was the land of hope. And he said what the Invest America Act does is it bottles up hope for every child in America. Whether you're in rural Mississippi or rural Indiana, where I came from, inner city Trenton or Compton, you're now in the game, right? That act alone, I think, reinvigorates the American dream. It reinvigorates the idea of free market capitalism. Too many people are losing faith in you, sir. By passing the Invest America Act and getting all these kids into the game, this is a transformational act in this country forevermore. Every child starts off life in the game with a piece of the American dream compounding in the upside of America. So thank you for having us here.
Thank the Secretary first. I defer to the brains.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think this is a major change in philanthropy and for American working families. It is the merging of President Trump's agenda of parallel prosperity, Main Street meets Wall Street. For the next 5 years, every child born in the U.S. will get a $1,000 Trump account that will be with them and compound for the next 18 years. Treasury Department with other branches of government is going to do financial literacy, and we are going to make sure that all American families have a stake in the success of the United States of America. So every day when the stock market goes up or down, and we believe over the 18 years it will go up and families will learn the power of compounding, that it will be a game changer. People who have a stake in the system and become more and more vested in the system, they do not want to bring down the system, they want to make it better. So I think we will look back on today and know that these Trump accounts, they have started a new age of the capitalism and market interest for the whole country. I also think that it is a game changer, as we're seeing with Michael and Susan Bell today, that Americans are the most generous people in the history of the world, and the Trump accounts will provide a vehicle for philanthropists such as Michael and Susan and many more to contribute. And at Treasury, we are working, so Michael and Susan want to do it for children born in the past 10 years, a certain income level. As Brad said, it can be tailored, it can be to employees. It could be a philanthropist could adopt a state, they can adopt a school, they can adopt a zip code, they can adopt a street. And so we will constantly see these accounts be topped up. For those of you on the Treasury, will be running this on the operational side. For those of you who would like to, you can go to trumpaccounts.gov today and see the homepage that has a basic outline. These will become operational on July 5th of this year. And we will have families start signing up for them. So, and that homepage will answer all the questions on eligibility and investments. And then finally, today we're here on Giving Tuesday. Michael and Susan have led the way, but I think that there's a chance that every Tuesday can become Giving Tuesday as more and more philanthropists see the power of this, of giving to American families, giving to American children, and giving everyone a stake in our great economy. So thank you very much.
I'll be brief. There's a lot of symbolism here today. Right here on the eve of the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the greatest nation by any objective measure. We're the most free, most powerful, most successful, and most benevolent nation that's ever been. And I think what you're seeing here is another exhibit of that. This idea, this vision came about because Brad and a couple of smart guys came up with this idea and then took a few years to sell the idea to everybody. And then these visionary legislators over here, Senator Ted Cruz and Blake Moore in the House and Jason Smith, the Ways and Means Chair, really caught the vision. And we put it into the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. We've been saying all along that was drafted to really help lower and middle class earners in America. And this is one of the great features. One of the perils of having the big, beautiful bill and having it all in there together, the President and I have talked about many times, is that there's so many great things in that legislation, we don't have enough time to talk about all of it. So we need a moment to really focus on this. Giving Tuesday is a perfect time to do it. And it's absolutely perfect, I think, that July 5th becomes the operational date right after the nation's birthday. So what we're going to see here is a model that I don't think anyone has done anywhere in the world. They wouldn't have the capability to do it. They wouldn't have philanthropists and great Americans with big hearts like this who've earned their way and really fulfilled the American dream. And they have a vision and a desire for more and more people to do that. And so now more and more Americans will. It kind of evens the playing field in a way, right? And everybody has an opportunity. So we're just excited to be a part of it, grateful to the vision, grateful to a president who leads from the front, who understands the potential of something like this. And this will be one of the many marquee achievements of the Trump administration, this will be one that people remember for a long, long time, and I think it can change the country. So thanks, Mr. President. Thanks, Brad, all of you for being a part. Thank you to the Dells. Really amazing. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
Ted, please.
Well, I want to congratulate all the men and women up here. And, Mr. President, I think objectively on the merits, the case can be made that there has never been a president who's had a greater positive impact on the children of America than you have. And in particular, in this one big, beautiful bill, I think the two most long-lasting and far-reaching provisions are, number one, the school choice provision that you signed into law that is going to unleash tens of billions of dollars to scholarships to low-income kids all over the country and is going to change the lives of millions of kids. And the second provision is this provision right here, the Trump accounts. These Trump accounts, starting on July 4th, every child in America will have a personal investment account opened for them. Newborn children will have it seeded with $1,000. Parents and family and employers can contribute up to $5,000 a year in a tax-advantaged account. That money will be invested in the S&P 500 in the stock market, broad-based equity index account. Two massive benefits that change this country. Number one, every child in America will experience the benefits of compound growth. Take a little girl born next year. She's born next year. She has the account opened for her. $1,000 is automatically seeded. Her parents or family or an employer puts $5,000 a year each year into that account. If you assume the historic rate of growth of the S&P 500, which is 7% a year, by the time that little girl is 18, she will have $170,000 in that account. And if she keeps saving, by the time that little girl is 35, she will have $700,000 in that account. That is game-changing, and we're not talking the children of Michael and Susan Dell, the children of Donald Trump, the children of people of great success. We're talking the kids of a single mom waiting tables who could have $700,000 saved by the time she's 35 to get an education, to start a business, to buy a house. That changes their whole lives. But the second benefit, and what I'm really excited about, is we are creating a new generation of capitalists. Every child in America is going to be an owner of the biggest employers in this country. We've all seen the sad statistics of how many kids are losing faith in capitalism.
Yeah.
Well, 10 years from now, a little boy is going to pull out his phone and he's going to look at his app and he's going to see his Trump account. And instead of thinking of big, bad, scary corporations, that little boy is going to say, I own $50 of Apple. I own $100 of Dell. I own $75 of McDonald's. And every child is an owner of the biggest employers in this country. That will transform this country. Mr. President, thank you for signing it. Let me say, Brad, this would not be a law if Brad Gerstner did not pursue it with absolute dogged determination, relentless. I've gotten calls and texts from Brad at 6 a.m. and at 2 a.m. You may sleep less than the president, Brad, and that is a remarkable thing because I don't think he sleeps at all. And finally, I'll just say to Michael and Susan, incredible Texans, $6.25 billion is extraordinarily generous. Let me say, on behalf of 25 million kids who just got a gift from Michael and Susan, and it's not a gift of a video game, it's not a gift of a bicycle, it's an investment in their future. That changes their lives, and I hope and believe Michael and Susan are going to inspire millions across the country to do the same thing. When Congress passed Section 401k of the ERISA, I don't know that anyone realized how much it would change retirement plans. There's now trillions of dollars in 401k plans. They're going to be trillions of dollars in these. These are 401ks for kids. And Mr. President, these Trump accounts exist because you signed them. Thank you for your leadership. It's an honor to work with you.
Perfect. Thank you. First, I would just want to thank Michael and Susan for the kind gift. What you all have done will be transformational for 25 million kids. And a lot of people we can thank for the provisions in this big, beautiful bill, but there is no one to thank greater than President Donald Trump. And I'll tell you this, out of every executive I've ever worked with, there's no one that's been more engaging, no one that has been more involved. And the only reason why these investment accounts are in the big, beautiful bill is because he helped convince other members of Congress that this is a good idea. This has been something that has been discussed for a long time, but no one could ever get it passed. But who helped get it passed was Donald Trump. I can tell you that from day one throughout the process. And so that's going to affect millions of kids in their futures.
Thank you. I was not planning or prepared to speak today, but the gravity of the situation is not lost on me. I have 4 boys of my own, 13 and under, and on the heels of a $6 billion announcement, I hope that doesn't go without some major headlines, that I will be making an announcement of my own that I will be contributing $60 to each one of my children's accounts today. Actually, to try to bring some levity to that, every parent, every grandpa and grandma can now look and say, I can get my grandkid this little toy or something, and maybe that's going to continue to happen. But there is a new option and another way for them to be able to invest and have a lasting legacy. And,
Yeah.
and as a dad of 4 kids, seeing kids in our neighborhood, them to have that opportunity is something that not every day in Congress, as I've joked with my colleagues, is the most productive day in my career. But to be able to be a part of something like this is, it makes everything worthwhile. I'm away from my kids a ton in this job, and being able to be a part of something like this, a small part that I played, is something that is transformational, and I'll be able to look back on this and be so grateful for this opportunity that I've had to be able to serve in Congress. Thank you so much. I appreciate the chance to be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would anybody have a question? Michael, Susan, Brad, please.
Yeah, one for you two. If you could, did either of you say you're donating how much? Mr. President, is there an educational value to this in terms of not just the money in the account? What can kids learn from this account?
Well, I think they can learn a little bit about the free enterprise system, they can really learn a lot about how life works, how business works. They want to go out and make a living for themselves, because maybe it's going to be a lot more than we think, or maybe it's not going to be quite as much as we think, depending on what happens with the world and the market. We'll try and do very well in that regard too, but there's a lot of learning to be done, and I think this is a big step forward.
And your reaction, did either of you say you're donating how much?
Yeah, we already said it. It's $6.25 billion.
No, I mean, with the reaction between the two of you. Someone came up with the idea.
Oh, sure. Oh, well, so we kind of started with a smaller amount, to be honest. And we started talking about Texas only at the beginning.
And adopting the state of Texas.
Right. And then we thought about it some more, and we thought
Got pretty excited about the idea.
Yep, and we went back and forth, and as we do on these things, and we
got
ended
more
up
and more excited, and next thing you know,
this is where we ended up. So, but
the
a
number kept
lot
climbing.
of discussion and consideration over a long period of time.
Yeah.
I
mean,
to
we
come to this,
believe
and
this
we feel
is
great about it.
the greatest investment that we could possibly make is in children, and we've been investing in children for over 26 years with our foundation.
Yeah, and you know, there are 30 states already that require at least one semester of financial literacy, and hopefully all 50 states will do that. And you know, as children begin to understand that they have these accounts, that creates a real need for our schools, our parents, our community organizations to really begin to grow financial literacy in the country, which can only be a good thing.
It's really an amazing moment that two people would do that kind of a contribution. I mean, it's just an amazing moment. And it shows you there's a tremendous heart in great entrepreneurs. He's a great entrepreneur. They're both great entrepreneurs, because he probably wouldn't have done it without you, to be honest. That's the way it often works. And I know this relationship so well. There could be a lot of truth to that. But it shows you that there's a big heart in some pretty tough people. He's a tough cookie, but he's got a very, very warm spot. And what you've done, I don't think it's going to be talked about for a long time. It won't be forgotten. Thank you, sir.
May I ask a question? Thank you, sir. My question is about the logistics or the administration of the program. You obviously want to help poor children. How will you help families perhaps who don't have access to computers or internet at home to make this program a reality? Sure. And please speak in the microphone if you don't mind for our TV.
Well, first, Treasury, as the Secretary talked about, is going to be administering the program. And we should just say that Luke Pettit, the Assistant Treasury Secretary, has just done an extraordinary job with the Secretary in what I think will be the biggest consumer launch in the history of government. 60 million accounts are going to get created next year. And these accounts are going to be, promulgated. All parents are going to have to do is to claim the account. So if they have access to an Android phone or a public library to go to a computer and gain access, they can claim that account. And whether they claim it or not, the account is going to continue to compound. So they don't have a deadline by which they have to claim the account. There's time, right? And there's going to be a lot of resources. Think about this. Kids in school, we're going to have schools engaged, helping to tell them that they need to claim their accounts, to educate them, et cetera. We're going to run a big public campaign around this. So we're just getting started. Today is day one. This is an extraordinary contribution, but it's the beginning of a drumbeat you're going to hear for the next 6 months leading up to the 250th anniversary of the country. I don't think there's anybody in the country who won't have heard about this by the time we get to July 4th of next year. And we're going to make sure, listen, we know that wealthy families have access to 529 accounts, right? This is an opportunity, and the instruction was, how do we get the 50 million other families into the game? This is the first time we've done that, because we're auto-creating these accounts for every child at birth, and so we're going to be very focused on making sure that every family entitled to get one of these accounts is able to claim it and get it.
Yes, sir. These programs seem to create an opportunity for parents to create unprecedented financial security for their children, sir. Do you believe that these accounts will be a big part of your legacy when everything goes down? We've heard talks about you make legacy as a peacemaker, but this is a really, really big deal.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do think so, and I think it's a big part of everybody up here today. This was a group that was very instrumental, and in particular, obviously, Michael and Susan, it's a big part of their legacy. They've got a big legacy anyway, but this is maybe going to be as important or more important than anything they've done thus far. It's looking back in 100 years from now, I think you're going to see some things that they'll be talking about this very day. So thank you for that question. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. These accounts were originally discussed as a way to incentivize people to have more children. Are there any other policy proposals you're looking at like this to encourage the birth rate to increase?
Well, we are looking at programs. We're looking at, there's a certain Australian plan that people are liking and they're talking about. You know what I mean? There's a plan where, not for children necessarily, but it's for people, working people. And we are looking at other things different from this. I think this is very unique, but different from this, but very important. Yeah.
You mean the Australian retirement savings program?
Say it?
You mean the Australian retirement savings program?
That's what they're talking about. Yep, we're looking at it very seriously. It's a good plan. It's worked out very well. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you talk about what tax benefits these accounts come with? The information sheet that we just received said that when a child turns 18, they'll be treated like traditional IRAs and subject to a 10% withdrawal tax.
Please,
can you speak to when
Sure.
children will be able to access these funds?
They can access them when they're 18, or they can convert them to an IRA at that time. During the 18 years, parents or employers can donate with a tax deduction up to $5,000 into each account, and then philanthropists, like Michael and Susan, can add an unlimited amount to the accounts. So $5,000 from employees or families, and then gifts from foundations and philanthropists can be an unlimited amount.
Mr. President, you said that you have been talking to your wealthy friends, as well as you, Mr. Dell, about contributing. Can you walk us through maybe who you've been talking to and how much more we can expect on top of
I think the people you probably would think I would be talking to. There's a group of people out there that have been very successful, and we've already started talking to them. We're doing ballrooms, we're doing arcs, we have a thing that's being planned that's going to be a great tribute to the country, as you know. You probably heard about it. The arc that we're looking at by the bridge near Arlington, there's going to be something. We're doing some other things for Washington itself and for the country itself. But a lot of the people that have, gone in and done a real job with that. The ballroom, I think Michael and Susan, the next time we meet, well, I think hopefully we'll meet before then, but we're going to have a big event over in the ballroom to celebrate this. We're building a ballroom that they've wanted at this beautiful White House for 150 years. They've wanted it so badly. Right now we can hold 109 people if you're lucky in a room.
We
It's a
do. We
beautiful
won a
room, but it's
ballroom.
109 people, and we're building something. You see the trucks in the back. You see the clanging, the banging, and when it's completed, it'll be one of the greatest ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's going to be amazing. So people that were involved in that process, I have a lot of friends with a lot of success, and every one of them, I would be shocked if anyone turns us down. We're going to have a lot of big contributors. Jeff?
On a separate topic, if I may, sir, you had a call with Brazil's President Lula today. Can you tell
I
us
did.
what you discussed?
Yeah, we had a great talk. We talked about trade. We talked about sanctions, because, as you know, I sanctioned them, having to do with certain things that took place. But we had a very good talk. I like him. Very good. We had some good meetings, as you know, but we had a very good talk today. Yes, I did.
You also pardoned the former president of Honduras, and he was released from prison
I
yesterday.
did. Well,
Thank
he
you,
was the
President.
And they had some drugs being sold in their country, and because he was the president, they went after him. That was a Biden horrible witch hunt, which was, a lot of people in Honduras asked me to do that, and I did it. I feel very good about it. If you have some drug dealers in your country and you're the president, you don't necessarily put the president in jail for 45 years. That was a Biden-inspired witch hunt.
Did his letter impact your decision on
Yeah,
that, sir,
please,
from
go
Mr.
ahead.
Stone?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Your decisions, recent decisions to Syria, renew many hopes for the Syrian people. And now the minorities in Syria, like Kurds, Christians, and Jews, they once helped, U.S. helped them to have some sort of autonomy and their rights being protected in the Syria. How do you
We're
view
going to give them help, and I think Syria has come a long way. The new leader of Syria was here, as you know, 3 weeks ago, and he was really into making that country, bringing the country around. Not an easy job. Not an easy job. It's centuries of problems. But I think he's going to do a good job. I mean, I have a lot of confidence in him. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
In the broader context of the economy with these childhood investments, we just saw the biggest Black Friday in history, up 4.1% from last year, $26 billion. Hasn't told me about that. We also saw that they're going to spend $1 trillion on Christmas this year. $1 trillion.
Yeah.
Increasing 4.1%. 25 states gas is below $3, a handful below $2.50 and getting better. Energy policy matters. The economy
I like
matters.
this guy.
Well, and timing matters.
Who are you with?
Real America's Voice.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
But
I
time
like you
matters.
very much. Keep talking.
So if you invest with these children now, the economy, the better the economy is, better for the children, right? We're in a pretty good spot right now.
Sure. Well, I do, and I appreciate it. No, we have an amazing thing. We have over almost $20 trillion of investment coming in. I don't even know if you know that. 20 trillion, that's a lot by any standard, right? But Biden, as an example, I say this, his administration over a 4-year period had much less than $1 trillion. And we're up to 18, I guess right now, Scott, about 18 trillion in 10 months. And there's never been a country, China, no country has ever done anything even close to that. Even if you figure 20% of that, no country's done 20%. And it's because of tariffs and and I think because of November 5th, the election day. But we have now under construction, I guarantee you're expanding a lot of your different places, right, for Dell. But we have places like that. We have car companies. We have AI coming in at levels. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's amazing. And all of these places, hundreds and hundreds of plants, thousands, they're going to be opening, and they're going to be producing a lot of success, a lot of jobs. And I say it all the time. The king of Saudi Arabia said to me a year ago, he said, 1 year ago, your country was dead. And now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world, and that's what we have. And it's one of the reasons Michael's able to do this. It's one of the reasons I'm able to be here and, having really run a very successful campaign. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the districts. I'll tell you, the district vote is the most impressive. 2,750 compared to 550. That's some difference. And we just had a tremendous election and a tremendous vote of confidence. And thank you very much for that question. Thank you.
Mr. President, if enough conservative
On
lawmakers
immigration,
say they
sir.
won't
On
extend
immigration,
state
sir.
subsidies, will you make a deal with Democrats?
On immigration, that would have been a good question. Are going to be legal parents of American children? Are they the ones getting the benefit? Somebody asked that great question on the chat. Well done. Well done. All right. Before we continue with the questions here, I would like to address. Let's see. Let me get this down here. I would like to address the president's health conditions. As somebody in our chat here has some concerns about that. Let me see if I can show it kind of big here. Let's see. Here we go, guys. Let's give you an update on the health of our president. Let's take a look. This is for those who may have missed the letter. Somebody asked for MRIs, blah, 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 bada bing, bada boom. And, well, I would like to go ahead and address that. Okay? Here we go. Okay. Let me go ahead and read it for you. Subject, summary of President Donald J. Trump's advanced imaging results. Here you go, buddy. You asked the question. We are delivering the answer together. As part of President Donald J. Trump's comprehensive executive physical advanced imaging was performed because men in his age group benefit from a thorough evaluation of cardiovascular and abdominal health. The purpose of this imaging is preventive, to identify issues early, confirm overall health, and ensure he maintains long-term vitality and function. President Trump's cardiovascular imaging is perfectly normal. There is no evidence of arterial narrowing impairing blood flow or abnormalities in the heart or major vessels. The heart chambers are normal in size. The vessel walls appear smooth and healthy, and there are no signs of inflammation or clotting. Overall, his cardiovascular system shows excellent health. His abdominal imaging is also perfectly normal. All major organs appear very healthy and well perfused. Everything evaluated in functioning within normal limits with no acute or chronic concerns. In summary, this level of detailed assessment is standard for an executive physical at President Trump's age and confirms that he remains in excellent overall health. Well, you asked, and I now made the time to give you that information, my friend. Very legitimate question. Very legitimate. So thank you for asking. Captain Morgan with the super chat. Thank you, sir, for the support. Dear Dennis, thank you for playing. 2 McDonald's as a fry cook. Unfortunately, we will not be moving forward with your application. We don't hire felons who participated in January 6th and you have herpes. Try BK. Where is my Blistex, by the way, man? That's legitimate. That is legitimate. But that I did for my cracked lips. This is a zit, not a herpes, bro. But I know I have had herpes before. Anybody have any cold herpes before? Cold sores? Yeah, I don't think it's a phenomenon, my friend. But we have a couple of things to share here on the X account. So I'm gonna go to who is this lovely, beautiful family? This is what winning at life looks like. Nothing like white privilege. Yeah, Democrats just know how to be racist, man. That's pretty racist. Why you show a picture of a white family and say this is what winning at life? That's racist, bro. That's racist. You know that if we put something like that with Trump's picture and the family of Trump, That's exactly what Democrats will say. That's racist, man. That's racist. Anywho, let's see. I share this post right here. Let's see. As a matter of fact, we're going to watch the actual live. Okay, so let me put that there. And this is something that we didn't watch. So not that long, just a few more minutes. We have only been live for 5 hours, guys. It's not a big deal. It's only 5 hours. Come on, we can do better.
Let's table that for now. The President of the United States meeting with his cabinet live at the White House.
Are you all set? Everybody ready? It's nice to be with you. Welcome to the final cabinet meeting of 2025, a year that will go down as the most consequential and successful first year of any administration. They're saying that, not me. Oh, I say it too, actually. A lot of people are saying it. And a lot.
I don't like this look. Let's get rid of that. I don't like that look. I'd rather do the original here, the White House. There you go.
Administration, there were just $1 trillion of new investments in the United States in 10 months. We've secured commitments of over $18 trillion. So they had, in 1 year, less than $1 trillion. That's in a period of 4 years. Think of it, 4 years they had less than $1 trillion. In 10 months, we have more than 18 trillion. Is that right, Scott? It's even going to be higher than that.
It'll be higher
and going up. And we're waiting for the Supreme Court case, and it's so important and so vital for this country because we're not only respected again, we're putting out wars by our trade policies, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and our country is wealthy again and secure again, and it's part of national security, and I hope that goes well. I think it's very important, but when think of the number, we're going to be over $18 trillion in 10 months, and which is a record times probably 8 or 10 times, I think more than that for any country. There's never been a country that's had that kind of an investment ever in history. And there's never been a country that's had half of that. It's a tremendous thing that's taking place. We have companies moving in from all over the world, from Mexico, from Canada, from Europe, from China, from Japan a lot. We just had Toyota is going to spend $10 billion, they just announced, on building new plants in this country. Our workers, they're going to be all workers. But they're spending a tremendous amount. So the stock market is set 46 all-time highs. And this last Friday, which is called Black Friday, was the biggest ever online sales that there's ever been by a lot. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. I mean, these are the facts we have to get out. And, you know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. Just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. Do you remember when we took over eggs? You did a great job on that, Madam Secretary. Agriculture, Brooke. Eggs were 4 or 5 times higher than they had ever been. They said don't order eggs for Easter at the White House. And we ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down, lower than what they were before. But the word affordability is a con job by the Democrats. They say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman talked about affordability. She had no idea. Their prices were much higher. As an example, energy, gasoline, we're now at about $2.50 a gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a gallon. We could even crack that at some point. I'd love to do it. And we could do it more easily if we weren't building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected, meaning he started it, then he got thrown out of the race, and she took over and she kept it going, and they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with their gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history. And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go on to the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me, because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right about everything. But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had. Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there is still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit further. You want to have a little tiny bit of inflation. Otherwise, that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level. But we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75. Think of that, $2.75. And it was at $5 under Sleepy Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than under the Biden administration. Egg prices are way down 86%. Thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. But he really said it because he's right. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn ox who probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. We'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Yes, sir.
Right? He said, no, I want to stay chairman. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury. And I think we're doing really great, aren't we? Huh?
We're doing great, sir, and it's a great team to be part of.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest thing we've ever done that nobody writes about because you're fake news. I've made unprecedented deals along with Bobby and Oz and all of the people that work on it. A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do, to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%, 700%, 800%. Nobody's ever heard of it before because I instituted favored nations and no nation agreed to do it. And then I said to the nations, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about. And they said, sir, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they agreed that they would go along with the whole thing. Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So we're paying, as an example, for the, let's go with the fat drug, F-A-T, for fat people. Anybody use it at the table? Don't ask. But the fat drug was $135. Think of that. For certain people, $1,300 for certain countries, $1,300 in New York. So in New York, it was $1,300. And in London, it was $135. And a friend of mine called me, he said, what is this? Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we?
Yeah, it's around 100, 125, 150.
Think of that. So we got it down from $1,300 to $125 to $140, depending on various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world. It's people said you could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay. I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree. And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. The bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did. Every country. So we have reduced drug prices by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors involved. Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time in 28 years that drug prices were reduced. It was 1/4%. 1/4%. And I was so proud of myself. I said, it's the first time in 28 years that drug prices went down over the course of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year, 1/4%. I had a news conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4%. I got them down 400, 500, 600% and more. And the fake news won't write about it. And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs. It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago and I say it now. And the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people. And let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy health care. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what I said. So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal for the people. They just want to make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united. And I will say that what I would like to do is the money doesn't go, trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies. And you still have lousy health care. Obamacare is horrible health care. We want it to go to the people and then let the people go out and buy their own health care and they'll do great. They'll do great. So we're negotiating that now with the Democrats. While congressional Democrats want the largest tax hike in history, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the Great Big Beautiful Bill. The Great Big Beautiful Bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, so think of that. And in addition, you get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants. We're bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people. But 60% of it was stolen over the years, and now I think we're bringing it all back. I think we'll be bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. You know, we're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart, but if we're smart, they're not going to be able to catch us. They know that. They told me that. Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever. And we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars. And we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people, in addition to reducing debt. As you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people. And additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay, because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous, that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in costly job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100 for a family of 4. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times 4. They went up $6,000. We went down $2,100. Think of that. To bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices, I ended the Green New Scam. They call it the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom 11,888 are murderers, and we have to get them out, and we're doing it. We're doing it. I think what the job that our law enforcement groups are doing, Christy, you and Tom and everybody, amazing. What you're doing is amazing. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate, and look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that. But we have to do that because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car, and we have so much gasoline. You know, China doesn't have gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline-driven. But we, everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had to own an electric car under the Biden stupidity. And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars. I like all cars. They're all good. They all have reasons. But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I opposed historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like it. And countries that were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names. But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because of the tariffs that are pouring in. And it's really national security. Among everything else, it's national security. We've also rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a 4th world country. You know, we allow 3rd world country in. We would allow 4th world war countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them. And that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up. It's an easy job. It made your job a lot easier because they know they're not going to get through. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. For 6 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. You believe that? 0. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0 for 6 months. And these are given by radical left people that do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing them any favor. They're being we don't have our net numbers are unbelievable. But we had 0 people in the last 6 months. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded. And nobody talks about that anymore. You know, it's crazy. They don't talk about it. You think they'd say, well, Trump's done a great job in the border. This country is being destroyed by the border. But you always find something new. Like, is he in good health? Biden was great. but is Trump in good health? I sit here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. And I give the right answers. There's never a scandal, there's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. You go back and you can't find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months. If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference, there's something wrong with the president. You people are crazy. I'll let you know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper than I was 25 years ago. But who the hell does? By the way, I took my physical. I got all A's, everything. But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said, is it hard? They said, yes. I said, well, I'm a very smart person. Who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one. Because when you get into the mid-questions, meaning, 10, question number 10, 11, 12, 28, 30, they get harder and harder. And they said, would you like to do it? I said, well, no reason to do it. Nobody's ever done it. I'll do it maybe, but there's really no reason. They said, sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital. And that's a military hospital. And that means that things are, sort of open. It's not like private where you have, if you do poorly, we'll have to, probably you'll find out. I said, I won't do poorly. I'm a smart person, not a stupid person. And as the doctor will tell you, I aced it. Right, Susie? I aced. I got every question right. And these are tough questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from the fake news, would not do well in those exams. But I'm the only one that took it. I got every single question right. And then I read in the New York Times, is Trump sharp? Trump is sharp, but they're not sharp. That's why they're going out of business, the New York Times. I hear that they're losing so much money, it's ridiculous. They're a bunch of fakers. But we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with a fake election, with a rigged election, where a guy like Joe Biden assumes the presidency, because the man was grossly incompetent. And he was incompetent 30 years ago. But he was really incompetent for those last few years, and our country was put at great danger because of it. So for 6 months in a row, we had 0 people. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever, ever, ever. Think of that. And the net benefit to our country is enormous, incalculable. America is strong and respected again. On the world stage, we're really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO and they were calling me the president of Europe. We're doing very well. We have a lot of respect. As you know, we have a problem with a war that our people are trying to settle now with Russia and Ukraine. We are not involved in the war monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like it was candy. That's a massive amount of money. And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it. But we're trying to get that settled. I've settled 8 wars. This would be the 9th. And our people are over in Russia right now to see if we can get it settled. Not an easy situation. Let me tell you what a mess. It's a war that never would have happened if I were president. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. We've renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I thought that would be controversial. And frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one person, there's not one person I've met that doesn't like it. Think of it. We won World War I, World War II, everything in between, everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was, Department of War, and Pete's doing a great job. We ended 8 wars, think of that. 8 wars, but we're going to do one more, I think. I hope. Every time I end a war, they say if if President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. If I end that war. Well, he won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan. Think of all the wars I ended. I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize." So that was very nice of her. I appreciate it, which is true, actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care about death. I care about all the people that are dying. And last month, 27,000 young people died, mostly young people, mostly soldiers, despite some missiles being shot into Kiev and other places. But think of it, mostly young people. 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine last month. What a shame. So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those 2 incredible people from the National Guard in West Virginia they came from. I spoke to their parents. Sarah is gone. She passed away. She's looking down on us now, and she loves her parents, and they loved her. They were, somebody said, how are they doing? I said, the word is devastated. Doing. How are they going to do? They're devastated. The rest of their lives they're going to be devastated. She was an incredible person, highly respected, top of her class, everything. She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion, and she told the parents that she was getting a promotion, and they were so proud of her. Then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. They said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother. He spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to live. I spoke to her very soon after this horrible event took place with this scum that is able to come into our country. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you. No doctor thought that. Nobody thought that. He was hitting bad places, and she was like so positive. It was incredible. And it's possibly right, Pam, right? Possibly right. Boy, it would be amazing. If he lives, it would be amazing. A miracle, actually. But we're very proud of those 2 people. We're very proud of the National Guard. We're very proud of our military and our police and our firemen and women. If you go back and take a look a year ago, year and a half ago, it all changed, I think, on November 5th, the day of the election. But you go back before that, you couldn't get people to join the military, Pete, right? They didn't want anything to do with military. They wanted nothing to do with joining the police or the fire. They wanted nothing to do with anything. They had no spirit. The country it had no spirit, nothing. And now we just had the highest recruitment in history, and we're getting great people. We're getting great people. And I will say, despite what just happened, Washington, D.C. has become a really safe place. And I guess this lunatic probably was upset that the National Guard is so effective, because we were really, really effective, and we are. And Washington, D.C. is now considered a very, very safe city. We had crime numbers a year ago that was so bad, embarrassment, that the city, the capital of this country, could have numbers like that. And Washington now is, no murders, no this. It's been a miracle also what happened here. And now we're in Memphis, and we're going to New Orleans pretty soon. Over there, the governor called me. He'd like to have us go there. Governor Landry, great guy, great governor. He's asked for help in New Orleans, and we're going to go there in a couple of weeks. And we're doing a real job. Even Chicago's down a little bit because we have a minor force there. We could knock it down within 4 or 5 weeks. We could bring it down to almost nothing. But we have a governor that's grossly incompetent, and we have a mayor that's even more incompetent than the governor. He's a very low IQ person. And typically low IQ people don't make good mayors. So I want to thank all of our cabinet members. They're high IQ. Let me see, one. Yeah, generally speaking, a couple I'm a little concerned about. No, but I want to thank, we have a great cabinet, an amazing cabinet, amazing people. All of them, you know, sort of have become stars. We're getting credit for the good cabinet, actually. And I just want to wish everybody a great holiday. We've I think, done a great job with the White House, bringing the White House back. You see the Palm Court that was redone. The Lincoln bedroom was redone. The Lincoln bathroom is now gorgeous, like it should have been. It was terrible green tile that was never the way it was supposed to be. It was done in the 1940s, actually, but it was not proper. And we're restoring the White House just like we're restoring the country, and people are thrilled. But the First Lady's done a beautiful job with the Christmas trees and all the decorations. I see the wreaths on the windows. I've never seen that before, on the windows of the White House. And you know, it's 4 stories high. I said, how did they get that wreath? They had people going up in a little dangerous. I wouldn't want to do it. But they put them up, and we have wonderful people working in the White House, and they're really proud to bring the building back. Because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled, it was mistreated, and now it's being given love. And we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking. You see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background, and you hear them, and every time I hear them, I love the sound. To me, I love the sound. I wouldn't say my wife is thrilled. She hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers? Sorry, darling, that's progress. But no, we're doing great. It's going to be I think it's going to be the finest ballroom ever built, and we're going to have it here. They've wanted it for 150 years. Think of that. So I will just end by saying I want to thank the cabinet. It's been a great cabinet. Let's think of it. Time flies, but this is our last of the year, as I said, and I just think you've done a fantastic job. And we're going to go around the room. We'll go quickly, but we're going to go around the room, and we'll start with Pete, and you'll tell us about some of the achievements. And some of you have achievements that are so big, I don't want you to go through the whole thing because we don't have time. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen. When I had a chance to be on an aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving, the spirit in our ranks since the election under President Trump is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform, and I know a lot of you feel the same way. We've ripped out the DEI and the political correctness. It's all merit-based at the department. We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness, lethality, and that's reviving that spirit. And Mr. President, we're rebuilding the military, historic investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and F-47, next generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the most powerful, most capable, most lethal military in the world, which you have rebuilt once and we're rebuilding again. And then we're reestablishing deterrence and credibility. If you look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of what happened in Afghanistan, the debacle under Joe Biden. We just dealt with it in the streets of Washington, D.C. with those 2 National Guardsmen. And then what happened on October 7th with Hamas, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have started under President Trump. We're having to rebuild that. So whether it's freedom of navigation and taking the fight to the Houthis, whether it's Midnight Hammer, those beautiful B-2s going 37 hours back and forth, undetected, delivering with precision, and Iran not getting nuclear capabilities, Europe and NATO stepping up to 5%, locking down our southwest border. It's been an honor to work with Christy and Tom and everyone else down there to lock it to 0, operational control of our border. And then it's getting after and going after narco-terrorists and designated terrorist organizations in our own hemisphere. As I've said, and I'll say again, we've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco terrorists at the bottom of the ocean because they've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden tried to approach it with kid gloves and allowed them to come across the border. Cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off. We're taking the fight to these designated terror organizations, and that's exactly what we're doing. So we're stopping the drugs, we're striking the boats, we're defeating narco terrorists, and we're standing.
And Peter, you may say one thing, that drugs coming in through the sea by sea are down 91%. And I don't know who the 9% is.
I'm not sure either, sir.
But down 91% by sea.
We've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike right now, which is the entire point, right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the rinse and repeat approach of previous administrations. This is meant to get after that approach. And I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations, and we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that, and we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job. Thank you very much.
Great job.
So we set out to stop the ripoff of the United States of America. This is about global change of trade. We've been ripped off since 1945 when we set this policy. So we set out, and together with my partners, Jameson Greer and Scott Bessent, we set out to change that. So we started, the first one was the UK deal, right? We asymmetric. They pay us 10%, and we get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, the European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy. They completely opened their borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best. And so it proved that President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda. Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us $750 billion in cash to build in America at the president's direction. And we're going to start, as an example, nuclear. Right? We need to have a nuclear arsenal in America of power, the generation of power. So we're going to build hundreds of billions of dollars, financed by the Japanese and the Koreans, meaning they give us the money, we build it here, and we split the cash flow 50-50. We're going to build ships, $150 billion worth of ships in America. That changes the way things work, right? After those trade deals, then you go to how are we going to reshore? Right? Let's start talking about the auto industry, right? We've been competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans. We're kicking our tail. President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs, bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%, Ford up 34%. And on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the president that this is the greatest administration for auto workers in America. Stocks up and the auto workers up. That proves that President Trump understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work there. Semiconductors, right? We didn't build any. The Biden CHIPS Act was a $60 billion giveaway, right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days, right? And then you go to pharmaceuticals, right? $250 billion being invested in America, and then working together with Bobby Kennedy, right? Pounding away on that MFN, working together as a joint team. They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices in half. We did the golden share of U.S. Steel to make sure the Mon Valley is protected. Intel gave us 10% of the company, make tens of billions of dollars, right? And the last thing I will say is a year ago today, I was working on transition with President Trump, right? To build the greatest cabinet ever for the greatest president ever. And I, as I sit here today, I can't be more proud of how you did it, sir. You've created the greatest cabinet. It is a joy to be at this table.
You know, one thing we will mention, so they came to see me from Intel, and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem, but I think the United States is entitled to 10% of your company. And the chairman looked at me and he goes, you have a deal. Tell them, how much money have we made since I made that deal?
It's only $40 billion.
$40 billion. We made $40 billion. That was, what, 3 months ago? Does anybody write about it? Nobody writes about it. That's okay. Mr. Secretary, how we doing with transportation?
Well, Mr. President, so just quickly on aviation, many of you heard that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber. The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber. They had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber. Now it's going to take longer for us to go from analog to digital. By the way, the rest of the world transitioned 20 years ago from analog to digital. We are just going to do that at the FAA right now, but we're buying new radios. We're going to buy new radar. By the way, those radar are going to be made in America, Mr. President. This phase of the operation will be completed by the time you leave office. It's 3 years. I do need another $20 billion, Congress, to start the second phase, which is really important, and we'll try to get that done also in that 3-year time period, but we need the money, critically important. With regard to commercial driver's license, I think we've covered a lot the crashes that have taken place around the country, and what we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools, and they're not safe on American roadways. And so, in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We got California, Gavin Newsom, to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued licenses. We've closed down half of the fake schools that give out these fake licenses, all critically important. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people, shameful. We've cleaned up Union Station here in DC per your directive. We're going to rebuild Penn Station in New York. We're going to break ground at the end of 2027, get that project operational. And, Mr. President, a lot of us, I fly commercially, I fly back by the bathrooms. I don't know why that happens. They put me in the back. But, we've asked Americans to bring their better selves, to bring civility back to travel, to say, listen, let's say please and thank you. And if you have someone's pregnant on your flight and you're as strong as Pete is, well, pick up the bag and help her put it in the overhead bin. Let's be nice to each other, is what we've asked. Maybe not wear pajamas or slippers on the airplane. And I think it's been received fairly well, and I think we can all have a better travel experience when we do that. And just the last point I'll make is there was a big football game where the Merchant Marine Academy that falls under DOT actually beat the Coast Guard with Kristi Noem. We beat them by 1 point, and so we're very proud of that. And, so well done, Kings Pointers.
So a little bit in a nutshell, we're rebuilding the air traffic control. Under boot edge. It was supposed to be boot edge.
Booty's
grossly
edge.
incompetent person. He'd get in his bicycle, ride to work, and he was just terrible. What they do is they take the fiber optics and they take fiber, trying to hook it into copper, and fiber and copper don't mix. You can't do it, but people knew that for the last 30 years since they started doing the fiber. And they spent billions of dollars, and it didn't work. And you saw that by the helicopter crash. You saw that by Into the Plane. You saw that by a lot of things. So we're doing a brand new air traffic control system, and it's going to be the best, and it's going to be from top to bottom. And we have the 3 top companies in the world bidding on it. And it's going to be one bid, and we're going to have one company responsible, and it'll be the best system. And it's going to make this. Look, our skies are safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't let people fly. But we're going to have the safest skies. We're going to have the best system anywhere in the world. We're also going to rebuild Dulles Airport because it's not a good airport. It should be a great airport, and it's not a good airport at all. It's a terrible airport. It was incorrectly designed with a good building. Actually, it's got a beautiful terminal. Saarinen was the architect, one of the greatest architects in the world at the time. A great architect. And so they have a great building and a bad airport. But we're going to turn that around, and we're going to make Dulles Airport, serving Washington and Virginia, Maryland, etc. We're going to make that into something really spectacular. We have an amazing plan for it. and other things. But yeah, you're doing a really good job. I appreciate it.
The people movers of Dulles, we had a crash recently. So we're going to announce that later today, a request for bids on this. But again, it's a not a great airport, which we can make great in this administration, Mr. President.
We have a design that's amazing for Dulles. It's going to take Dulles and make it a really bad. It was a badly designed airport. We're going to make it into as good as there is in the country. It'll be exciting. Okay, please.
All right. Well, Mr. President, it's good to be here at this meeting because in 1 year you can look around the table and see the change. And I think one of the biggest changes is how this cabinet works together. And I want to start there. This has often been said, I found out some things this year that I didn't know, that the Department of what was Defense, now Department of War, and the Veterans Department had never really communicated. Now, we're fraternal twins, in a way. Pete and I are. He lifts better, I'm better looking. But in the looking at this, I mean, he brings them in. He keeps them for a number of years, up to 20 or longer. And then they come in to what the country is committed to our veterans. And if you don't have both ends working correctly, then recruitment lags, morale lags, and we've been able to work and fix a great deal of that. I didn't need to change our name, but I did do one thing. I put the veteran back first at the VA. And we did that in 1 year. How did we do that? We started taking things that have been neglected for a long time and put them back. We had a backlog in which we've dropped over 160,000. We're not talking year-to-year change at the VA. We're talking 5-6 years. We have to go back 5 to 6 year prior COVID numbers to see the change of backlogs that are now reduced. We do it in 6 months instead of the long time it took. In fact, it grew under the Biden administration. It shrank over 160,000 under us. Champ VA, which is a program we have, has basically been back to day to day. It was at a terrible state, which delays and claims and everything's going on. We got that back. We're doing things like taking a new look. I have one question that I ask when I go to my hospitals, with, by the way, over 170 hospitals, 1,200 clinics, and I ask the people one thing, Mr. President. I said, what are you doing right now that if you were just honest and I wasn't standing here, you say, this is stupid? It's been amazing what we've gotten, and the feedback that we've had. We've been able to change how we do credentialing, how we do privileging, how we do hiring. We're all working through that, and it has all made a difference for our veterans as we go forward. CNP exams for veterans out there listening. If this is the one where disability claims, where they say, well, let me send you to a doctor to make sure. Most of the time we have that already in the record. We're working now to where those could actually be changed, where we just look at the record and not have to send them to the doctor. That's almost a $3 billion savings that we can let, and also not taking what the veterans get. We're also getting ready to announce here pretty soon a reorganization that's going to bring our hospital system organizationally in line with the 21st century. We are the largest healthcare organization. It's about time we acted like it, Mr. President. You gave that leadership, and we're going to do it. And also one thing, community care contracts getting ready to go out. It's one of the largest contracts in the federal government, but it does exactly what you and I have talked about before, making sure that our veterans can get care in the system or in the community, wherever they want it. We're getting ready for that. Now, I have one thing for all the press who really enjoyed the first of the year, saying, oh, you know, they're going to cut all these jobs, 80,000 this, 80,000 that, the VA. Mr. President, every success that I just gave you came after the fact, or pretty much after the fact, that we had 30,000 take early retirement. Early retirement, no risk, although you reported it as loss and risk, you can't help yourself. 30,000 took a retirement. Every bit of the success that I just told you about came with a reduced workforce. It was a motivated workforce that said, how can we take care of veterans? That's what this cabinet does. That's what we're doing for you, Mr. President.
And you've got the highest approval rating we've ever had at the VA, so that tells you something. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Jameson, please.
Well, there's been some activity on trade this year. You know, for about 75 years, we had a system, global trading system, that was premised on the United States having totally open borders, right? Not just on immigration, but on goods and services, and everyone else generally kept higher tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers, etc. Obviously, the outcome was we had a huge trade deficit. You took it head on. You gave all of us who work on the file a lot of leverage. So we spent the past 10 months or whatever we've been doing now just going around the world and flipping the script. So now we're in a situation where we've protected our industries, we have the tariffs, and the other countries have decided to take their tariffs down and non-tariff barriers. And we've done it in a very constructive way. We've achieved agreements on reciprocal trade, which are a new kind of trade agreement that's really focused on making sure we have balanced trade, we have reciprocal trade, that we're treating each other fairly. And it's been embraced by the international community. And it's going to be exciting to see what it's like 5 years, 10 years from now, because you've changed it. And that's how it's going to be now. And I think you should be commended for it, and we look forward to seeing what comes in the next few years.
Thank you very much. You're doing great. He's doing a great job. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last time I was here, I said that the amount of dereg that we had for regulatory was 30 to 1. Since then, it's up to 48 to 1. Your goal had been 10 to 1, which was in excess of 6 to 1 in the first term. It's actually much higher than that, but I made my team redo the threshold a little bit because it sounded so unbelievable. But the amount of work that's being done with this entire team is astronomical. And another detail in that is that when we propose a rule, some of the biggest ones that you care the most about don't go into that count until they are finalized. So next year we should be even more eye-popping. One of those to talk about is the federal acquisitions regulations, which you gave us a charge 6 months ago to dramatically reduce. In 6 months, we've lowered it by 25%, 500 pages, 2,700 mandates, which is a third of the mandates. That's going to lead to savings, competition, and speed. So probably $40 billion for the agencies in savings over the course of 10 years. When we get up and running, it'll be north of between $200 and $400 billion. Competition, about 45% of government bids only have one bidder. So you got no competition in that situation. That will now change, and then we're just getting faster, months, and hopefully we turn it into years, which means you all around this table can buy things that you need quickly, and that you have better vendors to come, many of them small businesses who want to participate in the federal procurement process. So making all sorts of improvements on that front is very exciting. Thank you, Mr. President.
That's great. And great on the regulations. We're cutting them at levels never seen before. And I have the record from the first 4 years, but we're blowing that record away, so it's been really great. Good. Scott?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Great to be with everyone. And you know, when you were giving your report, which was fantastic, and I listened to the report of all my colleagues here and those that will come, it reminds me when I played in the NFL, we had this thing called game film. You know all about film. And we had a saying that said, the film don't lie. The film tells a real story. And I hope that the American people, when they watch the film that's going on now in this time in our history, that they will see that America is greater today than it ever has been. And so I thank you for that. And thank you for giving us good stories that we can tell for the American people.
Scott, we're saving our country.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I don't want to be braggadocious. We're saving our country. Our country was going down and would never have been able to come back. We're saving all of us, but we're saving our country. All right, go ahead, please.
So at Housing and Urban Development, in keeping with your executive order, sir, in making America's streets safe and beautiful again, we've been very intentional about making public housing in our country safe. And I want people to know, our colleagues know this, but people in America know that we actually care about people that live in public housing around our country. A lot of public housing is wrought with crime, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, illicit drugs, illegal aliens living in public housing, but we've put them on notice to let you know that it's not lost on us. We care about the people, we're paying attention to it, and we're gonna root out crime in public housing. We've been very focused on working with the Memphis Safe Task Force, the DC Safe and Beautiful Task Force, working with Pam and Chrissy and others, and law enforcement. Our law enforcement is tremendous. Every single night they go out and they go to public housing to make sure that our people are safe, mothers and children are safe. And so at HUD, you know, it's a different day. We're running new plays. The film was real bad when I came in, I'm gonna be honest. But we are giving the people that live in public housing the assurance that they will be safe. And we also announced a new crime hotline, sir, that people that live in public housing, if they see criminal activity, if they see illegals living there, if they see drug trafficking, if you see it, if you hear it, report it. Don't be afraid. And so work with our Office of Inspector General. We've set up this crime hotline, and also working with Chrissy and Department of Homeland Security, making sure that everyone that lives inside of public housing is accounted for and that they are American people. And so I say that and I emphasize that to know that we prioritize American people and American people only. Lastly, sir, in Atlantic City, we took over the Atlantic City public housing because the living conditions were deplorable. And they have people that have been living there for 3 generations, and they were being treated very bad. And so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay. And working with the First Lady in the Foster Youth Initiative has been a great joy for me and our team. So thank you for doing that executive order to make sure that our foster youth have a safe landing pad and have financial literacy as they age out of the foster youth system. And so you talked about affordability. HUD has supported over 1 million Americans in home ownership and affordability, and over 560,000 are first-time home buyers. So I hope that the press will write about that good news, that 1 million people are able to own a home and to refinance their homes. And sir, we are moving our building from DC to Alexandria, Virginia. So thank you for your support. We're going to save the American people about $500 million. So that's my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Scott. Brooke?
Well, coming off of Thanksgiving, moving towards Christmas, I think it's the season of Thanksgiving, and 2 words for me are gratitude and joy. Gratitude to you for, as Howard said, bringing this team together. I say it a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like family at this point, and I don't know that there's ever been an organization like this, at least a government like this in the history of our country. These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country is the privilege of all of our lifetimes, I believe. So thank you for that. At U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862. But under your leadership, we have finally, again, put farmers and ranchers and rural America first. In the last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that. But under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation, interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive, massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable food, housing, fuel, et cetera, and that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't one trade deal or 2 trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. We're going to focus on that next year, hopefully with our Vice President, many of our cabinet members. But the opportunity to do that under these new trade deals is unprecedented. And so just putting farmers first, our ranchers first, Mr. President, is such a huge priority and an accomplishment of the last year. The second quick thing is lawfare, and I know you know this better than anyone in the country. When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average, everyday Americans, well, from you, the top of the heap as president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Maud family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. The family, the Henry family in New Jersey, who were facing their farm being taken away for eminent domain to give to affordable housing, we fixed that. So being able to completely change the trajectory of private property rights, but especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers and our rural communities, changes everything for our country. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, But when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now a big good piece of news that I hope is written about, since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully the plan with better jobs, higher wages, etc. But still, when we found 186,000 dead people's Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected. 21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprisingly, the red states, and that's where all of that data, that fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, the blue states, continue to say no. So as of next week, we have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%. So now as we continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy for this work, and so grateful to you. The final thing I'll say, a lot of gratitude to Secretary Marco Rubio for wearing his Aggie maroon tie as a reflection of Texas A&M beating Florida handily about a month ago. So Marco, I want to thank you, and much gratitude and joy in my heart as well. Yes. But thank you, sir.
We also have to say something about China with one of the largest purchases ever in our country, the soybeans.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to thank President Xi. We had a great meeting. We were in South Korea, and I went to a lot of other places too, but we met in South Korea, and President Xi was great. And China gave us among the largest orders in the history of your world, agriculture.
That's right.
So.
And sir, may I say, this is the remarkable result of real leadership, and your real leadership. Just a couple of days ago, China announced that they were going to halt all purchases from Brazil because they had found some irregularities in some of the soybeans they're buying from Brazil. And what that means is a continued signal that this country and our farmers produce the best, highest quality soybeans, sorghum, et cetera, in the world. And what you've been able to do is open those markets up and again, move toward an era where our farmers are not so reliant on government checks, but they have the markets to sell their product. Having said that, we do have a bridge payment we'll be announcing with you next week, as we're still trying to recover from the Biden years. That's right.
To help the farmers. We're going to help the farmers. They did not help the farmers.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Scott?
Mr. President, it's been a great year on the economy, but the best is yet to come. The tens of trillions of dollars that have come in investment, both the portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries, that is turning into a CapEx boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history. When CapEx is up, jobs will follow. The One Big Beautiful Bill is an incredible, as you said, thanks to your leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune, we had that done on July 4th, which everyone said was impossible. And the great thing about that bill, sir, for the American people, it's for industry, 100% expensing, build your factory here, you can write it off immediately, but you also insisted on the 4 benefits for working people: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility for American cars, and that is retroactive. So as a result, in 2026, we are going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first quarter. So the best way to address the affordability crisis is to give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real wage increases. I think next year is going to be a fantastic year. Taxes, deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership is coming to America. bond market had its best year since 2020. Everyone said couldn't be done. So we're going to have growth. We've had 2 4% quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go back to that. So not only are we going to have great growth, but it's going to be low inflationary growth. And stock market obviously is following, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street as all this kicks in. You came in, immigration, I called it the 3 I's, immigration, interest rates, and inflation, that were killing the American people. Close the border, the promise kept. Interest rates are down, and 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020, and inflation led by energy prices is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. We can look back, be very proud of this year, but I think 2026 is going to be great for the American people. Thanks to you.
It's going to be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with this great team that you've assembled. And I just want to pick up on something you said, Mr. President, because you hit the nail on the head, that it is absurd that Democrats talk about an affordability crisis that they created and the people around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think the most important statistic for the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income. And under the first 10 months of this Trump administration, they have gained over $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens. Why did tax bills get so unaffordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership were now cutting taxes. Why did food get so expensive? Because we printed trillions of dollars and threw it into green scams that made our agricultural economy suffer while Americans were paying higher prices for food. On every single one of those issues, Mr. President, I think we've made incredible progress. But it would be preposterous to fix every problem caused over the last 4 years in just 10 months. I think that we've done incredibly good. But what I see over the next year, and you heard Brooke talk about joy and gratitude, what I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire administration, is that we have now done incredible work to fix what Joe Biden broke. And I think the next year in American growth and American prosperity could be the best year that we've had in the United States of America. It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because we have the greatest country in the world. But I think for congressional Democrats in particular, if they want to talk about affordability, they ought to look in the mirror. We are fixing what they're broken. We're proud to do it. It's the job that we were elected to do. But I think 2026 is going to be the year where this economy really takes off.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Pam?
President Trump, thank you for talking about Sarah. Heartbreaks for her family. And Andy is doing well. His parents, Melody and Jason, wanted me to tell you, and I was with them yesterday in the hospital. He's a miracle. I was there when the surgeons came in, and they wanted you to know this. He's a miracle, and if everyone in this country can continue to pray for that family. He's got a long road ahead of him, but he is a miracle. And of course, our DC initiative is led by our amazing, and the monster will be held accountable who did this. Our marshals, of course, are leading the DC Safe effort. We have made over 7,000 arrests at your direction. DC is safe again. Working with everyone around this table, Pete and everyone. Scott and I were in Memphis together last week, and everyone, and Bobby, your HHS, doctors and medics are on the ground to help people in Memphis and DC. In Memphis, we've made over 3,500 arrests so far, and Homeland Security, Christy, you've been instrumental in this. But it's everyone working together as a team. We even have Treasury agents out there. It's unbelievable, on the ground in DC and Memphis. Of course, law enforcement first, FBI, Kash Patel has led the FBI. We have a 100% increase in the arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Terry Cole, over 45 million fentanyl pills. 4,200 kilos fentanyl powder. That is the equivalent of 347 million potential lethal doses. That's unbelievable that you've taken off the streets of our country. And the weight of all the drugs combined taken off by DEA is the weight of 17 full semi-trucks of the drugs just since you've been in office. The drugs that had flowed into this country under the previous administration. ATF, led by Rob Sakata, has seized more than 31,000 illegal guns. 31,000. Unbelievable at your leadership. 19,000 of those were from trafficking cases. We've been sued on the legal front now. We have been sued 575 times. 575 times. More than every administration going back to Reagan combined. Most recently, yesterday, I was sued by an immigration judge who we fired. One of the reasons, she said she was a woman. Last I checked, I was a woman as well. 24 Supreme Court wins, President Trump, 92% success rate. We told you it would take a while to get to the Supreme Court. We're doing it at record speed, led by John Sauer, of course, Sarah and Hosh, all working together. Immigration, we're winning. Nationwide injunctions, ending DEI funding, working to secure that our federal workforce is aligned with your America First agenda, representing pretty much everyone in this room. We met with your general counsel yesterday, Doug, working with everyone. It's nonstop. ICE, of course, we're winning there with Christie. We're Brooke, SNAP benefits, won there. Marco, USAID. Pete, National Guard, of course, going nonstop. Our U.S. attorneys are fighting violent crime, working around the clock to make America safe again, which was your directive. Our Civil Rights Division, suing Gavin Newsom 3 times now, Prop 50, keeping boys out of girls' sports, and in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We've sued over election integrity. We are litigating major universities with Linda. Thank you, our Civil Rights Division, for everything that you've done to end DEI in our schools. Our Civil Division fighting sanctuary cities every single day. And of course, our Antitrust Division with Google, major settlement. Our attorneys are working on terrorism, TDA, MS-13, Antifa, President Trump. We've charged more than 500 defendants with assault on federal officers thanks to your directive. And also, we have dropped countless cases against Americans that were prosecuted under the Biden administration, including J6, COVID, FACE Act, and more. And as everyone knows, we cannot talk about pending grand jury investigations, but no one is above the law, and that includes what happened in Arctic frost. I hope everyone has a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and happy
No one
holidays.
is above the law.
Thank you for fighting for our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, Laura.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to be at this table. When I came on board, I knew really none of you in this last year, and it's been a year, Mr. President, since I've had the pleasure to serve this country on the workforce. Everybody said the Department of Labor would be quiet, fly under the radar, you won't have to do too much. Absolutely not, because you made the American people realize the American dream is real for the American workforce. And it's been under your leadership, Mr. President, that over 2 million jobs that has been created since you started have been native-born workers. And that is the difference between this presidency, this administration, as opposed to the Biden administration, where mostly foreign-born or federal government jobs. And I think through the private sector, over 2 million jobs of native-born. And so the Labor Department has wasted no time in putting that into action with our Make America Skilled Again, either grant dollars, but the intentionality of the apprenticeship program, 1 million active apprentices across this country. We have done over 250,000 new apprentices so far in the first year and registered over 2,000 new apprenticeship programs. Why do we need the apprenticeship programs with the men and women in the trades? Because of the leadership of onshoring and reshoring, and have a lot of these companies reinvest in America. We have to build this country. We cannot do that without the tradesmen and women and the craftsmen of this country. And I think that, Howard and I, we talked about that from the beginning, and we're going to have to lean in on that because we need the labor force, 700,000 new skilled jobs with electricians, construction workers, machinists, and so forth. And as I traveled with the vice president as well, we see that on the manufacturing floors of this country, they're in desperate need. The Department of Labor are going to get the workforce skilled again. Working with Secretary McMahon as we move a lot of the education out to our respective states, we are now working together, and we have deployed $86 million in investments, and a lot of that is in AI infrastructure jobs to have our new workforce proficient and literate in AI if we're going to continue to lead the AI race, and we're working on that. And the Department of Labor is now creating and will soon launch the AI infrastructure and workforce hub, which we will be able to track that metrics to see exactly if these dollars are going correctly. Integrating education and workforce with obviously Administrator Loeffler and I are on the road a lot together because we're talking about Main Street as well as a lot of the manufacturing jobs and how we're being an ally to our businesses as opposed to an adversary. For far too long under the Biden administration, we were adversaries to our business owners, and we want to give them a leg up always and make sure that we're paying attention. And we want our workforce to be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country where our 4th through 8th graders cannot read, write, or do any math, and they are our future workforce. We have to depend on the American worker first. Also, lowering healthcare costs in line with the executive order. I'm working with Treasury and HHS, and rulemaking is underway to expand healthcare transparency and make pricing more affordable for our employers who offer these to their employees. Promoting retirement security. The department rescinded the Biden administration's guidance that restricted the use of crypto in the retirement investments, and we're seeing more and more of that. Where we also rescinded the supplemental statement that discouraged the fiduciaries from considering the alternative assets for 401ks, and that will also come through the Department of Labor, that rulemaking. Ending abuse of cheap foreign labor at the expense of the American worker. We launched over 200 investigations into companies who will have abused and or fraudulently against the American worker. So Project Firewall was released. Thank you, Mr. President. We want the trained workforce, but we will root out the fraud and abuse, and we'll protect the American worker first. And slashing the job-killing regulations. The department has rescinded discriminatory DEI practices, and I will tell you, reducing compliance costs for businesses as it was for DEI has saved American businesses nearly $1 billion this year by just getting rid of DEI for that compliance cost that they've had to do. So, Mr. President, continuing to skill the American worker, the American workforce is going to be my mission. We have to do it faster. We have to do it quicker. We have to build so that the American people can realize that American dream that you have laid out so eloquently. And it's an honor to serve under this administration and to talk to the American workers who believe in the American dream again, the pride on their face, the pride of the American worker, the skilled men and women who build with their hands. It's an honor. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Very good job. Thank you very much. Chris?
Mr. President, I am honored and frankly inspired to sit at this table with this incredible team of leaders that work every day for one and only one constituency, the American people. Not this group or that group, the American people. The price of energy that's very much on the mind of Americans. The biggest determinant of the price of energy is politicians, political leaders, and policies. That's what drives energy prices. Under your leadership, what we've seen in the United States is just a steady drop in the price of gasoline, a huge consumer cost for Americans. As you mentioned early on, well below $3 a gallon right now and trending downwards. There are a number of stations in the heartland of America with $1.99 signs flying today. That's simply impossible without the leadership and changes you've brought. Now, of course, you can go to California, where the average price of gasoline is between $4.50 and $5 a gallon today in California. That's just bad political leaders there and bad policies in California.
And taxes.
And taxes.
Taxes they charge on gasoline are just insane. Terrible.
And electricity prices is a very parallel story, but it's a bigger moving ship, so the changes are a little bit slower. But Americans are outraged at roughly 30% rise in the average price of electricity across this country. But everything we are doing together is going to reverse that. Not just stop the rises, but start a downward trajectory in electricity prices. And I can say that with confidence, not because we think these policies will work. We know these policies will work, and I'll get to that in a second. We're going to stop closing power plants. We've already done that, of course. Stop closing the coal power plants and natural gas plants that were shut down. We've got over 30 gigawatts of generators just sitting there today, not allowed to run. Well, of course, we're fixing that immediately. We're going to bring on from our existing grid tens of gigawatts more capacity that'll drive down the cost of electricity. But if we look at the last 5 years to see what works and what doesn't work, the most Trump-aligned policies in the electricity sector were by, no surprise, one of your cabinet members, Secretary Burgum, for 8 years governor of North Dakota. Over the last 5 years, production and demand for electricity in North Dakota grew 35%. Think what data center boom's going to do. And what happened? Electricity prices went down. Didn't rise slowly. They actually went down those 5 years. That's the answer. Trump-aligned energy policies increased demand for electricity. Nebraska and Texas, more Trump-aligned states, had significant growth in demand for electricity. They had electricity price rises, but well below the price of inflation. Unfortunately, Biden brought all of us a lot of inflation. If you look at the other end of the spectrum, California, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, I could go on. What happened in those states? Policies and politicians that force the building of unreliable electricity generation, which requires new infrastructure and transmission lines. And what happened? Today they produce less electricity than they did 5 years ago. A lot of spending money and less electricity. What does that mean? Of course, much faster rises in the price of electricity. Blue states have had 1.5 times faster rise in electricity prices than red states. Red states alone, less than inflation. We need to bring those policies. You are bringing those policies to the national level. We hope the blue states will come along with us, but your policies are going to start the decline of electricity prices nationwide under your leadership by just bringing back common sense. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this team. For people here who are focused on winning, special thanks to Howard and Scotty who were there with me to see the Denver Broncos win on Monday night. Now we want nationwide wins on energy for 3 more years.
And we're doing more energy production than we've ever done by far right now.
Records across the board that'll continue to be reset every year you're in office.
Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for giving me a very interesting job. Some days it's a little controversial too, but it's been an honor to work for you. You are a great American. The fights that you pick are the right fights, and they're always on behalf of this country. So I appreciate the chance to do this job heading up this department. If you think about what Joe Biden did with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department to invade the country with terrorists. He opened up the borders, let anybody come in that wanted to. He put them on airplanes. He let them through our airports. If they could figure out a way to get to our shores and in our country, he just opened the door and invited them in. So it's our job to get them out. And I want to thank you for this team, because I look around the table and I think every single person here has helped me do my job over the last year. They've supported us at the border and given us resources. Marco negotiates all the travel documents and relationships with other countries to take their people home. 2 million people have gone home already. The people that were here illegally, you've removed from our country and sent home. And we're going to send more home for the holidays too, and make sure that they get to be with their families in their countries. Yes.
Mostly the bad ones.
That's right. Pam.
Focus is the bad ones.
That's right.
And there are a lot of them.
Terrible, horrible people. And Pam makes sure she's fighting for us in court so that we can get up every day and be bold. We're going to hire our 10,000th ICE officer. Will be on the job within 10 days. So we have hired 10,000. We've had hundreds of thousands of applications. We've got within the department, TSA went through this government shutdown without any delays. They all showed up for their shifts and worked hard doing security.
And they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane.
Yeah.
And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have built and deployed hundreds of miles of border already. You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country and have its back. So thank you for letting us get up every day and have a purpose. We appreciate you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. We are saving this country. We're doing it one Main Street at a time, and we're doing it at record speed and at record levels. Under your leadership, small business optimism, according to the U.S. Chamber Index for small businesses, has reached an all-time high in the history of that index. So on Main Street, the economy is coming back thanks to your leadership, thanks to getting Biden inflation under control. Small businesses' number one concern right now is finding skilled labor, and that's why Secretary Chavez DeRemer and I have entered into an MOU to speed that workforce to small businesses that under this administration are now at record levels. 36 million small businesses have now taken on board, for the first time in the SBA's history, $100 billion. That's $45 billion in small business lending at 85,000 small businesses, most of that under your term, and $52 billion out to small business investment companies. So we are running this agency like the best run bank in the country. We are growing small businesses across Main Street, and we're deregulating to the tune of $100 billion, working with all my fellow cabinet members. And thank you for putting together the best cabinet in history. Iron sharpens iron, and thank you for bringing such a strong leadership group together. And then finally, I've walked factory floors from Alaska to Maine, and the workers, the small businesses, most manufacturers in this country are small businesses, 600,000 of them. They are so grateful to your fair trade, low inflation, deregulation agenda that is creating national security and economic security in this country like never before. And so I want to also finally thank you for bringing faith back to the White House, to this administration. I want to thank Brooke for hosting the Cabinet Bible Study and invite everyone tomorrow to Bible study.
Nice.
And making this country something that we can be so proud of under your leadership. And I'm so blessed and honored to be part of this team. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I am truly grateful to be a member of your team here at this table to help support you in delivering on the promises that you made to the American people. You came in with a very clear mandate of taking on the rampant weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community and federal law enforcement, experiencing yourself, the deep state abusing their power as they have against you, your family, and so many of the American people. Bring out accountability truly for those who have abused their power, making sure that the intelligence community is supporting your efforts in keeping the American people safe, secure, and free, and being the president of peace. I'm grateful to be in this position as your Director of National Intelligence to support you in these efforts, and I'll cover very briefly what we've done over the last year under your leadership and what we look forward to continuing to focus on next year. First of all, under your leadership, again, we've taken on a historic effort for transparency, declassification, and exposing these abuses of power by these deep state actors. We've declassified over 500,000 documents, many of which had never been seen before by the American people, put them online to bring about this level of transparency. We formed a weaponization working group, again, to be able to go after a lot of these abuses of power that have never seen the light of day, to support the accountability that under Pam Bondi's leadership in the Department of Justice is coming about. Secondly, bring about reforms to the intelligence community to make sure that we have the most effective and efficient and focused workforce that's really working on bringing about the priorities you have laid out in ensuring our country's security. And lastly, Mr. President, working with many of our partners here around the table, is going after these domestic threats. We have threats coming from both Islamist ideology as well as Islamist terrorists, foreign terrorist organizations, and those who seek to do harm to the American people, many of whom were let in across our borders under the previous administration. We are focused on these tasks and this imperative for the American people, and just appreciate your leadership, Mr. President, in empowering us to be able to conduct this service. Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Say it loud and clear. Lee?
Mr. President, your team at the Trump EPA has been crushing it all year to fix the big mess that we inherited and deliver amazing results for the American people. I've had the opportunity to visit all 50 states since confirmation earlier this year, and to hear from real people where they meet, where they live, and to bring their great ideas and their asks back to us to be able to deliver for them. At the Trump EPA, we have proven that you can both protect the environment and grow the economy. On the environmental front, since you were sworn in earlier this year, we have averaged a big environmental accomplishment every single day. On the 100th day, the 200th day, the 300th day of your presidency, each time we released a list of our top 100 environmental accomplishments. That has included a historic LA wildfire cleanup that you ordered us to complete in record time, which we did, and the Army Corps, under the leadership of our great Secretary of War, did their part as well. The federal government completely did all of the work needed to allow these residents and businesses to be able to rebuild, but poor leadership at the local and state level, unfortunately, is still resulting in these property owners unable to rebuild, and it's wrong. We also were able to reach an agreement with Mexico to be able to implement a plan to permanently end a decades-old raw sewage crisis on the southern border with Mexico. And Secretary Rubio and his team, Chris Landau, Ambassador Johnson, they've been amazing to get that done. On the deregulatory front, we have proudly launched a massive blitz that amounts to the largest deregulatory effort by any agency in the history of the United States. To put some perspective on it, in 1 year, at one agency, we will do more deregulation than entire presidencies have done across all agencies. It's incredible. You could go back across 4-year terms, 8-year terms, you've never seen this much deregulation. One agency, 1 year. In fact, when finalized, the proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding amounts to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States of America. From fixing the agency's definition of waters of the United States, which is important for our farmers, our ranchers, and other landowners, to the effort to end electric vehicle mandates and promote consumer choice, eliminating regulations designed to eliminate entire sectors of our energy economy. We're thinking big and we're delivering big. We have reduced terrible derailments on diesel exhaust fluid systems. We're getting water moving faster, new pipelines and power plants built, and we're helping to unleash energy dominance. Mr. President, on the operational front, we have significantly reduced the size of the agency workforce, and we are accomplishing more with less. It's all about priorities, and our focus is on fulfilling our statutory obligations, helping to fast-track project approvals that were taking way too long, and closely following the law, as well as key Supreme Court decisions like Loper-Bright to overturn the Chevron doctrine. We inherited massive backlogs that we've been eliminating all year long. We've been implementing your executive order to end COVID-era remote work. We consolidated real estate, canceled expensive media subscriptions, and closed a Biden EPA museum that none of you knew even existed. I'm sure none of you actually visited. To put it another way, in 2024, the Biden EPA obligated and spent over $60 billion in 1 year, an agency with an operational budget of about $10 billion a year. In their own words, caught on camera, they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, wasting precious tax dollars to pay off well-connected Obama and Biden officials. And they were doing it without any apology or regret. The Biden EPA, in fact, was amending grant agreements just days before you came into office to reduce agency oversight. But this year, 2025, at the Trump EPA, similar theme that you'll hear from everyone around this table. With our actions canceling wasteful grants and implementing other measures just mentioned, we have saved $30 billion. They spent over $60 billion. We have saved over $30 billion. The bottom line, by the way, is that the Green New scam is dead. It's a new day at the EPA where we will protect the environment and grow the economy. We will deliver on the Trump mandate every day. And we will fight with just one constituency front of mind, and that is the American people. Thank you, Mr. President, for being willing to take a bullet for this country. And if you were to ask me what I'm grateful for, whether it's a Thanksgiving, it's a Christmas, a Hanukkah, a New Year's, any time of year, the fact that this president, after 4 years serving in office, he could have just left it in the rearview mirror and went on to really enjoy retirement. But he is willing to take a bullet for all of you tuning in at home because he believes in his flag, our freedom, our liberties, and to save the greatest country in the history of the world. So I'm grateful this holiday season for you, Mr. President. You're willing to take a bullet for all of us, and by all of us, it's the American public.
Thank you.
Mr. President, good morning, everyone. Well, in spite of the fact that your charge to me is to fire myself, we've really been incredibly hard at work making sure that we can return education to the states. And as I sit and listen to all the emergencies that we are addressing in this country, from the economy to our borders to everything that we're doing, I would say, sir, that if we do not fix education in our country with this hard reset that you are expecting, I think the greatest national emergency we could face is our education. Because if we are not going to educate our children, we're going to continue to fall behind the rest of the world. When there are only 30% of 12th graders, 8th graders, and 4th graders that can read at proficiency level, that is an incredibly harsh statement to make about our country. And you told me when you first were elected president and you looked at, I think, right after you took office, the first NAEP scores, which is Nation's Report Card, came out and showed how far down we were in educational proficiency in our country. And not only the NAEP scores, but the international scores as well, showed us about third from the bottom. You told me you were not only embarrassed, but you were angry about this and that we had to do something to change this in our country. And we took a hard look at it, and you absolutely said the bureaucracy of education in Washington is keeping its thumb on preventing growth, what we should have, because it's best handled at the state level. Letting states put their programs in place, and some states are going to do it a lot better than others, but it's not going to happen from Washington, D.C. And when I hear things like, well, with no disrespect to any other country in the world that have really great programs, Germany, Sweden, Norway, I hear about this all the time. Point of fact is, they're this big. The United States is this big. We can't do it from Washington, D.C. It has to be done at the state level. So what we've been doing, as Lori brought up, Secretary of Labor brought up, we have a great working relationship. We have already signed and implemented one MOU or interagency agreement to handle the WIOA program and the Perkins grants to make sure it works. I call these These are programs, pilot programs that we're putting out there. And if these are going to work, we will be able to permanently transfer these programs to other agencies. They're working like a charm. We've taken some of our best people in education. It still operates under the budget of the Department of Education and under the management of the Department of Education, but working with Lori's personnel. And when I hear pushback on that to say, well, how can this possibly work? To take education and put it in labor. Let's be efficient. One example, in order to draw down on a lot of the grants that they are helping us with, we're using their grant system. The grant system at the Department of Education is like held together with bubble gum and rubber bands. And it did not interact with any other agency. Now, we have this really smooth operation already in labor. So that has prompted us to sign also other interagency agreements, 2 more with labor, 1 with HHS, 1 with the Department of State, and we'll be moving other programs, but these are proof of concept. Let's make sure they're working and working smoothly before we ask Congress to codify these permanent moves. So that's kind of in the world of K through 12, what we're looking at right now, but in the world of higher education, as Attorney General Bondi mentioned, we've been working really very hard to make sure that we've got anti-Semitism and DEI out of our universities, and put some pretty stiff fines on, worked some good deals. I've enjoyed working with Harmeet, who is just an incredible negotiator. So we're bringing all of that to bear as well. So I can say, sir, that we are moving to return education to the states and to bring the level of education back up, making sure our students can read by reintroducing the science of reading in schools. And going into next year, I can honestly say that we've got a lean, mean machine operating at the Department of Education. It was only half the workforce when we started, and we're more efficient, and I think we're going to see better results as we move into next year. So thank you for this incredible opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, during this holiday season for empowering us, HHS, me, Dr. McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, and Dr. Oz, to change the trajectory of this agency towards public health in a way from the tradition of serving the mercantile interests of the medical industrial complex and the big pharmaceutical companies. 2 weeks ago, we ended, under your leadership, a 20-year war on women by removing the black box warnings from hormone replacement therapy. The medical cartel was telling women that hormone replacement therapy during menopause was dangerous for them. In fact, here's what the science said. It diminishes the risk of fatal heart attacks by 25%, cardiac disease by 50%, Alzheimer's by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%. It improves appetite, it improves sleep, it improves energy, it improves happiness. There are tens of millions of women in this country who have been deprived of that therapy because of just scientific malpractice by the medical cartel. We are now remedying that, and this remedy will now be available to all women who want it during one of the most difficult transitions of their lives. MFN is one of our greatest accomplishments. It would not have happened without you. You were the only person who believed in it. You drove us to get it done. We've now made agreements with the 5 biggest pharmaceutical companies. We have 12 more in the lineup to make agreements. By the time this administration leaves office, 95% of the drugs in this country we will have the lowest prices of any nation in the developed world. Americans are already getting the benefits from these. These companies are already lowering these prices dramatically, as you've noticed. And then this week, Howard at the Department of Commerce and Jameson at the U.S. Trade Representative made a bargain with Great Britain to raise their drug prices in conformance with your promise that the Europeans would raise theirs to counterbalance us lowering ours, and therefore we would keep intact the ecosystem of innovation and protect innovation. So congratulations on that, Mr. President. When I first when you first asked me to take this job, one of the first contacts we made was with a leading economics professor, health economics professor at Harvard. And we asked him what's the one innovation that we could do that would most dramatically improve the health care experience for the average American. And he said there's no contest, it's to get rid of prior authorization. Thanks to your leadership, we were able to convene the largest insurance companies in this country and do something that every administration, every Congress has promised for the past 30 years. We actually got it done. We convened the insurance companies representing 280 million Americans and got them to agree, most of them by January of 2026, for 2 months from now, to remove prior authorization for most of their procedures, for all the procedures we want them removed from. And that means that American patients at the point of care will be able to get an answer immediately. If your doctor says you need knee surgery, you will know before you leave that doctor's office whether your insurance company will pay for it or not. Similarly, healthcare records, the tech industry has refused to share healthcare records. You asked us to change that. We convened the 60 biggest tech companies at a conference that you presided over about 2 months ago. We now did a secondary conference which 400 leading companies have all come in and agreed to remove any kind of blockages where individual Americans can get their own health care. Americans own their health care records, yet they were not able to access them. And if you lived in New Jersey and you moved to Oregon and you got injured, you went to a hospital, you would have to spend maybe 45 minutes filling out forms on a clipboard because your doctors there could not get your healthcare records. They couldn't get your blood type, your allergies, all the things that they ought to know immediately so they can save your life. Now that has all changed, and all these companies now have agreed to remove all the blocks on sharing healthcare records. Every American will have their healthcare records available on their cell phones. And it's already happening. In the last 6 months, there have been over 100 times the number of healthcare records shared by hospitals and during the entire previous administration. On deregulation, HHS proudly is now leading the pack, and thank you for your help on that, Russ. But today we announced the revocation of the nursing home rule, which was overburdening rural areas across this country, Indian reservations, with regulations that were going to destroy the nursing home industry in those communities. And that is going to be a $25 billion savings. Those are some of the things that we're doing because of your leadership. President Trump, thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, Bob, very much. Great job.
Well, Mr. President, you've assembled an incredibly talented group here. If you took a look at this group compared to any Fortune 500 leadership team, any group of startup folks, I mean, this is an amazing group and the breadth of what's being accomplished. And the timing couldn't be better because with your leadership and vision, you've set us up for this age of abundance as we head into next year, the 250th anniversary of this country. And what are we heading into that year? As we've talked around the table, you've heard about massively lower taxes, massively lower regulation, abundant energy, record capital investment coming in, job growth. I mean, we are set up to really have something to celebrate next year. And I just, again, want to say thank you to everybody around the table. You gave us one big assignment in Interior. Of course, Interior, the largest balance sheet in the world. In the Department of Interior, if it was a standalone company, 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, over 3 billion of offshore from Guam to the Virgin Islands. And you said, we got to take care of that balance sheet. We got to develop those resources. And what have we done across that? Producing record amounts of oil, record amounts of gas. And again, we set out with a goal, energy diplomacy, sell energy to our friends and allies. We're exporting a record amount of energy to all of our friends and allies around the world. That's helping do that. And you're giving a gift to America as we head into this. You're giving us peace abroad, and you're giving us prosperity at home. That bodes so well for our country. One small little gift that we're giving to all Americans from one teeny part of Interior, which is the national parks, is that not only are we keeping prices low for all American citizens, offering 10 free days for our national parks next year to coincide with our holidays, but also a $100 surcharge for non-residents. That is going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for helping restore and preserve all of our best parks. So as we close out with it, I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington, D.C. We've been thrilled to be part of the National Park Service, the U.S. Park Police, part of this great effort across a number of us on making D.C. safe and beautiful. This will be the safest and most beautiful capital in the world. We are doing so many things, whether it's hundreds of homeless camps, thousands of graffiti sites, cleaning up ponds and fountains, preparing this thing. The United States is never going to be performing better economically. It's never going to be looking better, just like the White House has never looked better, all because of your vision and leadership. So again, thank you, sir. You've given an incredible Christmas gift to Americans by setting us up for an incredible 250th anniversary.
That's very nice. Thank you, Doug, very much. Rocco?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on. You deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world. And that may sound weird to people, like, of course you always do. No, that hasn't always been the case until about a year ago. And I think we've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world, the goal he has in mind is very simple. Does what you want us to do, or is it going to make us stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer? If it is, he's for it. If it's not, he's against it. If something's going to make America weaker or poorer or less safe, the president's going to be against it. And every single thing he has done in our foreign policy has been driven by the American people in mind. And I can go down the list. Why has he focused on mass migration? It's very simple, because no country is safe if you can just walk in without us knowing who you are into your country. We've seen the destruction that that's wreaking, not just in our own country, but the impact that it's having in Europe and in many other parts of the world. You talk about trade deals and the trade situation has been involved in. People, all this reporting on it. It's very simple. The president views the last 40 years as an era of which American workers and American farmers have been ripped off. They've been ripped off, and what he's saying is we want to have trade with the world, but it has to be a trade in which American businesses and American workers and the products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money. When the president has said, we're going to do foreign aid, but we're going to do foreign aid for countries that are aligned with the United States and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. And Mr. President, you deserve tremendous credit for that. Many of us, the Vice President, by the way, I want to acknowledge, has played an extraordinary role in our foreign policy, and he too has been a witness to all of this as it's been occurring, and he's been a big part of it as well. You talk about NATO. The president's not against NATO. He went to NATO and basically said, look, you guys, we're paying all the money, and he got them to do the 5% commitment, which everybody said was never going to happen. It was impossible. Everything this president does is driven by the American people. Whether you don't have to agree with the actual move, but understand the motivation. The motivation is always you, the American people, and what's good for you, for your family, for the country, and for our economy. But the president is also committed to peace in a way that all of us have seen. He achieved in Gaza, and he does it, by the way, not just because he hates war and he thinks wars are a waste of money and lives, but because he's the only leader in the world that can. No other leader in the world could have pulled off what happened in Gaza. And I can tell you, I can't get into the details. The vice president knows what I'm talking about. That deal doesn't happen without the president's direct interaction with the leaders that were involved in this decision making. And everyone said that deal couldn't hold. And then the president shepherded through the United Nations of all places to get a global coalition of countries to line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace. And it's still, every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started, it never would have happened if you'd been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it, not because, listen, we got a million things to focus on in the world as a country, but he's the only leader in the world that can help end it. And that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Woodcock is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you well know, are dying every week. More people are dying a week in that war than have died in the entirety of the U.S.'s involvement in Afghanistan or Iraq. Just think about that, how bloody and destructive it is. The president's taken on this issue of Sudan personally, not send out deputies to do it. Again, far away from the United States, because he's the only leader in the world that can bring it about to an end, not to mention all the other peace deals, very dangerous ones like India and Pakistan or Cambodia and Thailand. And so on all these things, Mr. President, I think you deserve tremendous credit for the transformational aspect of our foreign policy. For the first time in probably 4 decades, the American foreign policy is driven by what is good for America and Americans, whether it makes us safer and stronger and more prosperous. If it is, he's for it. If it doesn't, he's against it. And that sort of clarity is transformational. I close with this, and I know I'm last, so I wanted to be fast, but there was a lot to cover. I do want to say this is the most wonderful and magical time of the year. By that, of course, I'm referring to the college football playoffs. And I just want to say this as a point of personal privilege. And I'm a Florida Gator, but if the University of Miami gets screwed out of the college football playoffs after going 10-2 and beating Notre Dame, the whole thing should be scrapped, and you're going to have to take over it next year.
Well, thank you all very much. It's terrific. I hope it wasn't too long, but it was very concise, and we've done a lot. This group has done a lot. Amazing. Everybody at this table has done a fantastic. And Susie, thank you for doing a great job, as our chief has said. First female chief of staff in the history of our country, which is pretty amazing when you think of it, right? And she's the best. Thank you very much. Great job. So after that, do you want to ask any questions?
Mr. President, there's been a lot of speculation about who the next Fed chairman could possibly be. You said you had somebody in mind.
Yeah.
How many names were you given on the final list? And does that person currently work on the board of the Federal Reserve?
Well, I'd say that we probably looked at 10. Then Scott interviewed some people that I didn't know, but he knew. And a lot of people were involved in the process, actually, and Howard was involved. But I think we probably looked at 10, and we have it down to 1.
Can you answer that answer? I want to ask you about Elon Musk, if I could. You talked about Elon Musk. You had him at dinner here in the White House. Is he now back in your circle of friends?
Well, I really don't know. I mean, I like Elon a lot. He was he really helped during the election with his endorsement. He felt strongly. Look, we had one problem. You know, I didn't want to have everybody have to have an electric car, and he makes electric cars, and yeah, I think we get along well.
You know, on affordability, when you talk about affordability, is going forward, are the American people, do you believe, getting impatient with the reforms that you're making? They talked about
I think they're getting fake news from guys like you. Look, affordability is a hoax that was started by Democrats who caused the problem of pricing, and they didn't end it. They lost in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. You take a look at districts, it was 2,750 to 525. Because that was an affordability problem. We brought it down. Look at energy. Look at the gasoline price. That's like the simplest, and it's the biggest. Because if energy comes down, everything comes down. That's the way it works. We are going to be at 250. You said 199 in some places in the country, right? You said it. I didn't say it. And they won't check you. They'll check me. So, I like to use your number. 199 a gallon. Unthinkable if you go back a year and a half ago. It's unthinkable. So now we're bringing the prices down, way down. Beef is coming down now. We've done certain magic and beef is coming down. But we inherited horrible prices. We inherited really the worst inflation in history. We inherited that. When I came in, that's what he had. And we fixed inflation. And we fixed almost everything, if you want to know the truth, including 8 wars. We got 1 to go, but including 8 wars. But when they always say, I watched today where they have a race going on right now in Tennessee, And this woman goes, affordability, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. The prices were way high. We're bringing the prices down. But they're like scam artists. You know, they're I call them con men and women. They come out, they say affordability, like, oh, I see prices. We're going to get prices down still further. But we brought them down from the prices they cost. The reason that they had the highest inflation in the history of our country is because they had the highest prices. But we brought them down, and now we have normal inflation. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking questions.
Thank you.
Sure. I wanted to clarify something that you had said on Sunday regarding the boat strikes near Venezuela. You had said that you didn't know if the second strike on that one boat had happened, but you wouldn't have wanted it. Now that your administration has acknowledged that it happened, do you support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I wanted to clarify something you had said in the interview back in September, I believe on Fox News. You said that you would watch that strike live on television. In real time, did you know that there were survivors after the initial strike?
Well, look, all I know is this. Every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives, 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and other things, but fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack, to kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people where their sons were drug addicts. They had one little sample, and they died. They died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people. I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this, I want those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along. And, a lot of the press would like to say they're not. You see the boat. They're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers? They're bags of things. No, they've done an amazing job. And Pete has done an amazing job. But Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on, sir. I think you got to start with the baseline, which Marco laid out, everybody's laid out. You got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. Now, a number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the head and say, don't do that again? Or do you end the problem directly by taking a lethal, kinetic approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders. The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, that make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa. This is drugs running on 4-motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that, a lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do, and by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? You personally?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first strike?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
Minutes, or you had left the room, is what you're saying?
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this, we lost last year, I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land too. The land is much easier. It's much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon too.
Mr. President, thank you so much, Mr. President.
And you know what? When we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low. And then you're going to have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, and I call them animals in many cases, I think they're animals, to come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in, let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murderers. Many of them committed more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out,
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for taking your questions. I think this is the most transparent administration I've ever seen.
I'm impressed by these people. I'll tell you, how strong are you? You've been holding it for 2 hours. There are very few physically. There are very few people who could do it. I'm very proud of you. I have no idea who you are, but you're strong.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, militia groups in Iraq attacked the Christian region's gas field, the largest gas field, which even the U.S. companies invested in the energy sector in the Christian region. And the Christian Prime Minister requested the United States to provide them some sorts of means and defense systems in defending their civilian infrastructure and U.S. investment in the Christian region. Are you willing to providing them this support? And if I had this question, tomorrow the United States is going to open and inaugurate.
Can you speak louder?
Yeah, of course.
Is that possible? You're the most gentle, beautiful voice, but you're a gentle person. Go ahead. Just take fewer words and louder.
Yeah, sure. I will repeat my first question. Last week, the Iraqi militia groups attacked one of the largest gas fields in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, which even the U.S. companies have invested in these gas fields.
Yeah.
And then,
are you from Iraq?
I'm from Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan. Yeah. I'm working for Ruda Media Network. And the Kurdistan region prime minister, he requested the United States to providing them some sort of defense system to defending these gas fields and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to helping them?
Well, we'll look at it. I heard about it, and I'm hearing about it more now, frankly. It wasn't at the top of my list. It's a very unusual question, I think, but I assumed you're from the area, and to you it's a very important question, and to me it is also, because people are being killed. I will say this, Iraq has been much different in terms of us than they were prior to us taking out the nuclear capability of Iran. You know, Iran has gone down many, many steps in terms of its fear factor. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they're really not the bully of the Middle East anymore. And Iraq was being bullied by Iran. You know, we had a president that thought it was brilliant to blow them up, and they blew them up, and all of a sudden, instead of having a power that was basically equal to Iran, they had Iran ruling the Middle East for a long period of time. But Iraq, from the day we hit them with those B-2 bombers and knocked out and obliterated, because CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't total obliteration. Well, it turned out it was totally obliteration. It was every single one of those missiles hit its target. It was actually amazing, but it was wiped out, totally wiped out. I will tell you, Iraq has been a much friendlier place. They talk to us. The Prime Minister actually nominated me, along with about 78 other countries, for the Nobel Prize. I'm the only one that was nominated by almost 100 countries that didn't get it. But that's okay. But I saved a lot of lives. But Iraq nominated us for the Nobel Prize, and that was a great honor. You know, we didn't expect that from Iraq. Iraq has been a much different place since the taking out of Iran the nuclear capability. Yeah, let's get to another question.
The meeting,
Here we go. This guy's a beauty.
Secretary Rubio mentioned the meetings ongoing in Russia today. Do you have any update from Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner on that?
No update, because I've been spending too much time with you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in here. We wanted to do this you talk about being open and transparent. This has to be the most transparent administration in history. We spent a lot of time answering your questions and giving you a lot of good results. I mean, I think everybody here gave you good results. But no, I don't. I will have after I leave here.
Or do you hope for a breakthrough, or is it not quite at that stage?
I don't know. Look, I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're trying very hard to save 25 to 30,000 people, mostly men, mostly soldiers, every month. 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers. It's impossible. That's half a stadium. Take a big football stadium. Take half of those people in a stadium, and they're wiped out. They're killed every month. It's crazy. That war is crazy. And it would have never happened with me, and it didn't happen for 4 years.
You just mentioned potential land strikes. Can you elaborate anything on that? Are you talking
Yeah,
about
I'll elaborate. If they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills for whether it's fentanyl or cocaine. I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay?
Yeah.
And then they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that's doing that and selling it into our country is subject to attack.
So not necessarily just Venezuela.
No, not just Venezuela, no. Venezuela's been very bad. Venezuela's been really bad in something else, probably worse than most, but a lot of other people do it too. They would send murderers into our country. They would empty their jails into our country. They sent people into our country that we don't want. They sent their drug dealers and their drug people into our country. They sent people from their mental institutions into our country, and we're getting them out. That was bad. That was real bad. And they also sent drugs. Yeah.
On Tim Walz, Mr. President, do you think he should resign over the fraud scandal in his state?
That who should?
Tim Walz. over the fraud
Tap on
scandal.
Tim, President.
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man. I
That's how
thought
he
that
gets it.
from the day I watched JD destroy him in a debate. I was saying, who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent, and I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field, and I think she's leading the field for the nomination. Anyway, look, that's up to them. That's up to the Democrats. You know, the problem with them is they have really bad policy. And I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want them to change it necessarily because I want to run against it, whether it's not going to be me, it's going to be somebody that's going to probably sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people running together sitting at this table. You know?
Oh,
But,
yeah.
I want them to win because we've done a great job for this country, and I want that to be carried forward. And you know, I think we have a tremendous bench, really a tremendous bench. But no, I think that Waltz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him. Okay, there's something wrong with
He's
him.
a libtard, that's why.
And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything.
Garbage.
They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes, or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes. But this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off. And now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that, Scott. I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars.
1 billion.
And they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our
It's like
country,
75.
I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complained. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain, and do nothing but bitch,
Yep.
we don't want them in our country.
That's right.
Let them go back to where they came from and
Tell him,
fix
Mr.
it.
President. Yes, sir.
Thank
Here,
you
here.
very much, everybody.
Here, here. You heard it, President Donald Trump. This is the way we talk. This is the way we are. Man, I love my President Trump. Hey, thank you guys to all you MAGA crazy supporters. This is MAGA country. This is MAGA nation. This is a MAGA super channel. Now I'm going to tell you why I'm a super channel. Before you guys, all you libtards leave, you have to understand something. You guys are so against our president. You guys insult him so many times. You guys so go even when the facts I laid out, even when other leaders from other countries tell you, even when you see it happening, you still say lies, you still get insults and all this other stuff. So guess what? When we have our president to ourselves, we're going to tell him that we love him, that we're praying for him, that we think he's handsome, he's strong. What do you need from us? What else can we do to serve you, sir? Thank you so much for your service. Thank you for loving this country. Thank you so much. We're so happy to be on your side. We're happy to be on your team. That's exactly what we're going to do, and you liptards are going to eat that for breakfast every day, because when you guys hate him, we love him. By the way, I want to say thank you to all your amazing patrons that have come to my channel, have signed up. I see 200 of my liptards just left. They can't handle the truth, and that's the way we win, baby. But I'm going to say thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for your likes, for your subscribes. You guys have raised over 100 subscribers just today. I know this is a full day live. We are into this 7.25 hours. I loved it. I enjoyed it. I am glad that they had this live because I got to hear more from my president. I'm going to tell you something. My president's 80 years old, and I love hearing him talk. I know it sounds weird. I love hearing him talk, and I can't wait for him to make more golf shows. I really love the way he talks with his golfers. Guys, if you've been here with me this long, thank you so much. I really mean it. You guys have been amazing. And hey, why don't we do this another time? Maybe later today. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But thank you so much for being here with me. You know I love you.